Okay. So, am I back? This is the question. So we're going like right back into it. Okay. All good? Yeah, hopefully OBS will behave now, so I don't have to yell at it. Otherwise, I will in fact yell at it. I'm gonna definitely put OBS in the corner. Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, I got that sorted.
Look, you can see it's not a very tight tolerance. The safety catch has opened out,
So
and the
there
top
we go.
blade has slipped down
That
behind
should
it.
be a
The
little
rivet
bit
holding
better.
the safety catch mechanism has got a lot of play in it. I don't know if that's just my model
Also,
here. Maybe
that
I've
thing
been
looks
unlucky. Have you
fucking
got one of these?
dangerous.
Is yours the same? Let me know in the comments. Anyway, to start with, I'm going to use it to cut off some of this thyme.
That is a latched blade with a weak
And some parsley.
safety.
And let's see how well it can strip off the leaves.
That's an
Because of the
accident
broken
waiting to
safety
happen.
catch, I do need to hold it carefully here. I started by putting a piece of parsley through this hole. I pulled it through, and oh, it just snapped off at the bottom. So I held it right to the top and snapped it off there. Well, I mean, yeah, it's worked, but it's a bit of a cumbersome tool. I'll try again though. This time I'm putting 2 stalks through and I'm using a bigger hole. Hold it underneath the top and, well, yeah, I mean it snapped it off, but I could kind of do it a lot easier and quicker by just doing it with my hands. Maybe parsley isn't the best thing to try it with, so let's try it with a thyme. This has got loads of little leaves, and it would be great if it could cleanly strip them all off the stems. I lined it up with this hole, then started pulling it through. And it's kind of working. Haha, there we go, it snapped. And now it's jammed up and I can't pull the rest through. So we've got a few leaves there.
I'm not gonna
and
lie.
I don't really know what I'm supposed to do
seems
with this.
kind of not
I mean,
worth
thread it back
using.
through? Oh, this
If
seems
I'm
stupid.
being totally honest
Yeah,
here.
I got one. Just about pulling that one through. Oh, it's all gone through, and that's the smallest hole too. Well, yeah, it seems like a complete waste of time.
Yeah.
I'll try it again with this one though. So I line it up, and give it a gentle pull through. And it's done most of it, to be fair. Yeah, pretty well. It snapped the rest of it off. But yeah, there's a few clean leaves there. So I guess if you really wanted to bother,
That's just
it
a
does
safety
kind of work.
hazard.
I've got to be honest though, you can kind of just do the same thing by pulling it through your fingers. Yeah, it snapped off there where the stem gets thin, same as it did with the gadget, but it's so much easier. So I don't think I'm going to be using this gadget for thyme or parsley. Would you even bother removing the leaves from the stem? Let me know in the comments. But I am going to try it out with something a bit thicker, like this rosemary. I'm trying out the cutting function first, and it cut through that one well. And that one, oh, hang on a minute, the rosemary's actually got stuck in between the 2 blades. The stem has lodged up in between there. I have to pull it apart to release it. And with a closer look, you can actually see there's loads of play in between the 2 blades.
Oh, that thing
It seems to be one thing after another with this gadget. I'm really not impressed. But do let me know if yours is any better.
Oh,
Maybe I've just been unlucky and I
absolutely
bought
a
a faulty
safety
one.
hazard.
Anyway, let's see how well
Holy
it slips off the
shit.
leaves. I'm threading it through this hole,
The thing
then
is
pulling
like,
it through. And because the stalk of the rosemary
it's
is
like
so
the
much
most
tougher, that's
pathetically
actually worked
built
pretty
thing
well.
I've
Look at
ever
that.
seen.
It's quite pretty. You can pull it off the tool, and it has shredded most of the leaves pretty well. Not quite at the top though, but again I can pretty much do exactly the same thing, just using my hands. So there we go, let me know your thoughts in the comments. And I'm not really sure what we'd use the bigger holes for. Another issue I found was, even with the safety catch engaged, it does knock off very easily. That could be dangerous. I even found just placing it down could disengage it. So I really wouldn't want to rely on it if I was just placing it into a drawer or something. Next I'm going to look at this egg topper. It's quite an intriguing looking thing, so I opened it up and took it out of the pack. Well, look at that, it looks kind of cool. This yellow silicon stopper pushes out from the centre, and there's some vicious looking stainless steel teeth. I'm not really sure if I'm supposed to leave that in to use it, am I? So I had another look at the packaging, and I can see it's actually a little egg cup stand. Ah, that makes sense. There's not
like that
really
we're
any
back to the
instructions.
egg torture
There we go.
devices.
Egg topper and yellow holder nest together. It is quite neat that, but I'm not really sure I'd use this as an egg cup much. Anyway, I took a couple of large eggs and placed them in some simmering water for 4 minutes to
Thank you
soft
for the
boil them.
hydrate.
Then I'm going to try out the
Appreciate it,
gadget. Well, the egg does sit nicely on the holder. Then I took the tool, placed it on the top, and gave it a squeeze. Oh
Think
man,
of it
it
pos-
smashed it to
Oh,
bits.
Jesus
And not
Christ.
only that, but it squirted hot egg yolk all over my hand. I've been pretty lucky there. It is very hot and sticky, but it hasn't actually burnt me. That could have
Hello,
been painful.
Lade.
I washed it off
Welcome.
my hand. And let's have a closer look. You can see where it's tried to cut through the top. And I'm sure it was my bad technique that made the egg explode like that.
Thank you,
Maybe
babe.
I was pushing down or something. What a shame. That's really not a very good outcome. But I washed off the gadget and I am going to give it another go. This time, for safety, I'm keeping both hands above the egg
This
as I
is-
squeeze.
These devices
And, well, actually,
are
look at that. It does seem to have worked quite well.
something.
Take the top out of the gadget, and, well, yeah, it's cut that really nicely. There's no eggshell fallen down inside, and it's quite a clean cut. I'm transferring it onto a plate, and enjoying it with toast. Oh, look at that. What a good consistency, and it's nice that there's no eggshell falling down inside. If you like eggs, you might like to check out one of my recent videos where I look at this alternative egg topper
Oh,
and some other fun gadgets like this
Jesus.
really cool timer.
What the
Or you might
fuck
like
is
to check out
that?
this other video, which you can see by clicking the links. Have fun, stay safe, and as always,
What
thanks for
the
watching.
fuck was that thing? Hold up. These are literally repurposed torture devices for eggs. What the fuck? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. We're absolutely watching the more egg gadgets, by the way.
This funny contraption is an egg topper. You squeeze together the handles and it pushes out these 16 super sharp serrated teeth. Supposedly, it cuts the top clean off an egg, and I'll be trying it out in a minute. But first I want to show you what's inside this box.
Oh
Even
my
the box
god,
itself's got a nice
thanks,
feel
Will.
to it.
I
And when I open
appreciate
it
it.
up, in here's the gadget I want to show you. Oh, they don't half wrap it up well. So, have you any idea what this is? There's a screen with some buttons on the top, and it's got a
I
micro
love it.
USB charger point. It's this hexagonal shape with numbers across each side of the metal body. And on the base, there's this circular arrow with either some
It will
holes for
definitely
cooling
cut
or
the
a
top
speaker.
off of things.
It feels
That's
like a
for
nice,
sure.
well-built product, and if I press a couple of buttons, it kicks into life. It also comes with this USB lead to charge it, and some instructions. So, have you guessed yet? Well, it's actually a timer. And it's got to be one of the smartest timers I've ever seen. Not only does it look pretty cool, but it's so simple to
smartest
use.
timer?
Let's say you want to set a 3-minute timer. You just find
It
the number
does
3
kinda
on the
look like it
casing
came out of
and
Star
sit
Trek.
it down with that number facing up, and the timer automatically starts a 3-minute countdown. Pretty cool, huh? Let's say I want a 30-minute counter. Just place it down with that number up. There's a 10-minute counter, 5 minutes, 3, 15 minutes, and 25 minutes.
Literally
It's such
just
a
use the
clever and
phone.
simple idea. And if you need to, you can
Like,
manually set the timer for
li-
any time
like,
up to
literally-
99 minutes. And if you are setting a custom time once
Literally-
you've typed it in, just sit it down
You could just use a phone.
and the countdown starts. There must be some sort of tilt sensor inside. If you want to change the time at all, just stand
It's
it up, then
interesting.
sit it back down again, and the new time will start.
But at the same time, it
When the
seems so
countdown comes to an
overly
end,
complicated.
It'll start to beep. And you can even
Holy
adjust
fuck,
the volume.
that's loud.
And another cool feature is you can even use it as a stopwatch. Just place it facing down to start it, the arrow on the top will flash to indicate the stopwatch is counting, and when you want to know how long it's been counting for, just turn it over and it'll display the time. I really do like this product, but it's not cheap, and I did
Huh.
find the display lets it down. It's weird, if you look at it face on,
It does
it's
sound
very
like a
difficult
fire
to see,
alarm.
and it
Holy
becomes clear and
shit.
visible if you look at it from an angle. I do, however, love the fact that it's USB rechargeable. You don't have to mess about with batteries.
I mean, like,
So if you're
it's
looking for a
cool.
modern, stylish timer, this could be the one for you.
It
There's
is
a link in
cool.
the description if you want to buy one. If
It
you want to try
does
something
seem like a little
more
bit
old school, take a look
overcomplicated,
at this
though.
triple sand egg timer. Again, it comes nicely packaged, and once I've pushed in these tabs, you can remove it from the box. Now look at this, it's actually a thing of beauty.
Huh.
There's 3 different hourglasses with different coloured sands, and they're held
Hexagonal
together in this
timer
lovely metal
prism.
cage. So we've got a 3-minute timer for a soft-boiled egg, 4 minutes for medium, and 5 minutes for a hard-boiled egg. And let's
Huh.
try it out. I'm actually going to test it against a real clock to see just how accurate it is. If we take a closer look at each of the hourglasses, you can
Oh, I
see they're
love
actually
hourglasses.
shaped slightly differently in the centre. This may be to help calibrate the time, but it's probably just completely decorative. But it'll be interesting to see how accurate they are. So I found the 3-minute timer actually lasted for 2 minutes and 54 seconds. The 4-minute timer carried on for 3 minutes and 56 seconds, and the 5-minute timer stopped after 4 minutes and 50 seconds. So they really are pretty accurate. I do love it though, it's a really nice product. The packaging says to use it with medium-sized eggs, so I'm going to try it out. I placed 3 eggs into
Yeah, that's
some boiling
fair.
water and turned over the timer. Once the first one had run out, I removed the egg and placed it into this egg cup. So this should be a nice soft-boiled
Yeah,
egg.
there's a little bit
And
of
now's
play
the
with an
time
hour.
to try out
Oh
the egg topper.
no.
The
Here we
idea is
go.
we just place it over the top like this,
Jesus Christ, that thing
pull
looks...
together the handles, and the
Holy
blades cut off the top of
fuck.
the egg. Wow, look at that. It's actually worked really well.
That
I'm
is
impressed.
literally...
It hasn't left any jagged eggshell dropping down inside of the egg, and it's cut a nice
That
neat
looks
circle.
so much more
The top has come off
brutal.
in one piece, and it's not made a mess at all. And to eat the egg, I'm going to try out these Windsor egg spoons. They've
They
been
have-
designed with a nice round shape, and they're supposed to be really good for cleaning out the
They have-
eggshell. So
They have
let's
egg
test it out.
spoons?
Well, so far the egg is lovely and runny. It really is. And the spoon seems to be able to fit in the hole, so that's good. Under closer inspection, though, I think the egg is actually a little bit undercooked. It seems like there is still a little bit of raw egg in there.
Yeah, that's not
I took the
not
next
safe
egg
to
out
eat.
exactly when the 4-minute timer stopped,
that egg is
and
not
I'm
safe
trying
to
to use
eat.
the egg topper again. But this time it really struggled. It kind of just smashed the shell and made a mess.
I
I
feel
tried
that,
again,
Beanie.
but it wasn't having it.
I do
So I
kind of
picked it
want
off
some
with my
eggs,
fingers
though that was
and
definitely
peeled
not
back some of
done.
the shell. Digging inside though and having a look, and this egg is cooked perfectly. Lovely
See,
and
now that
runny in
egg's
the middle.
done.
Perfect for dipping in your
That's a runny
soldiers.
egg.
Oh, look at that. I took the next one out after the 5-minute timer finished, and this time the gadget worked again well. It removed the top nice and neatly.
Nice, Squidge.
It was still quite runny though, this egg, but definitely firmer than the last one. And
That-
these
that is
round
fair,
egg
Bucket.
spoons are really good for cleaning out the shell. They're a perfect shape. Next I want to show you what's in this box. I'm opening it up with my safety box cutter. And this one's been wrapped up really well too. So check it out, it kinda looks like a candlestick holder. But it is actually a
the
double
fuck?
egg cup. It's made from China, so you do need to handle it a bit carefully, but it's a really cool looking thing. Perfect for a piece
A
of nicely buttered
double
toast,
Egg
with a couple of
cup.
eggs. So let's try our egg topper again.
A
Oh no, this time I pushed a
Double
hole through the side of the egg with my
egg
thumb, but the top
cup.
did come off. And not so much luck with this one.
that is. Let me put the fucking
So I
bread in the
broke it off with
toaster.
a
God
spoon.
damn it!
And I'm peeling it back a bit.
I'm just
It's a
happy
good
to
fun
be
way
here.
to serve a couple of eggs though, and it could make quite a nice gift for someone. But next I want to show you this. They call it the breakfast board. I'm peeling off
Oh,
the wrapper.
welcome. Thank you for the follow.
You can see the idea on the picture here. It's a nice wooden chopping board shaped like an egg. There's these little bowls here at the end to hold a couple of eggs, and a channel that goes all the way round to pick up any toast crumbs or spilt egg. And they also do one that's shaped like a piece of toast. It's exactly the same thing, but they do both feel well made and they're a decent thickness. So I'm boiling 4
God.
more eggs and tipping the timer over. And when they were cooked, I'm testing them for how well they fit. They do sit well in the indentations. There is a little bit of a gap, but it doesn't seem to matter. And if I give the
No,
whole
it's
thing a
not
little
wrong.
wobble, they lean over a little, but they don't roll out. There wouldn't be any problem carrying them on the board like this.
You know, that's actually
And I
not a
found the same
terrible
thing with the other
design.
board. Although there is a little gap here, they sit well and they don't roll around. So let's give this thing one last go.
Jesus
I'm
Christ,
trying
that
it on this
fucking-
egg
that
first.
fucking topper
And whoa,
is...
yeah, that's perfect. Oh, hang on a minute, it took the shell clean off the egg. Check it out, there's the top, perfectly cut. And there's
It's like
the
at
egg.
least that makes sense.
And when I tried it on this one, it's got to be said it's done a decent job. It has cut it off pretty cleanly. And with these two, well, the first one's done exactly the same. Just cut off the shell. And no problems with this one. Again, it's cut it off cleanly. Maybe it just takes a bit of practice.
You know,
So, once your toast is
that's
popped
fair
and
game.
buttered, you can place on a spoon, and it's ready to serve. If you'd like to see some more really cool kitchen gadgets like these,
Oh,
you can
God.
click on the links. Have fun, stay safe, and as always, thanks for watching.
Oh, God. Yeah, like, no kidding. Okay, so let me go back up here to your question. Thank you for the hydrate. Hmm. It's like animal, I know it's probably a surprise, but cat. Color, also probably a surprise, purple. And the next one, also probably a surprise with the gothic style maid outfit. Game it varies. And art style, of course, I like actually like really super fond of like the panty and stocking like art style. Bite out of the egg. Yeah. uh yeah, you're good. Just don't go too far. Yeah. Yeah, you're all good. It's alright, June. Just remember, as long as you keep things within like Twitch TOS, I don't mind too much. Also, thank you, Faye. Faye does tend to be on top of things. I appreciate that. You know what? Let's do one of these since it's not food related. I'm curious.
I can feel the stress disappearing already. Today I've got a whole load of fidget toys to test out, so let's get started. The first one we're going to look at is this magic cube.
Here we go.
Now I've no idea why they call it a cube, because it's
Yeah,
actually a ball.
you two are fine.
It's got these coloured balls all the way around it inside, and a blank hole here at the bottom, with a big lump of foam or something inside. To use it, we
Yeah.
flick one ball across to the empty hole, like this, and keep
These are
going
fidget
to mix
toys,
them all up.
Luis.
Then when you're ready, you need to try and put the balls back into their corresponding hole colour. I really like this. It's pretty quiet. You can only move one ball at a time. It looks really cool, and it's a great fidget. And there, I've managed to do it. Have you seen these? They're magnetic finger rings, and they're a great fun stress relief toy. You can see they stick together, but the centres of them spin too, so you can put them onto a finger and do a whole heap of different tricks. They're quite addictive. They're relatively quiet and really good fun. And you can even use them flat on the table for a sliding game. Try not to let them stick. What about this Tangle stress reliever? This is really cool. It just pulls apart like this.
I
And it
like
sort of
fidget
flows
toys.
and
I
tangles
really
around your
do.
fingers. It feels quite addictive, and it moves in a really weird way. It's not rubber, it's actually hard plastic.
They are really
but
good,
it's
like,
made up of these
brain
individual
occupiers.
pieces all linked together. It moves really freely, and you can curl it back up and pull it back out, and almost massage it. I really like this one. It's nice and quiet and small and portable. What about this pop snapper? These are cool. This one's got amazing colours all over, and the whole thing is nice and flexible. You can squeeze it so the two suckers stick together, then squeeze the other sides to pop it apart. Do it one-handed or use
Oh,
two.
fidget cubes are.
You get a
are
really
so much
satisfying snap. It's nice and portable, and apart from the pop, it's pretty much silent. Next I want to show you this fidget pad. Open it up and take it out of the box, and you can see it also comes with a lanyard.
They're so nice.
It's like a mini controller just for fidgeting. You've got the
Yes.
thumbstick, and these four
It's a
buttons.
mini
Two of them make
controller.
a clicky sound, and 2 of them are mute.
It's
There's
a
this
mini
spring-loaded slider which you can play
controller.
with around the side. On the back you've got a nice rocker switch, and a dial which spins round and round. Then you've got this little roller here to massage your finger, and these gears on the bottom too. It's a really cool little thing, and it feels well made. Nice and portable again, and on the whole relatively quiet. Here's another one. They call this the Infinity Cube, and I'm not really sure why. It's not really a cube, it's more like another controller, which doubles as a spinner.
Exactly.
That's pretty cool. You've got these 4 buttons around the centre. and the same on
Yes,
the other
clicky
side.
buttons.
There's a roller wheel on these 2 sides which you can play with and spin, and these steel balls here too.
Ah,
It's a good combination of fidget toy and spinner. It feels a little bit cheaply made, but it's nice and quiet and pretty discreet. Next I'm going to show you this fidget fun toy. There's a series of different coloured balls, and if we flip it around, there's more on the
clicky
other
noises
side. They slide
it
around in their
stimulate
panels,
my
and
brain.
this centrepiece slides back and forwards, so we can mix up the different colours. I can see this is going to get confusing. I'm swapping a few around on the other side too. Then I realised you can actually spin the slider around as well. Right, so we really can mix them up. And the idea is, once you've mixed them up, you try and put them back into their colour groups, without
love
resorting
it.
to undoing the screws and taking it apart. It's kind of a fidget puzzle toy. On the top of the toy, there's a button, a switch, and a massage roller. I did try to complete the puzzle. It takes a bit of time and thought, but I did manage to do it. And it's definitely more rewarding than unscrewing the guides to remove the balls.
Oh.
Now check this out. This is awesome. It's a turtle squeeze toy. Give it a good
Yeah, why would
push
you
and watch
cheat
his
at
head pop
a
out.
fidget toy?
It's all flexible, but it's not at all a stretchy material. It's a fun sort of take on a stress ball, and you get a great sound when his head pops out. I think it's a really cool little thing. And they even come in different colours. Now check out this really cool pea-pod squishy. It's nice and small, so you could attach it to your keys or a zip,
Okay.
and when you squeeze one of the pods, out pops a pea. Hello. Pretty cute, huh? It's really cool, nice and small and quiet, and a fun little fidget to take your mind off things for a minute. Now, what about this? Have you seen these before? It's a couple of key rings linked together with 2 chain links. They rotate around each other nicely. There's not much to them really, but they are quite fun to keep your fingers busy. You can put the 2 links
Aw.
together to one end, and rotate them like this too. Next I want
Those
to
are
show you what's in
satisfying.
here. It's this really cool metal rainbow spinner. It's got these 6
Holy
nicely
shit.
coloured anodized orbs around the centre.
It's the
Give it a spin,
infinity
and you get this
spinner.
cool flash of colours. This feels like a quality item, and it spins really well. You can actually unscrew these orbs, and use it with a different pattern. Here I'm only using 3. Or you could use 4 together, like this. Or just 2.
Thank you for the
Let's
posture
try it
check
with none.
and the hydrate.
Oh yeah, even that works.
Holy
Pretty cool,
shit,
huh?
That actually
But
looks
my
kind of
favourite's with
cool.
all of them. And even just rolling it around in the palm of your hand is a nice fidget. Now, what about this? It appears to be just an ordinary fidget spinner,
Oh my
but
god, it's
actually it's
even
got
more
poppers on
colors.
each of the rings. It's like they've combined a simple dimple and a fidget spinner. The rainbow pattern is really cool, and it's a great little idea for a fidget toy. You may have seen this simple dimple in one of my
That's
previous
really
videos.
good.
It's nice and small and portable, and it can fit onto a keychain. But have you ever seen one of these before? This one's a really decent size, with 5 different sized dimples. It could be used as a sensory toy for younger children, and enjoyed by everyone up to adults who are looking for a fidget. It does feel satisfying popping the bubbles, and because they're different sizes,
Popping-
they all make a slightly
popping
different
noises.
sound.
Lots of popping noises.
I really like it. I also found this one. I think this is a toy you'd probably buy for younger children. It's a cute little caterpillar
It's a
design. It's
caterpillar.
got these 4 different coloured dimples, and they push through to the other side. But they only seem to make a popping sound when you push them back through from this direction. Or you can just sit it on the table and use them almost like push buttons. I'm enjoying this far too much.
It's a caterpillar.
Now, you've probably seen these poppets before, but this one's really cool. It's actually a pencil case. Look at that inside. It looks
Yo.
really funky. You can push a load of the bubbles down, then slide your hand inside to pop them back out. The zip works really well, and the whole item feels really well made. It's a pretty decent size. I think you'd fit quite a lot in. And if you're bored at your desk, you can just have a little pop. Now, what about this liquid motion sensor?
You just enjoy the way that I
with a clear
said
liquid, maybe an oil, and 2 different
caterpillar.
coloured liquids here at the bottom. Turn it over, and we get this really cool display. It's nice and silent, and it might just help you relax for a minute and take your mind off things. Watching it becomes a bit hypnotic. You can just leave it doing its thing.
Oh no. Thank
Or
you,
play
Faye.
around with it. And you can get some pretty awesome
I'm
patterns.
glad.
Now check this out.
Oh, that's
it's
really
a really cool
pretty.
dinosaur squishy ball. It's a cool shape and colour, and when you give it a squeeze, look at this. It feels really cool, lovely and squidgy. And there's these sort of coloured orbs inside of the goo. You can let it just sort of slide through your fingers. And that's addictive. The dinosaur itself is really stretchy too. You can pull it and tweak it. It's a really nice colour, and it's a great sort of stress ball. And it looks really cute. You can get different colours and
Thank
different
you,
types
Faye.
of dinosaur. I think it's
I
great, and
appreciate
it looks
that.
cool on your desk. You've probably seen something before like this stress relief basketball. They're like a hard foam, and you can squeeze them and play with them, and even bounce them. It's a fun little toy to play around with. But what about these? These are really cool. They're a similar thing,
That
but
was
these come in a multi-pack with a range of faces, just like emojis. We've got happy, uncertain, this one. Oh, this one's got a plaster over his mouth. And I've lined them all up to show you what we've got. You can actually use them to build up finger muscles. You can bounce them and play with them, or even use them to juggle with. If you'd like to see these other really cool fidget toys, you can click on this video. Or maybe you'd like to see some cool
no!
fidget gadgets. So
Oh,
click here, have fun, stay
no!
safe, and as always, thanks for watching.
Not the clip. Not the clip from the hot dogs. Oh. Oh. Oh, that was not fair. Oh my god. Okay, let's take a look at the summer life hacks, and then we'll do the main event.
Today, I've put together a compilation of some of my favourite garden and outdoor life hack videos, which I've made over the last few years. You can let me know in the comments which is your favourite. This time of year, a hosepipe can be really useful, but if you haven't got an outside tap, it can be a real struggle. Here's how to connect a hose to any tap. Just take a balloon and cut the bottom off. Then stretch the nozzle over your hosepipe. Mount it in line with your tap. Stretch over the other half of the balloon and secure it in place with some tape.
That is...
Now you can use your hose to do all the garden jobs you want.
Dude,
Or even fill
Dooney,
up a
I'm always
paddling
happy
pool.
to see you.
If you haven't got any
Yeah.
balloons, you can
Thank you
cut
for
a
the
hole in
hydrate.
the side of a plastic bottle,
Yeah, absolutely do not
poke a
do
hose
what
through the
he
bottle
just
neck,
did.
and tape it in
Disclaimer
place.
for these life hacks. Do
And
not
hook
do
it
this
over
shit.
your tap like this, to gravity feed water down to your garden.
As a
You can
disclaimer,
dribble feed water
do
into your
not
pot
do
plants
any of
by
this
filling up a
shit.
bottle like this, and pushing it down alongside of your plants.
the bottle
Watering
might
cans
be
are
okay.
great, but if you haven't got one, you can easily make your own out of a plastic milk bottle.
But do not
Just poke
do
a load of
this
holes
shit.
in the top, and it's ready to use.
Like, some of these, maybe.
In a similar way, you
But
can make your own DIY garden
realistically,
sprinkler out of a plastic bottle
don't do any
by
of this.
piercing a few lines of holes down the side of the
Yeah,
bottle.
like the bottle you can do. Some
Then
of
insert
these,
your hose,
some of these
make
are
a bung
okay,
of tape
but
around the hose, and
generally
insert
don't
it
do
into
this.
the bottle opening. Tape
There
them
are
together
better ways.
and turn on the tap. There's our homemade garden sprinkler. If you want to grow something but haven't got any pots, you can use an empty
Yeah.
juice container. Just cut off the top and make some holes in the bottom.
Like, the
And it's
bottle
ready
one
to
is
use.
fine, but covering up
I
your
planted
tap
in some
with
lettuce seeds,
tape and a balloon?
and watered
no,
it,
don't do that.
then added
Don't
it
do
to my
that.
salad tent. Here's one I did a few weeks earlier. And this one is in a recycled plastic food tray. It keeps me in salad through the whole of the summer. If you've got unwanted weeds in your garden and don't want to use chemical pesticides,
Yeah.
you can make a natural weed killer out of salt and vinegar. I used 4 litres of vinegar and a cup of table salt. Give it a good shake to dissolve the salt, and it's ready to use. Do it when the weather's dry, and after a couple of days, it should kill all your weeds.
Huh.
If you're staining a garden fence, it can take ages with a paintbrush. It's a long and boring
Yeah,
job,
like that-
so to
that's
save some
fine.
time, you can pour a few litres into a sprayer, dilute it
Yeah,
down a little with
you gotta
some
be
water,
real fucking careful with that.
and give it a good shake. And apply it like this instead. Pretty cool, huh? It's so much quicker, and it's actually pretty fun to do too. But try to do it on a still day, so the wind doesn't blow the spray back over you. To get notified when I launch new videos, you need to subscribe to my channel, then make sure you click the notification bell and select all, otherwise you may miss future videos. You can make your own barbecue out of a large tin can. Chop the
Okay.
rim off,
Okay. Okay.
be careful of the sharp edge,
Don't do
and
this.
use scissors to make slices down the side of the
Absolutely
can,
do
so it
not
looks
do
like
this.
Bend
Do
them
not
down, and line it
do
with
this.
foil. Then add your charcoal and light it up.
That is 100%
It
not
makes the
safe.
perfect mini barbecue. If you're having a barbecue and realise you haven't got anything to start the coals with, you
Yeah,
can make your own
literally,
fire starter
just
by
get a
coating
grill.
a piece
Do
of cotton
not
wool
make
in
your
Vaseline.
own grill. What the fuck?
This burns really well and for a
No!
long time,
Don't.
so it's perfect for starting a barbecue.
Don't use fucking Vaseline.
Or you could use Doritos.
What
Tuck them
the
in alongside
fuck?
of your coals, and they burn really well too.
What the fuck? Hold up. The fuck?
If you're trying to start a fire and your lighters run out of gas,
Doritos
you can
are
take a strip of chewing
flammable?
gum, and we're going to use the foil-backed paper.
I don't like
Fold it in
this.
half
I don't like this
and cut
information.
it so it's shaped like this. With about a 4mm strip down the middle. Then you can use a battery
I-
connected to the foil side
I
like
don't like
this
this.
to make a flame.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
And you can use this
Do we
to
know?
start your fire.
Yeah, no, absolutely don't do that with batteries.
You can make your own wasp trap by cutting the middle out of a plastic
Oh,
bottle,
excuse
put
me?
something sweet in the bottom. I'm using honey, a bit of sugar, and some water. Then remove the lid from the other side and push it into the base like this. The sugar will attract wasps. And when they've crawled through the hole to get
Sir,
in,
that
they'll
is
be
a
trapped
yellow
inside.
jacket.
A muffin tray is a great way to serve sauces and dips at your barbecue. You can even add small salad pieces for your burgers, like cucumbers and
Why
tomatoes.
would you do that to a muffin tray?
You can turn these little yogurt pots into nice frozen yogurt
muffin
snacks
tray.
by making a slice in the lid and pushing a teaspoon into the carton.
The muffin tray.
Pop them into the freezer. Then a
And
few
that's
hours
fair,
later,
Beckett.
you've got a delicious cold summer snack. You can stop a frozen lolly or popsicle melting all over your kids' hands by taking a cupcake paper, making a small slice in the bottom, and sliding it over the stick to act as a drip tray and help stop those sticky fingers. You can also use these papers to help stop flies or wasps getting into your drink. Keep some fruit in the freezer and use it to keep your drink cold.
Huh.
Unlike ice, these won't melt and dilute your drink. Instead, they'll slowly thaw and add more flavour. And if you're drinking white wine, cool it down with frozen white grapes. You can make your own
yes.
cool box for beers by removing all the bottles from the box, line it with a carrier bag, then replace all the bottles, and tip over a load of ice cubes.
But why? Okay.
And there we have our
Yeah.
really simple DIY cool box. Pretty clever, huh? You can use pool noodles to make a really fun garden game.
Box with more.
Take a skewer
Yeah,
and push it up halfway into the noodles
it's
like
definitely
this.
not a cooler.
Do the same on the other side. And push it down into the ground to make a loop. I set up 2 more to make a course for a ball. You can either kick it or use another noodle to hit it through the hoops, a bit like croquet. You can use old ceramic wall tiles and black tape
What?
to make your own jumbo Scrabble tiles.
Okay, like that.
Perfect for a game of garden Scrabble.
That's not terrible.
You can cut some old rope into short lengths and join it together with tape to make your own hoopla game. It's harder than it looks. But
Yeah,
it's a
like
great
the
fun family
Full
garden game.
noodles would be okay. I'm just terrified of
You can use a balloon,
skewers.
string, drinking
In
straw,
that.
and a clip to make your own garden rocket. Blow the balloon up, wind up the end,
Yeah,
and hold it
just happy
closed
to
with a
be
clip.
here. Ah, thank you for the follow.
Next,
I
cut off a
appreciate
short
that.
section of drinking straw. Thread the string through. And tape the straw onto the balloon, parallel to the balloon's nozzle. Then tie the string off
Yeah.
to a couple of posts. Release the clip and watch your balloon shoot off down the string.
Yeah. Like,
If you've got kids who struggle a bit filling up water balloons from a tap,
a lot of these I'm
you can
noticing
fill
are
up
like
a liquid soap bottle with water
really-
and use that instead. Just pump the water straight into the balloon. This makes a great
That
mobile supply of water
seems
and saves
really
going back to the
inefficient.
tap. Or if you want a load of balloons straight away, you can use some of these bunch of balloons. These are great. They connect onto your hose pipe, and each bundle fills up 35 balloons at a time. If you haven't got a washing line outside,
I mean,
maybe
that's
space is
kinda neat.
limited. But you can make one by tying string between 2 chairs like this. Instead of hanging washing over the line like this, you can maximise the amount you can hang by clothes pegging your items from one line to the other instead.
Excuse me, what? Did clothes
If the arm of
pegging?
your sunglasses suddenly falls off because you've lost a screw, you can make a temporary
Is it really
repair
called
by threading a
clothes
piece
pegging?
of wire or a paperclip through and fixing it in place.
Pegging was indeed mentioned, Faye.
Or take a wooden cocktail stick, push the end down into the hole, and snap it off to make a dowel.
Oh my, how
I hope you've enjoyed watching this video. You can let me know in the comments which hacks you like best. If you want to
I
see
love
more, you
Peggle
can click
too.
on the links or take a
Thank
look
you
at
for
my
the hydrate.
YouTube channel page. Stay safe, have fun, and as always, thanks for watching.
Someone call Roy and Mim. We need an expert on pegging. Need to verify this. Uh, that's the funny thing, Aiko, because here they're called clothespins. Exactly, you would normally just say you're hanging up the wash. uh, you know what time it is? I think everyone. I think most of you know what time it is now. Let me find the bookmarked video. Yeah, I think it's time for this one. There we go. Might have to turn it down as soon as it starts.
Orlando, Florida is known for some of the best theme parks anywhere in the world. From the excitement
I'm
of seeing
really-
Cinderella's castle to riding the movies at
Really
Universal
interested.
Studios.
Okay,
The
thank you.
tourist destination in Central Florida has it all. There is,
Oh
however,
god, this
one
old
theme park
school,
that
like,
took a different approach. Where rather than
low-
take pictures with Mickey
low
Mouse,
quality
it was Jesus
footage.
Christ himself that was the star. A place full of controversy that operated for nearly 20
Oh.
years before closing its doors.
Oh,
and left
no.
nearly abandoned.
Oh no. Oh.
Experience
Okay. Yep. Yep.
Experience
God.
peace.
Oh, it keeps getting better. Oh, it keeps getting better.
Experience joy.
I. Oh.
Jesus. At TVN's Holy Land
Well,
Experience.
this. Yep. Mm-hmm. This is gonna be fun. Also, Expedition Theme Park. I am really appreciating this editing work in this already.
In August of 1989, Marvin Rosenthal and his wife, Marbeth, traveled to Orlando, Florida. Marvin was raised Jewish in Philadelphia.
Holy fuck,
and
that
later
gas
became a
price.
Christian as a teenager.
Can we
after
have
he
that?
Saw his mum reading the New Testament.
Can we have those
and her
fucking
life
gas prices,
transformed.
please?
After graduating from Philadelphia College of the Bible, Marvin was ordained a
99
Baptist
cents a
minister at age
gallon? Fuck
33
yeah.
in New Jersey.
Give me that
The
shit.
former Marine moved to Orlando as he believed he would be able to reach out to more people
What
in
a
the
time.
up-and-coming tourist destination of Central Florida. With its good airport and growing Jewish population, it seemed the perfect spot to spread his message. After 16 years as president and director of a worldwide Christian ministry designed to share the gospel of Jesus Christ with Jewish people and the Jewishness of the gospel with Christians, he set out to form his new ministry. Starting over from their own living room, they launched Zion's Hope. The name was chosen from Psalm 53:6. Through books, letters, magazines, and colourful publications, Zion's Hope grew, with them stating that they now reached over 10,000
It's just
people.
interesting to
During
see.
the 90s, Rosenthal used solicited donor funds to purchase a 15-acre plot of land in Orlando's tourist corridor, starting
I
the
like seeing
construction
these,
of
like,
his
old
ministry
photos.
complex. The 18.6 acre
Especially these,
site
like, old
along
aerial
Interstate
views.
4 near John Young Parkway was chosen in part because of its proximity to the area's attractions. Universal
It do
Studios
be
was
kinda
right
giving
around
those
the corner
vibes a little
just
bit.
a mile away.
It
In
was totally
1997, the first phase of Zion's
the
Hope complex
locations those
opened.
photos
The
were taken.
$2.5 million structure with a 25-foot tall tower took the form of a 20,000 square foot conference center and exhibit space. The site would aim to host conferences for missionaries from various evangelical Protestant denominations.
Yeah.
On display would be a 45-foot long and 25-foot wide scale model of 1st century Jerusalem. Tours were offered for free to see the huge model, and it became one of the highlights for those visiting. But Marvin Rosenthal had bigger plans for the new home of his church. He wanted to create a replica of the Holy Land that could allow people to experience
what?
Israel as it was in Jesus' time. The money raised for the project came
Yeah,
from
the model's kinda
sponsors,
cool.
donations,
I'm not gonna
and the
lie.
sale of 4 acres of their land for the development of an exit off Interstate 4. The site was just getting started and had plans to expand into a $10 million complex within 6 to 8 years.
Hold up. Are we talking like a $10 million complex in 90s money?
From the start, the site of Zion's Hope complex was surrounded by controversy. While founder Marvin Rosenthal stated repeatedly that Zion's Hope was an evangelical,
Right.
Bible-believing faith ministry with the goal to share the message that Jesus is the Messiah,
Yeah,
some
'cause if
called
it's
the
10
complex
million
a
in-
worldwide center aimed
Okay.
at converting Jewish people to Christianity, and it began to draw criticism from local rabbis. These local rabbis stated that any attempt to lead Jewish people away from Judaism to some other faith is a de facto
Oh,
declaration
boy.
that Judaism is a false faith. They
Yeah.
stated the whole center was hurtful and insulting to the Jewish people
Oh,
of
Jesus.
Orlando. Rosenthal ignored the claims and continued on with his plans. Central Florida had a theme park for nearly everyone and had recently added 2 more huge attractions to its offerings: Animal Kingdom in 1998 and Islands of Adventure in 1999.
Holy
Many of the
shit.
attractions and areas of
bringing back
Islands
some
of Adventure
memories.
have been built
Yeah,
by
this is
High-Tech
going-
Entertainment Corporation,
This is
a
going
global leader
south
in themed entertainment
already.
design founded in 1985. They had worked on many ride systems for both Universal and Disney World. That very same company would now create Orlando's newest themed experience. Those visiting Orlando to see Mickey, ride the movies, or head under the sea now had a new option. They could visit Jesus at the Holy Land Experience, the place where the Bible was set
I
to
just
come to life.
imagine
iTech
telling your
conducted
kids, like,
extensive
we're going to
research ensure the
Orlando. They're like,
historical
oh, we gonna go to
accuracy of the
Disney
project,
or
attempting to
Universal? No,
create
you're
a
gonna
total
you're gonna
sensory
go see
experience that
Jesus.
transported guests 7,000 miles away and over 2,000 years
Like,
back
what
in
the
time.
f-
They had 3 main goals:
Like,
to create a wholesome, family-oriented, and an educational facility where people could come and reinforce their faith; to create a total immersion experience that offered historical themes of the Bible; and to lovingly share the message of the Word of
Oh.
God.
A lot of people think of it as a theme park, but this is actually a ministry. It's like any other church organization that they would do.
No.
You know, we employ.
I
only
think the
those that
microphone
are
is a
Christians.
little bit protruding.
Religious-based tourist attractions were not new, and for over a century, many had come and gone throughout the United States.
It's really
None
true.
had ever been planned on the scale and cost of this. Announced in August 1999,
yeah.
planned to cost over $10 million, the Holy Land Experience would aim to transport visitors
$10
back in time
million
in an offering that
in
was promoted to be educational,
1999?
historical, theatrical, and inspirational.
$10
Protests against the upcoming
million
attraction began nearly instantly after the announcement.
1999.
Zion's Hope denied that the park would be used for evangelism. Orlando rabbis continue to argue that the word Zion would attract Jewish tourists to the site and present them with a false representation of what their ancestors experienced 2 millennia ago, aiming to convert them to Christianity.
We're not here to bang anyone over the head and say, you have to become our religious denomination. We're a non-denominational organization, but
Oh.
we passionately believe in the Word of God. If you have
I'm
the
just
cure for a
really
disease,
intrigued
what kind of person
how
would you be if you
this
didn't freely
park
share it
went.
with other people? And we want to be
Yeah,
able to share what we believe is the
$17.7
cure for
million
the sin condition of all
for this
humankind throughout the world.
Marvin
recreation of
Rosenthal
the Holy
continued to
Land
defend the
as a
project
theme park.
and said the attraction was designed simply to convey the message of the Bible while leaving open any conclusions people have.
See, like, I'm gonna be
themselves, with
honest,
the attraction
I
being
feel
available
like
to everyone,
making it a
as the
theme
area's
park is
first religious
probably in
tourism
poor
attraction.
taste to
Other
begin with.
concerns include the risk
But that
of
is my
tourists seeing
opinion.
it as an effect to commercialize religion. Rosenthal stated they had no political agenda with the park and that their only commitment is to the Bible and God's word.
I like to hope that some people who come will wind up going back home and saying, I've got to give God more time in my life, and will wind up going to a good Bible-believing church.
The 10-acre area
Were
site
those
will be built
subtitles
adjacent to the church's existing
in
headquarters.
German?
Groundbreaking would commence in September 1999 with a planned
Is it like
autumn
the only
2000
interview they
opening.
could find?
After delays, it opened on February 5th,
I mean, that's fair.
2001, for a final cost
Yeah,
of
like, if it was a
$16
museum,
million,
maybe.
extremely over budget. The Holy Land Experience
The
will be
fact that
unlike
it is a
anything
theme
Orlando
park.
had seen
Look at the
before.
fruit
As
punch.
visitors entered through
Yo,
the
they sell a
Roman-themed
fruit
arch,
punch at
they
the
would see
Holy Land
landscape grounds of the
Experience?
park, full of giant date palms,
yo.
olive trees, and thorn trees, among many other different types of purposely chosen landscaping.
Can I get a
Designed by
fast
David
pass
Roadcutt
for the
of
Holy
High-Tech
Land?
Entertainment, the park would recreate the land of Israel shortly after Jesus' death with a replica of the limestone caves of Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. To build the replica, more than 500,000
I was about to say,
pounds of
please
concrete
tell me
were
that.
used.
Please tell me that the caves
Wilderness
were a dark
Tabernacle,
ride.
recreated in 3/4 scale, was home to a 20-minute live show with an
Jesus,
actor
Pat.
portraying Aaron, the brother of Moses, recreating priesthood rituals.
Uh,
The Temple of the Great King
To an
was a
all-you-can
6-story
pray
replica
buffet.
of Herod's temple.
No, you
which
know
was
they had
built
an
to
all-you-can-eat
house Lord's
Last
presence.
Supper.
It was recreated here at 1/2 scale. The 13 rounded steps that are the temple's main entrance provided another
Yeah.
venue for shows and concerts
All you
in
can
the
pray.
theater of life. Inside, a 20-minute film shot on location in Jerusalem could be found. Outside was a garden known as the Cavalry's Garden Tomb, in reference to where Christians believe Jesus was buried after his crucifixion and rose from the dead 3 days later. Visitors would enter a recreation of Jesus' tomb and be able to pray, read the scriptures,
Blast
and reflect
until
on the
it
events
lasts.
that had occurred there. Actors and musicians would depict the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus throughout the day. They would also recite biblical passages, and live offerings could be found all throughout the park.
Were you there when he rose up from the dead? Were you there when he rose up from the dead?
Aiming to attract 150,000 visitors annually to break even, originally price admission was to be between $8 and $12, but due to blooming construction costs and delays, that would rise considerably by the time the park
good.
had opened. The Holy Land experience
Oh,
had
that-
other
that's
ways to
r-
try and
that's
make
good,
money
Squid.
within.
That
Those
was really
visiting to purchase merchandise
good.
in the Jerusalem Street Marketplace with craftsmen and theme shops, including the Old Scroll Shop, which
Oh,
offered
look.
artifacts, Bibles, and gifts.
I'm gonna assume
To
that
eat,
was
you could
Moses.
choose items including hummus or tackle the Goliath burger.
The Goliath
at the Oasis
burger.
Cafe. With no rides like the bigger parks nearby, the
You
Holy
get the
Land
Goliath and the
Experience's main
Goliath
draw will be the
Jr..
multiple theater shows with special
Got a
effects,
Goliath
all offered
burger.
at a production level rarely found in a theme park. Throughout the
Holy
year, shows would
shit.
rotate with multiple different ones shown each day. Every Thursday
Okay,
night, the park
like-
also hosted a non-denominational free Bible study at 7:30 p.m. The grand opening received national publicity. Not
I was
all
not-
good. 800 customers turned up.
I
to
may have
experience the
initially been
Holy Land
joking that this was
experience.
probably made
While
in
the
poor
park was
taste.
beautiful, with incredibly
That
themed
was
areas,
absolutely
like many of the newest
poor
Orlando
taste.
parks. Much of the news and publicity focused on the fact that Jewish activists said the place was designed to convert them to Christianity.
Holy
The
shit.
entire thrust of this this park, and it really isn't a park either.
Oh my
it's really
god.
a church experience, is to promote Jesus.
This
And
park isn't really a
specifically,
park.
Zion's Hope, which is the parent
What is
of
it
the
then?
Holy Land experience,
You literally just called
is
it a park
directed
and then
at
said that it wasn't a
converting
park.
Jews to Christianity in a deceptive manner.
Irv Rubin, chair of the Jewish Defense League, compared the park to the Holocaust. He
Jesus
told a newspaper
Christ.
that there are two
Holy
ways that you
fuck.
could murder us. Physically, like
Oh my
Auschwitz,
God.
and spiritually, the way of Marvin Rosenthal and the
Holy
Holy Land
shit.
experience. Irv Rubin was jailed shortly after.
God
and
damn, that
charged with
dude was
conspiracy
not
to bomb
holding
mosques in
anything back.
California and a
Holy
government
fuck.
office. Protesters to the site were expected on opening day, and security was enhanced. to
Oh
combat
my
any
God.
threats to the rise.
Holy
Only a small
shit.
handful turned up, including Irv Rubin. Rosenthal continued to state he wanted to use the
Holy
interactive
fuck,
live
they were not
museum
holding
as a way to
shit
reach
back
out
in
to people
criticizing
of
that
all
park.
faiths and nationality.
God
Though the
damn.
attraction really only showed his idea of faith. He continued to state, "We are not entertainment. We are not a
Like,
museum. This is designed to communicate
It's
the truth
definitely
of
in
the
very
word of
poor
God. We
taste.
do that very publicly. and we
Because
do
of
that
all the
without apology.
merchandise.
Oftentimes, the marketing and owners called it a museum. Sometimes a ministry, but rarely ever wanted to call themselves a theme park.
So they didn't want to call themselves a theme park, yet they're
Gave us
selling
exposure that we probably could not
merchandise.
have afforded through advertising again in 10 years. We got in probably a week and a half.
Those visiting were not bombarded with leaflets about the church and were mostly left up to their own devices while inside, though encouraged to take part in prayer and the attraction's offerings. The park's hiring policy was called unfair and was also protested. The attraction required employees to sign a statement of beliefs and what church they attended, with some feeling like their faith excluded them from being hired when applying. In response to this, the park said that the purpose was not to figure out where they go to church, but to determine if they had a relationship with God and would fit in with the park. Holy Land's 140 employees would pray together in meetings, and the company wanted continuity of the staff at the attraction.
Yeah,
They
this
felt
is
it was
like
well within their rights
it's
to hire
getting
people
more
who
and
had
more
similar religious
sketch as
beliefs.
this goes
While
on.
some leaders of the Orlando Jewish community gave the word to avoid the park, most chose to just ignore it when it opened. Some pastors who attended opening day said they hadn't seen anything that trivializes religion, though the commercialization of it was under constant scrutiny by some. Many hoped it would be a place where Christians and the Jewish could go to better
The
understand each
commercialization
other. Overall,
was
the park's reception
criticized.
was mixed, but
There
mostly
might be a
positive by
little
those
bit
who
of
visited.
commercialization
The Living
there.
Biblical Museum offered
Just
exhibits,
a little
pageants,
bit.
and pop gospel songs rather than rides. There was no water into wine bars or Bible dark rides, even if some continued to
Damn,
visit
they didn't
expecting
have
some
the
form of
Bible dark
attraction.
ride.
The park's marketing was surprisingly quite
Damn.
honest about what it was, rather
A
than
missed
trying to trick
opportunity.
people visiting Orlando into going there. They called it an example of something overtly Christian that is done at a highly professional level and done honestly and
Methuselah's
openly. They
Mosaics
created
Village
performances
Gallery.
that were called encouragements of faith, taking the replica sites and using contemporary and sometimes classic songs to try and make people think about what happened there.
Damn it,
Rosenthal stated
Ico.
that the realization of his 10-year-old dream had created a wholesome, family-oriented, educational and entertainment facility where people could come to be encouraged,
Oh.
instructed, and reinforced in their faith. A total immersion experience
Yep.
that offered historical proof
Like they
of the
did, they
Bible
missed the
dynamically
opportunity for the
demonstrated that
Holy
the
Land
Bible
Dark
is God's
Ride.
word to man. The
You
Holy
can't
Land
make out in the
experience was open
Holy
daily throughout the
Holy
year,
Land
except for
Dark Ride.
Thanksgiving and Christmas Day. For those
Damn.
who wanted to come back often, you could pick up the Jerusalem Gold Annual Pass for $69.99.
Holy shit. They have an annual pass too. Oh god. Please tell me this is an ad for the park. Please tell me this is an ad for the park.
Bring the Bible to life for your family.
Oh my
by
god.
visiting the Holy Land Experience in Orlando, Florida.
Yes, the annual
After opening,
pass
the
was
publicity that the site was
$69.
built to convert began to fade out. And while reminders of the issue were brought up each time something new was added, a new focus took the media's attention: the site's taxes.
Oh,
Rosenthal estimated
no.
annual operating costs of more than $3 million and said he thought he needed 180 to 200,000 people paying $17 entrance to make enough to cover costs.
Thank you
A
for
year
the
after
hydrate.
opening, Holy Land expanded. and
Oh, we're
quickly
getting into
added
the
a $9
real
million
shit here.
Auditorium Center for Biblical
Taxes.
a 60-minute tour that opened in February 2002. This new exhibit was more museum-like.
That's why they didn't want to call it a theme park.
Of religious artifacts. The
Because if it's a
17,000
theme park,
square
they'd
foot
have to pay
museum collection
taxes.
Was owned by Protestant businessman Robert D. Van Kampen and his family. They donated
Yeah.
the new edition as a way to get more people to see their collection. The family had also been big donors during the creation of the park. By
Ooh,
2003,
that-
the park owed $195,000 in property taxes.
Jesus
They continue to
fucking
argue that since
Christ!
the park spread the church group's religious message,
That's
they
a
deserve
fuck ton of
tax-free
property
status,
tax.
postponing its
Holy
payments until
shit.
the matter was settled. Lawyers for Holy Land sued the county to block tax collection
Oh.
and continue to fight the tax payment.
Oh,
The park's
oh,
owner
oh.
aimed to take the case to the Supreme Court if necessary. He was
Oh.
confident that the Holy Land would win as they were already
Oh.
tax exempt at federal and state levels, only having a problem with the county. County officials contended that the ministry's argument that Holy Land Experience deserves the same tax treatment as a museum or other non-profits that charged admission, such as the Orlando Science Center, was invalid. Church groups and other non-profits may own revenue-producing property or sideline businesses, and those could be taxed according to the property appraiser. calling the site an entertainment venue. In the 2001 tax year, Zion's Hope listed $5.9 million in total revenue on their taxes, $4.26 million of which was from the Holy Land Experience. A circuit court judge ruled in favor of the Christian theme park, seeking non-profit exemptions from property taxes. The outcome ruled in 2005 that all of the park was off limits to taxation.
So
not
they
just the
actually
on-site
won they actually won the
administrative and
lawsuit
educational
to get tax
facilities.
exemption.
The park's mountain tax bill was dropped, and it was ruled that Orange County violated Zion's Hope's due process by failing to explain why it denied the exemptions. Holy Land Experience had so far only paid limited taxes since opening, and was also exempt from sales tax. However, if they had paid through February 2004, the bill would be $786,000. They were now estimated to avoid around a $200,000 a year property tax bill by this win.
Yeah, they won
More
on a
than
technicality.
305,000 people visited the attraction during its 2001 opening year, crushing the projected amount expected. While most places in the tourism industry struggled greatly after the 9/11 attacks, Holy Land Experience was an exception and saw an increase in visitors, with many stating the attacks made them think more about their faith. In its first 4 years of operation, the Holy Land Experience welcomed more than 1.1 million guests through its gates. Even with this, the park could not break even with its operating costs. It was costing much
Oh,
more
so
than
they were getting
expected
more
to
people
operate
than
the park.
expected and still
After
not
the
managing to
successful
break
start,
even
attendance began
with
to
operating
decline, and the
costs.
Holy Land Experience started
Huh.
to struggle. The operating costs were just greatly exceeding the income generated, and had to be subsidized by Zion's Hope with income from donations. Despite its tax breaks, the Holy Land Experience was over $2 million in debt. It was
Jesus
decided the man whose
Christ!
dream it was to build an interactive Holy Land
So
and spared
they
no
were
expense.
not having to
In
pay taxes,
2005,
and they were
Zion's
still
Hope
$2
and the Holy
million
Land
in the
Experience
hole.
was separated into two distinct independent organizations. Holy Land directors ousted Marvin Rosenthal
Jesus
from his leadership with
Christ!
Holy Land, and a board of directors would take charge of its daily operations. They immediately began
I think
to trim
poor
down the
management is an
expensive
understatement
offerings and
there.
implemented a new marketing plan. The park's tax status would later be confirmed further in 2006. The county continued to protest the park's
Oh,
status
you know somebody
until
was
Governor
pocketing some
Jeb
of that
Bush
cash.
signed a law that allowed an exemption for theme parks that displayed biblical manuscripts and waived admission fees at least one day a year. Thereafter, the Holy Land Experience would open one day a year for free. The Washington Post reported that Holy Land Experience paid lobbyists between $10,000 and $30,000 to push the legislation through quicker. With tighter expenses,
Oh, so
and a
they
larger
bribed
marketing plan, the
officials
park
to
still
get
failed to
legislation
handle
passed
its
to
debt.
help
The
them
new
out?
board of directors included
Oh.
people who have more experience
Oh,
with
that's
tourist attractions,
lovely.
rather than the ministry side of things.
Oh, that's
but nothing
super
helped.
cool.
While no longer affiliated with the park, Marvin Rosenthal said he still wanted it to be a success, but he never wanted to see it turn into a profit-based tourist attraction. He always wanted it to remain as a place to teach the Bible.
And you can go to some of the theme parks and get fantasy. We'd like to think that when people come to the Holy Land Experience, they're going to get eternal truth.
Oh.
The new goal was to transform the Holy Land Experience from a small, relatively obscure Orlando attraction into a recognizable and well-defined brand, turning around its downward spiral, and to do that, its key would be its marketing. New president Dennis
Oh my
Gilbert
God.
said that they had a good start in place, but they had the most awesome brand possible: Jesus Christ.
Oh
The
my
new
god.
target
Oh
audience
no.
would be the many, many Christian groups who visited Orlando's
Oh
attractions.
no.
While the new board said they
I think
would
it's
take the
taken
Holy
a
Land
turn.
in a new direction, they
It's
were
taken a
unsure if they
bad
would ever
turn.
get it right. They said, never say never. To start though, they would look to create marketing partnerships and alliances with
We've got
outside
the
interests
best, most
and make
marketable
themselves more
brand
visible.
ever.
Nothing planned
Jesus
worked, and to try and help with the
Christ.
mountain debt, the board reached out to various Christian broadcasting networks to create some kind of deal to help keep the Holy Land
Oh
Experience running.
no.
The company which expressed interest was TBN.
So
the
when do we get
Trinity
off this,
Broadcasting
this
Network.
wild ride?
Oh, hallelujah. Do me one more favor.
Oh no,
Come
not
on,
these.
throw a great big Southern
Not this
California love wave
network.
to the whole wide
Oh, this is.
world.
I think that was the dude that had the golden toilet.
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
The Californian-based empire with 12,500 worldwide TV and cable affiliates
Look at
took
that
over Holy Land,
fucking, like,
and its estimated $8
bougie
billion
ass set.
debt. Rather than a purchase, the deal was described as a marriage, since both companies were non-profit. With little money actually changing
Non-profit.
hands,
They
but in a deal set to
totally
be
were
worth $37
non-profit.
million.
Totally
Right now
were
is a
non-profit
beautiful time
with
to
all
come
that
to
gold
Orlando. You know,
furniture.
today it probably didn't get higher than what, 85?
Exactly.
It was
And thank you
just-
for the
it
height
was
rate.
just beautiful today.
Is great.
Beautiful breeze, and the crowds are down because this is September and October. Kids are back in school, and now's the greatest time
Thank you for the
for you to
posture
call
check.
your pastor and say, "Pastor, we
Exactly,
want
Lewis.
our groups to come and get
Exactly.
a bus and get a tour and come to Holy Land. You will love it. You will love it."
Trinity Broadcasting.
Look at all
the
that
largest Christian
gold.
broadcasting
Look
network in
at
the
all
world,
that
was founded
fucking
in
gold on that
1973
set.
by Paul and
You
Jack
cannot,
Crouch,
under
and was
any
built by selling
circumstance,
airtime to
tell me
ministries
they
and
weren't
soliciting
pocketing that
donations
goddamn
via
money.
telefunds from its viewers.
That wasn't
Quickly,
going anywhere
Jan
useful.
Crouch took the helm at the Holy Land Experience, with hopes to turn it into a faith-based.
That's like some greedy ass shit
Where in
there.
addition to the park, they could create a
Sitting on
TV
fucking
studio
golden
filming
furniture in
Christian
front of a
films
live
using
audience.
The sets as backlots. Trinity
Fuck
was
is that
already
shit?
planning to open a TV production facility in Orlando, and the timing just worked. After taking over, Jan Crouch regularly filmed segments showing behind the scenes of the Holy Land Experience, quickly becoming the face of the attraction. The attraction now had 2 stars in the spotlight, Jan and Jesus.
Les, do you ever feel like you're typecast at all, maybe?
That's what I want to know, June.
My kids say I have a messiah complex.
But the hair and beard are real.
Yeah, kind of everywhere you go.
Yeah.
You know,
A lady today said, "You look like Jesus."
we're shopping for some fabrics, even in the Chinatown or wherever we were. It's unbelievable. Yeah. So it kind of really, you have to really watch the things you do and things you say.
Amen.
Which is what we should be doing anyway.
Right.
Since 2001, the main Jesus actor in the park had been played by Les Chevaldeoff. While others would also play the role over the years, he would become the most recognizable. Les would remain in the role after Trinity's takeover of the park, and would, along with playing Jesus,
Since it
become an
started, it's been
executive assistant to Jan
steadily like
Crouch, a
going
show and film
down.
writer for the park
Now
shows,
it's going
along
even.
with being an
We're
actor
reaching
slash
new
musician.
levels.
The Canadian actor called it the role of a lifetime, a humbling experience, and one you couldn't fake. The former airplane mechanic also reportedly was a carpenter in his spare time. The role of Jesus within the park was originally temporary when it opened in 2001, but the Rosenthals were so impressed with the performance they kept the actor on.
I was in the video store just going through, just like all of us do, on Blockbuster or whatever it was. I forget what store it was. And I'm going through, and the guy says, "Hey, what movie is Jesus watching tonight?" And I was like,
Yes.
"Well, another kid's show."
Yes, it was,
Here,
Faye.
let's see here. Where's your kids section?
That was live. They did that live, mind you.
That's funny.
New additions came to the park fast, with new
Oh,
food options,
God,
playgrounds,
is that a
prayer
mini
gardens,
golf
and a
course?
scaled-down Temple of Jerusalem. The feel and tone of the park also changed with Trinity's takeover of
Oh
operations.
no.
Actors in the shows would now regularly enter the
okay,
crowd
hold up,
and perform
hold up.
faith-healing miracles on other.
Yeah.
Let's go back. I need to look at that. We're gonna
New
analyze.
additions came to the park fast, with new food options,
mini
playgrounds, prayer gardens, and a scaled-down Temple of Jerusalem. The feel and tone of the park
Holy
also
shit.
changed with
Okay. Lamb or chicken kebab for $14. Pulled barbecue turkey plate for $12. Chick-fil-A bag meal for $10. A fresh mixed green salad for $7. Yeah, of course. You knew they got shit from Chick-fil-A. You knew it. Loaded mac and cheese for $7. $8 for chicken tenders plate, also probably Chick-fil-A.
Trinity's takeover.
Is it $6 for personal pizzas? And $4 each for dessert cakes. These are like legit Little Debbie cakes without the packaging on them that they're selling for $4 a piece. They're selling a turkey leg for $7. Yeah, that is actually a good personal pizza price. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually decent. Everything else on here is high. That's actually decent for a pizza price. The pizza might be shit, but that's not a bad price for a fucking pizza. I feel you, Faye. I actually had pizza for lunch. I had barbecue chicken pizza. Yeah, this is 2001.
Of operations. Actors in the shows would now regularly enter the crowd and perform faith-healing miracles on other casts, similar to what you might see on the shows.
Yeah, Faye. Pizza place is really good, especially if it's like proper deep dish. Thank you for the hydrate. I was actually just about to take a drink, so that's perfect. I have never had a proper deep dish, by the way. Thank you for the posture check. So I'm probably gonna like die. Oh, good, Beckett. That's a great question, Faye. That's a great question. I did, in fact, say deep dish. Oh, I'm back. Like, I see, like, proper deep dish pizza, and I'm just like, fuck. Like, fuck, I want it. I want it bad. It looks good. It looks really fucking good. As a matter of fact, like, after this, I might actually, like, look up pizzas. Just let me put the fucking bread in the toaster, goddammit. Thank you, Squidge. I feel that, Lade. And yeah. Yeah, Faye. Yeah. Also, I want to point out the fact that they literally just said the actors. Thank you, Faye. I really do appreciate it. I will say, this that they just said, that the actors would go into the crowd and perform faith healings, is already a massive red flag for cult activity. Actors doing faith healing, that's a red flag and a half. And a big thank you, Faye. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Faye is super sweet. I love Faye. And yeah, no, this part, we are 27 minutes into this video and it's going downhill at an alarming rate. I do not think there was an up in this video so far. It is constant downhill. And it's snowballing fast. So let's continue.
From TBN. Guests were sometimes hopeful they will be able to receive faith healing from Jesus themselves, but they only received words of
The
comfort before the
$69
actor
pass
playing
was
Jesus
nice.
made a swift exit.
I was watching a little guy in the back in a wheelchair, in the back, and I stand in the back when we do Passion indoors, and
She sings.
no, and Les.
She sings great.
No, I don't.
Yes, she does.
No, and Les was walking as Jesus, the Jesus in all his glory and glorified
Yeah,
body,
no, her hair is
walking down the aisle, and when he got up
something.
to the top, I could see the little man couldn't see, and of course he's in a wheelchair, and all of a sudden I saw him stand up right
my
there
God.
just to get to see, and he kind of
Yep.
looked down and walked over in the middle, and he realized I'm standing, and he was watching Jesus. You know, the song that plays is "We'll see him face to face," and we all will. Everyone will see him face to face.
The illusion of his role as Jesus was kept throughout the park, and he was not permitted to be seen without his costume and makeup, with a team on hand to switch the actor into the more beaten and broken version of the character during the shows. His appearances were strategically planned, with a quick exit so he wouldn't be stopped for photo ops after the shows. Those visiting the park were not asked directly for donations to TBN outside of the ticket price,
Right.
but the option was always there to donate if they wished. The Holy Land experience continued to blur the line between a museum, entertainment, and real church practices. Guests could now book tickets to attend the last
Oh, you
Last
can
Supper
book
with Jesus,
tickets.
played by the ordained minister/actor. At certain times, those visiting
He's
could
an-
also be baptized
Okay,
in the
okay, 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 okay. Let me just take that back a second. You could book tickets to attend a Last Supper with the ordained pastor and actor playing Jesus. You could book tickets to eat a meal. Oh. 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 Oh God. Oh, this is not. This is this is literally just solely profiteering at its finest. Holy shit. That is the thing that like sticks out of me. Wants to go be aggressively in the Last Supper. You know what? Faye, bet. Let's go. Just book out the entire Last Supper and just be aggressively gay the whole time. The ultimate power move. Just making out for the Jesus. Thank you, Faye. It's beautiful. Holy shit. Oh God, I love this. Oh, you know, just get to that level of like sexual tension the whole time during the meal. It like you can feel it, but nothing is happening. It's like that strong. That is what I'm imagining, and I am fully on board with that idea. uh Where'd I go? Oh God. Thank you all. This is great. This has been worth it. Holy shit. See where this goes from here, because I can't imagine it gets any better.
Custom-built Baptism of Jesus fountain by the park star. The free of charge experience had visitors change into robes and be immersed in the water by Jesus before being told they had received the gift of the Holy Spirit.
A
The
free
reenactment of the Sermon
baptism
on the
by
Mount
the
had the
actor
Jesus
playing
give a speech
Jesus.
before his disciples handed each visitor a handful of goldfish crackers. Rather than be open daily
What?
now,
Hold up. So you get baptized for free, and then they give you a handful of goldfish crackers. Say that you're blessed by the Holy Spirit. Yes, Faye. Yes, Faye. Yes, Faye. You know what? Fair. Bet. Oh, I mean, either, to be fair, Lade, this actor either had the most insane burnout possible, or he had an actual god complex. This dude probably like legitimately thought he was the second coming of Jesus himself. Yeah, he probably had. He probably went off the fucking rails thinking he was actually fucking Christ himself. I want to see the part where this guy is probably like blitzed off his ass and like crippling debt from like drug addiction of some kind. I can imagine that's
the
where
Holy
this
Land
goes.
Experience will be closed on Sundays to hold a non-denominational worship service in the
Faye,
future of life.
you are a
hosted by
lovely
Acts Fellowship
individual.
Church. The Blur of Real and Tourism even had visitors invited to write prayer requests on paper and insert them into the cracks of the replica Western Wall. The prayers were then collected every week and sent to Jerusalem, where volunteers would insert them into the authentic Western Wall. Between 60 and 100,000 of these were sent each year.
And then I want to tell you these little things like
Faye,
for one
your
reason,
gremlin
one of
energy
our
gives me
Jesus people,
life,
we-
and I just
we
want you to
need
know
a
that.
lot of Jesus people. We have Holy Communion going on. We have them work with the children. We have them die on the cross. We have them.
Oh, 100%, this guy
all
absolutely
the
has a
poor
fucking
women
god
that love
complex.
Jesus, and so we need
At this
them all.
point.
And one day, for one reason, one of our Jesus characters quit, and I went, you know, and then it wasn't an hour later, in the door walked Robert. I'll just say, and he looked like Jesus, and he said, "Oh, I played Jesus over in Lakeland First Assembly." I went, "You need a job?" He went, "Uh-huh." And I mean, we've seen that over and over and over.
Different departments.
Yeah.
God provides and moves. Yeah, just to
Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
After the new owners took over, ticket sales increased by 25% due to the mention
And
of
thank
the
you for the posture
experience on
check.
the TV stations of Trinity. The park's rebirth was looking successful
Holy shit.
and even inspired other similar attractions to be considered around the United States. One such park in Rutherford, Tennessee, hoped to take the concept further with a proposed $127 million Bible Park USA, looking to attract
Oh,
1.5
what?
million
Now?
visitors a year. It never happened.
Maybe you have a story, and I wanna,
$125
something
million
just was pressing on my heart,
fucking dollars.
that we get excited about all that's going on here, and maybe you're watching right now going, "Why can't I have something like that? Why can't I be a part of something like that?" And you can. If God has given you a gift set,
Yeah,
whether it be
that was
acting or
proposed
administration
to
or
in
something,
Tennessee.
Who knows? Maybe you just want to be part of this team. You just there's
Both
a
of
drawing
which
of your
did
heart.
not get past zoning.
Call us. There's numbers on the screen.
Understandably
you give us a call. We're
so.
doing auditions all the time.
And those of you that would like to be a part of this, maybe you live in Orlando already and you just thought, you know, I never thought about it. But we are always looking for production people.
These are
always
like the
looking
worst
for
kinds. These are the
just
profiteering kind.
that loves to be a part of
So they take it a step
beautiful
further.
work like this. And you know, I just have to always stop to thank TBN.
The The Holy Land experience remained around the same over the next few years. The park attendance per year remained steady at around 200 to
shit.
225,000 visitors a year. The busiest day the park had ever seen, though, was yet to come. That day would be the required free ticket day that saw more than 7,000 people try to visit it in one day.
A crush of visitors to the Holy Land experience near the Mall at Millennia caused officers to shut down a busy exit ramp. Good afternoon. I'm Jim Payne.
And I'm Martha Sagowski. Our big story at 4, traffic tie-ups and apologies after a Central Florida theme park gets an abundance of park goers.
Thousands of people showed up at the Holy Land experience. The park's capacity is 1,500 people, but admission was free today, and thousands more tried to get in.
Over 2,800 people would enter the park on the day, and 5,000 people were given free tickets to return as the park was full. The surge in visitors on the free day in 2009 came from newspapers reporting on it for the first time. From when the deal was made in 2006, there was no advertisement for this free
more
day in advance.
profiteering
While
off
they had offered it, the previous
Jesus.
years had only seen around 900 people turn up. The free day of the year will continue to remain one of the park's most popular. But nothing was seen quite like that busy
lot
day
of,
in
like,
2009 when I-4 nearby was
strong
backed up for miles.
lesbian tension.
Everyone that wanted to come to Holy Land Experience
Talking
today
about
will
making
have
out
the
in the
opportunity to come to
baptismal
Holy Land
waters.
Experience for free, either today or in the future. Sending out vouchers that are good for the next 30 days. And with the voucher, you can come back to the park
Hey,
for
yo.
the next 30 days.
In 2012, the park added its largest addition since Trinity took
Let's
over,
go.
the 2,000-seat Church of All Nations, a state-of-the-art facility to host the main shows for the park throughout the day in a climate-controlled building. It would also now be used for the park's Sunday worship sessions, hosted by Live Church Orlando. Before and during the construction of the large facility, the park took donations in increments of 195 cents. This was to
Yeah.
represent the 195
Oh my fucking god.
max able to be donated was $100,000 per country to cover the expensive
Excuse
costs of
me?
the entire church at $19.5 million.
100,000 per country, 19 million, and we all feel somebody's going to do that. Everybody here feels, and you know what? It's you. What the fuck? You thought it was somebody else, but you know what? It's you. You're the one. You've had that inheritance. You didn't know what you were going to do with it. You're older. You don't know. You know. Your kids got all they can use.
What the fuck?
And the Lord wants to use that here forever and ever and ever.
What the
What
fuck?
a love gift to the Father. What a love gift to Him. And here's what it'll
Excuse
look like.
Public relation nightmares continue to plague the TBN owners during their
She's
ownership
trying
of
to
the
get
park.
people's
From tax evasion at
inheritance
their
money.
mansions in Windermere to the using of company funds to fund their personal lifestyles.
Yep,
and
there it
family
is.
feuds. TBN's
There's
behind
the
scenes
embezzling.
continue to
Yep,
create
they
an
got 'em
onslaught
for
of negative press
taking
for the company, which
donations
help
and
the reputation
profiting.
of the park. In 2013,
And tax
TBN
evasion.
planned to expand the park and purchase the land a 7-Eleven sat on across the street for $3.8 million. Located
Of
next
course
to the
they
overflow
got 'em for
parking
that
lot,
shit.
Now owning 11 acres of land there, it will be the planned
They did in
site for
fact
the
say
company's
slay like David.
100,000 square foot television studio. The TV studio plan would never happen, and the 7-Eleven still sits across the street today. Holy Land was one of the only places to ever exist that looked like a theme park, smelled like a theme park, but refused to call itself a theme park. This constantly offered
It's literally a
tough
theme park in
identity issue
denial at
that
this
would be
point.
hard to get past. A place full of actors, novelties, and shows, even turkey legs, that called itself a ministry. From the day it opened, the Holy Land experience, with its large cast of actors and multiple live performances a day, had operations that just cost too much to run to ever turn a profit, and donations to the park started to dry up quickly.
It's amazing. So come on and be a part. Be a part of TBN. Be a part of Holy Land. It's such a miracle. And you can give, you can love, but the main thing you can do is you can pray for us. I love you and Jesus loves you. And we'll see you next time, okay? Bye-bye.
After a few years of injecting millions and millions of dollars into the park, in 2012, Trinity stopped raising money with telethons as many came out against the fundraising practice, and spending for the company had to change. TBN would drastically cut investment money used towards the park into a fraction of what they had previously been funding. Some areas of the park were reworked, but it would mostly remain the same for the next few years, with the exception of the Trinity Mini Golf, a photo op of a cutout of Jesus walking on water, and little else. While they continued to add new spectacular shows to try and bring people back, nothing would work. As ticket prices continued to rise, attendance continued to drop year by year. Jan Crouch operated the park until she passed away in early 2016. It had been Jan who saw the park as her baby, injecting money into the experience and working to try and see it become a success. After she passed away, many employees knew that their future would be uncertain. Her signature pink and blonde wigs have been a staple around the park, and change would come quickly. Les Cheveldayoff left his role at the park and worked on his own ministry.
Yeah, apparently it was running up until 2016.
Orlando, Florida is an incredible place where you can go
At the very least, 2016.
But experience life in biblical times.
Thank you for the hydrate.
With new TBN management, an auction was held selling off many items from within the park to try and create some money to help with its $1.3 million deficit. Holy Land Experience would insist it was not going away, it was just trying to sell a few things. The point of no return though for the Holy Land Experience had been crossed. And by the start of 2020, attendance was down around 50% over the previous years. With ticket prices now at $50, in February of 2020,
I mean, they're
with the park losing money daily,
the operation
it was
of this
announced that
park is like
118
Cult
employees
101.
would be laid off, a majority of the park's staff. Though
How to tell us that you're a cult without saying you're a cult.
Now though, all theatrical
by being a theme park, but
restaurants
not
and
actually.
shops would be closed. For nearly 20 years, the Holy Land Experience was set up as a living museum
it's like-
experience. That focus was on live entertainment. Now they would aim to have a new focus and return it to being just a church and educational museum attraction. The Church of All Nations would continue, along with a scriptorium. And the park's very first attraction, that huge model of Jerusalem, would also be one of the key things that would remain. Pretty much the whole rest
Apparently
of the
it
park
was still
would just
around
sit
till
there
2020.
closed. TBN would now look to re-evaluate the best and most efficient use of the property, assessing other economic opportunities,
Holy
including the
shit.
redevelopment of the land. The sale of the property completely would be one of the options that would be considered. The land under the park was in great demand due to its location, and many people were linked to the site as an interested buyer, even the owners of the nearby Icon Park entertainment area. The hope that the park would remain didn't last long. When the COVID pandemic hit the world, like many other attractions, the Holy Land Experience would be closed, just a month after it had been announced live shows would end. Many knew that the park's fate was now sealed. Surprisingly, it would rise for one final time, most likely due to tax reasons. Guests could enter the park, visit the scriptorium, and see the large model of Jerusalem. Over a year after it closed due to COVID-19, on April 28th and 29th, 2021, the Holy Land Experience would open its gates for one final time, offering 2 days
it was
of
open
free
until
admission.
last year?
Capacity was limited and face masks were required. After the 2-day opening, the gates would close and the Holy Land Experience would be no more, never opening again. While the site remained closed and mostly abandoned, the landscaping and maintenance of the park were kept in great condition. In August 2021, the park's future was confirmed. Advent Health had purchased the land that Holy Land sat on for $32 million.
Jesus
They
Christ.
plan to develop the site into new medical facilities. The proposal is to bring enhanced healthcare services to the Millennia area.
Well,
Before
you
the
know-
fall of 2022, Advent Health planned to remove and deconstruct the Christian-themed attraction following final approval from the city. The park currently
Fair enough.
sits untouched in great condition as of May 2022,
Oh.
over a year after it closed its
You know what?
doors
Good on
forever,
Advent
waiting
Health.
to be turned into
Good on them.
something new. The Van Kampen collection that called home the Scriptorium was removed from the site and is back in the care of the Van Kampen Foundation. Everything else currently sits maintained, yet unused, until the day it's demolished forever. The Holy Land Experience was built by one of the great theme park design companies, but it was ultimately a huge failure. While the park was beautiful and incredibly themed, with some of the highest tech and elaborate live performances in any themed attraction, it will soon be torn down forever to make way for a different kind of healing.
When Advent Health announced that it had purchased the now shuttered Holy Land site, they said it was to serve the community, adding that Orlando still continues to be one of the fastest growing regions, and they need to provide access to healthcare that's close to home for the folks who live here.
Yeah, like considering they said it was a failure, that's a
Called
long
the
time
world's
for a
first living
failure to
biblical
go.
museum, the Holy Land Experience had many skeptics, but ultimately was a place that connected with the audience it intended. It would be easy to make a video poking fun at the Holy Land Experience, Orlando's odd, religious-based sort of theme park that would not call itself a theme park. But after researching and reading stories from the many people who did enjoy it, it would be unfair. Whatever you may think of the Holy Land Experience, if it trivialized and commercialized religion, was insensitive, or just strange, throughout its many controversies, there are many people who felt a real connection with the place. For 20 years, it gave them a place where they could feel closer to their beliefs, in a unique attraction that had never been seen on that scale before and likely never will again. A place that for those who wanted it to, the Bible came alive before them.
Yeah, that is true. Are we doing like he edited like a where are they now? Oh my god. This dude edited a where are they now segment. Holy shit. I respect that so much. He released a fucking album. What the fuck? Right, Faye? I appreciate that.
Thank you so much for watching this episode of Expedition Extinct. If you enjoyed
I want to
make
go
sure
back
you
to this.
subscribe to Traction.
Okay, I want to go back to this. Okay, he remains a worship leader and pastor. In 2015, he released his album, Ephesians 5:19. It is available on most streaming platforms. He released an album in 2015. Huh. That's kind of funny. Okay, I'm not even gonna lie. That's kind of funny. Oh. Holy shit. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh.
Thank you so much for watching this episode of Expedition Extinct. If you enjoyed it, make sure you subscribe to join the expedition. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram.
Like, seriously? Well done to this dude for the editing. Like, this is a really well done video. I'm not gonna lie. That's really good. Holy shit, though. Crimson. Damn. That kind of sucks at the end to hear that. Oh, I've got to see where this rabbit hole takes us, cause god damn. Oh. That's just so fucking, that was so fucking good. Right? Oof. Love that. Give us an analysis, Luis. Because I'm gonna go ahead and assume it's probably copyrighted to hell. He seems like the. There we go. He just seems like the dude that would do that. I'm afraid, Luis. I'm really afraid. Uh. Oh. Yeah, no, it absolutely does happen, Dooney. Yeah, it happens a lot. Huh. Well, I have a good like palate cleanser. This should be a good palate cleanser for me.
Halloween. What attraction should I do for a spooky episode this year? I know. I'll just go to a nondescript listicle site that does minimal research and
There we
lays an
go.
effective attempt to capitalize on nostalgia and familiarity. Well, what do you know? The top 3 scariest defunct Disney attractions. Let's see.
That's fair.
No, already did that. Oof. Did that one twice. Wait a minute. What is this?
Here we go. Thank you, Defunct Land. Yeah, I can turn it up a little bit.
They go to defunct hell. All of the fun they bid farewell. Disney,
Little better?
Universal and Cedar Fair. Now most of Six Flags is down there.
Yes.
They go to defunct hell.
It is essentially a cover of Monster Mash, I believe, and it's pretty
In
fucking good.
1971, the Walt Disney Company purchased an option to adapt author Lloyd Alexander's 5-part series, The Chronicles of Prydain, into a feature film. At the time of the purchase, Walt Disney Pictures was beginning to feel the effects of Walt Disney's declining style. And while the company had been working without their
Thank
leader
you for the
some time,
hydrate.
they had expended many of the movie concepts that he had discussed or had already set in motion. This meant that the studio would have to find new source material
Faye
on
is
their own that
smooth.
would align with the Walt Disney brand without the help of Walt Disney. The company's animation
Faye is
division,
super
tasked with
smooth.
releasing a new animated feature once every 3 to 4 years, first turned to concepts that Walt had once considered. This resulted in 1973's Robin Hood and 1977's The Rescuers. But the company
Oh
quickly
shit, The
realized that digging
Rescuers?
through Walt's trash was not a blueprint for future success. Due to a variety of pre-production issues, the Chronicles of Prydain adaptation, originally slated for a 1980 release, was pushed back to 1984, with The Fox and the Hound taking the 1980 slot.
Oh my god, the
Production on The
Fox
Fox and
and
the
the
Hound was rocky to say
Hound.
the least, with internal fights breaking out among producers and animators.
Fuck.
The arguments always seemed to come back to the question of what would Walt have done, and more often than not, the winner of the argument had the idea that felt the most Disney. By the time the Chronicles of Prydain adaptation, now working with the title The Black Cauldron, entered production in
Hey, yo, the
1980,
Black
the what would
Cauldron!
Walt do mindset was proving to be counterintuitive. It became clear that it was impossible to mimic
Can't
a
agree,
creator
Faye
that
is
was known
adorable.
for pushing creative boundaries. Because of this, the Black Cauldron team was allowed to take a more ambitious route for the animated film. A darker, more epic tale
Let's
than
go,
most of Disney's
Black
features.
Cauldron,
It also helped
there
that
it
fantasy
is.
interpretations of medieval times was at peak popularity. The early 80s loved castles and knights almost as much as the late 2000s loved
Oh.
vampires and werewolves. The film
Oh.
centered around a young farmhand named Taran, a psychic pig,
It
and a
is
sinister villain
something.
named the Horned King. The film's storyline was often unclear, and it had drifted quite a ways from its source material. The Black Cauldron was set to release in 1984. However, that same year, a management shakeup at the Walt Disney Company resulted in Michael Eisner, Frank Wells, and Jeffrey Katzenberg joining the company.
DJ.
After seeing
Welcome.
a test screening of the Black Cauldron, Katzenberg, the new head of Walt Disney Studios, was horrified at the product, claiming that it was too intense for a family audience. He demanded that the film be edited, not fully realizing that an animated film cannot be edited the same as the live-action productions he was used to working on. After
Oh,
the animation team
Jesus,
explained this
that's
to
awful.
him, Katzenberg became frustrated and stormed off to edit the film on his own. The film's producers called CEO Michael Eisner, who was able to convince Katzenberg to stop and calm down. The film was eventually edited, with over 10 minutes of the more graphic sections of the movie being cut. The film's release was delayed to 1985, where it debuted
Thank
in
you, Faye.
July as the first Disney animated feature to receive a PG rating. The film,
I
taking
appreciate
over a
you
decade
shouting
to
out
produce,
everybody.
cost an estimated $44 million, making it the most expensive animated film at the time of its release.
Also, you
Critics
know what,
praised the
Faye?
technical
Shout
aspects
out
of the
June,
film,
too.
but lauded its storyline and characters. It grossed just over $21 million at the box office, resulting in an over $20 million loss for the Walt Disney
Like,
Company.
shout out
The
June,
film's
get
failure
laid
made the new
again.
executive team question the existence of the company's animation department, with Eisner,
Wait, why
Wells,
is
and
there
Katzenberg seriously
wait, why is there a
considering
June
transitioning
2?
to a solely live-action
Wait.
model for Disney. The Black Cauldron was a failure and an embarrassment, and merchandising the film was certainly out of the question. Almost
got
all
the
of the
joke.
Walt Disney Company wanted to forget its existence. Almost.
You know what I meant, though.
Now, there's Tokyo Disneyland. The Japanese
Thank you,
may not
Faye.
be buying our cars, but they are buying our culture. Here's American industrial robots telling the history of Japan, a program not to mention World War II. So, while the
I like
band
that
plays
they
on,
made-
Japan's eating it all up like rice. In its first year,
Jesus
Tokyo
Christ, that
Disneyland
is so
expects 10
fucking
million
it.
visitors.
Holy
The mouse
shit.
biz is big biz in Tokyo these days. Now, if they don't
What is
buy
this
our
ad?
Chevrolets,
That casual racism is scarier than any jump scare I could come up with.
Thank you,
On April
Defunct
15th,
Land.
1983, 2 years before the Black Cauldron's debut,
That was not
Tokyo
subtle.
Disneyland opened,
Jesus
a joint venture
Christ.
between the Walt Disney Company and the Japan-based developer, the Oriental Land Company. Tokyo Disneyland was
Holy
immensely
shit,
popular
that
right out of the
actual
gate,
ad was
with
like
attendance figures
racist as
similar and often
fuck.
better than the Magic
God
Kingdom and Disneyland.
damn.
This was good news for the Walt Disney Company, although many executives were disappointed that the profit from one of the company's biggest successes in the last decade had
And
to be
Faye, I think
shared.
that
Disney and
adds
the Oriental Land Company
way
did not
more-
reinvent the wheel for Tokyo Disneyland, and the park is very similar to the Magic Kingdom and
Holy
Walt Disney
shit,
World.
yeah, no
This is
kidding,
most
that
obvious with the
fucking
park's
ad
icon,
was so
Cinderella
goddamn
Castle.
bad.
But the two nearly identical structures have a key difference.
You want
In
me
the
to
Magic
replay
Kingdom,
it?
Here's a
the Black Cauldron was a failure.
I'll
and an
replay the ad.
embarrassment, and merchandising the film was certainly out of the question. Almost all of the Walt Disney Company wanted to forget its existence. Almost.
Now, there's Tokyo Disneyland. The Japanese may not be buying our cars, but they are buying our culture. Here's American industrial robots telling the history of Japan, a program not to mention World War II. So, while the band plays on, Japan's eating it all up like rice. In its first year, Tokyo Disneyland expects 10 million visitors. The mouse biz is big biz in Tokyo these days. Now, if they'd only buy our Chevrolets,
That casual racism is scarier than any jump scare
That
I could
is
come up
so
with.
fucked
On April
up.
15th, 1983,
That is
2 years
such
before
a
the Black Cauldron's
fucked up
debut,
ad.
Tokyo Disneyland opened, a joint venture between
That
the Walt
is
Disney
so
Company and the
fucked up.
Japan-based developer, the Oriental Land Company. Tokyo Disneyland was
This is
immensely
fucking
popular
Disney.
right out of the gate.
Like,
with attendance
holy
figures
shit, they were
similar and
not
often
even
better than the
fucking
Magic Kingdom and
subtle about
Disneyland.
that
This was
shit.
good news for the Walt Disney Company. Although many executives were disappointed that the profit from one of the company's biggest successes in the last decade had to be shared, Disney and the Oriental Land Company did not reinvent the wheel for Tokyo Disneyland.
Jesus
And the park is very
Christ.
similar to the Magic Kingdom in Walt Disney World. This is most obvious with the park's icon, Cinderella
Like,
Castle. But the two nearly identical
goddamn.
structures have a key difference. In the Magic Kingdom, Cinderella Castle hosts
Even
the
for
popular
that
restaurant,
time, that was
Cinderella's
pretty
Royal
fucking
Table. This is absent in the
strong.
Tokyo Disneyland version. On opening day, there was nothing but
Like,
closed doors
holy
where the
shit.
entrance to Cinderella's royal table was supposed to be. This was because the castle was not meant to host a restaurant. It would instead house an attraction named Cinderella Castle
Moving on
Mystery
from
Tour,
that, though,
a creepy walkthrough of the castle's
this is
dungeons
actually a
complete with
really
encounters with
fucking
famous
cool
Disney
idea.
villains. A manager in the Oriental Land Company described the unique setup as, Cinderella Castle is Tokyo Disneyland's symbol, and Mystery Tour is its ride. The idea for Cinderella Castle Mystery Tour came from the fact that any attraction utilizing the castle space would have to take place underground. This inspired the idea of the castle having dungeons that guests could tour. Mystery Tour takes inspiration from
this
the
is
Japanese
actually
ghost
cool
house.
as fuck.
Both have labyrinth structures depicting scenes of horror, and both showcase terrifying monsters. The
You don't
story that
expect
the
to see this
Imagineers
shit at
created
Disney.
Had the magic mirror from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs taking on a recurring role, but this caused a slight hiccup in the attraction's production. The Imagineers felt that the magic mirror would not be recognizable if its actor's face was, quote, distinctly Japanese. However, they were also aware that the voice,
Still
language,
more?
and dialect could not be American.
Thank you, Disney.
In order to meet these self-imposed restrictions, Imagineers had Tokyo
Jesus
Disneyland's
Christ.
entertainment division translate and record the lines for the mirror. They then took those recordings and filmed an American actor lip-syncing to them back in the United States. At the time of its opening,
Yeah,
Tokyo
that's
Disneyland
Disney
still
for
used
you.
the A-to-E ticket book system. This required guests to purchase
That's
an
a-
admission
that's a
ticket
big-
to get
that's a
in,
big
and additional
yikes.
tickets to ride the
That's a
attractions in the
big
park,
yikes.
typically buying them in a ticket book which held multiple ride tickets. The attractions were ranked in ticket categories from A to E, with A being for the more mundane rides and E being for the more thrilling attractions. The Castle Mystery Tour was listed as a D attraction, placing it among the ranks of the Country Bear Jamboree and the Enchanted Tiki Room. The tour was presented with the tagline, "Can you conquer the evil forces of the Disney villains in the castle?" Guests would gather outside of the attraction's entrance, located on the backside of Cinderella Castle. They would then be welcomed
you
in
for the
groups of around
hydrate.
20 to 30 people, being led by a cast member, typically
Yeah,
female,
you know,
wearing a
Faye,
uniform similar
you got-
to the
you got me
huntsman from
there.
Snow White. The tour was reliant on the cast member spiel, a ride style that is rarely implemented.
Oh,
the Jungle
fuck.
Cruise and the Great
I
Movie
haven't
Ride are
actually
two of
watched
the only
Unusual
Disney
Memes in
attractions
like
to
a hot
utilize it.
minute.
A spiel ride typically provides cast members with a pre-approved script. It is then their responsibility to memorize
Also,
and
I
repeat all
don't
of the
understand the
information while
clock
hitting
app.
all of the beats. This is to ensure the guests receive all of the necessary
Unlike
exposition to understand
Vex,
the
who
ride, and often more importantly, to
has,
allow the
like, a
cast
great
member to
disdain
believably
for the clock
interact
app
with the
because of
attraction's characters and
shadow
rides.
banning.
Within these requirements,
I just
the
don't
cast members
understand
are
it.
generally encouraged to stick to the script while also making it their own. This personalization can take the form of timing preferences,
I don't have the
body
clock
language and
app
delivery,
either.
and sometimes, though mostly discouraged, script changes.
I have a,
the Mystery Castle
I
tour
have
was
what
unique in
most
that the
people would
cast
probably
member had
refer
both
to as a
give
boomer
spiel
brain.
and navigate guests through the attraction. Since there was no
I don't
tracked ride
understand
vehicle
it. I
to do
mean, the
this for
videos
them,
are funny.
The exact wording of the script
I
mixed
just don't
traditional
understand
Japanese
it.
courtesy with the casual speaking style that is expected from Disney's cast members. This was one of the more difficult aspects of training Japanese cast members, since their culture is very specific when it comes to communication and service roles. Guests are given a short introduction describing the tour of Cinderella Castle that they are going to receive.
Holy
Those on the
fuck.
tour will be treated to areas such as the gallery, the ballroom, and the tower. The guide leads them into the first room, pointing out portraits of famous
Okay,
Disney
it really
heroes,
was, though.
Princess Aurora, Pinocchio, Snow White, and Taran from the Black Cauldron. Just as the guide begins to applaud the heroes and their victories against the villains, the magic mirror shows up on one of the walls, displeased that the villains are being demeaned once again. The portraits on the walls change from the heroes to their coinciding villains, as the magic mirror continues to argue with the guide. The mirror wishes to showcase the power of the
You know,
villains.
I
and
wish I
challenges the
remembered
tour
what the
group to
villain's
enter the
name was
mysterious
from Black
dungeons of the
Cauldron,
castle,
because
with
that's
a door
actually
on
a
the wall
really
swinging
fucking
open on its
cool
own.
design
The guide is
for that
surprised
villain.
and urges guests to follow her through the door and down a large staircase, descending
Right?
2 stories.
This fucking
Guests walk
ride is
past
actually
prison bars and
sick.
can hear bats screeching around them. The guide comes up on a spooky laboratory, with a book open to a recipe for
I think you
poison
might be right,
apples.
Beckett.
Miscellaneous magical science equipment is indiscriminately scattered throughout the corner of the room. The witch's shadow can be seen as a crow rocks back and forth on a skull. The guide decides to leave before the witch shows up, taking guests down a series of dark tunnels.
Yeah.
The witch is heard laughing as they escape. The group walks further into the dungeon, with the magic mirror appearing to be reflected down a corridor. They quickly encounter a scene of a swinging axe controlled by a knight. The scene gets even scarier when a previously still set of knight's armor
Hey.
begins to shake in fear. A chest along the wall is pushed open by living skeletons, and the guide screams and gives chase. During the flee, guests pass a short corridor, where a projection of the Night on Bald Mountain portion of Fantasia plays,
Oh,
showing
fuck
Turnavar
yeah.
gathering his army of demons. The guide quickly directs guests away from the scene, walking a bit
Anything
before
using
stopping at what
fucking
appears to be a
Fantasia
peaceful water feature.
clips?
However,
Hell yeah.
Maleficent's minions appear in the water below, threatening guests to either leave or face the evils of their master. As guests rush down
Always
the hallway,
Beckett.
the goons follow, peeking their heads through holes in the dungeon walls. Guests get a glimpse of the outside of
Interjection
the castle,
here.
with a
Can I just say
lightning storm
Fantasia
swirling
is
around it.
fucking cool?
After this, a talking skull warns guests not to continue, but the guide pushes on. The The group then enters the Cave of the Hidden Jewels, filled from top to bottom with shiny golds and diamonds. The guide is thrilled, but a lightning strike reveals that they are not alone in the room. A large dragon roars as steam escapes its jaws.
Fuck yeah!
The guide waves guests
Animatronic
out of the room and
dragon!
into an elevator. Everyone is relieved
Let's
until
go!
the voice of a demon echoes throughout the lift, revealing that he is controlling the ride as guests ascend. The doors open and the guide timidly exits.
Hey, yo,
afraid of
demon?
what could come next.
Dandy?
The group enters a room filled with tapestry displaying the story
Dandy's
of
in
the
the
Black Cauldron.
elevator?
The guide then describes
Hey,
the
yo.
film's plot, an integral part of the spiel considering that no one watched the film. A translation from jtcent.com outlines this part of the script. The guide says, once upon a time, the world was ruled by evil. The Horned King, the evil lord, used the Black Cauldron to manipulate and control the soldiers of death. Then, the courageous and pure-minded hero, Taran, deprived the power of the Great Kiln using his Sword of Light, and peace was restored to the world. The magic mirror interrupts the guide once again, taunting the guests and saying, this is the final challenge. Will good win or evil prosper? The good will face this challenge with courage. The Black Cauldron is waiting to swallow you whole. The guide then chooses a guest, almost always a child, to carry the Sword of Light into the next room. Guests enter the room of the Black Cauldron, with skeletons lying around on the floor. The room goes dark before the fire and smoke illuminate the face of the Horned King, a large, terrifying
Black
animatronic that
M87.
looms above guests. The Horned King addresses his victims by saying the most terrifying anything to ever appear in a Disney anything. He says,
Everyone welcome. In this Black Cauldron, everything in the world is controlled. Don't be afraid. It will all be over shortly. No one can escape from here and you'll be sacrificed to the Black Cauldron.
Holy
Satan's
fuck!
kiln, awaken and resurrect the soldiers of death. Rebuild an army without rivals. The army of death. Rise. The devil's servants. Go and capture them and throw them into the cauldron. Don't leave anyone behind. The Black Cauldron wants more bodies. I swear to the death. Ha ha ha. Nobody can destroy me.
just as all seems to be
Holy
lost,
shit!
a light illuminates in the group. The Chosen One and the Guide are pointing the Sword of Light directly at the Horned King.
What's that? Capture those fools and gratify the Black Cauldron.
The sword shoots
Yo.
beams of light, and the Horned King screams as lights flicker, smoke bellows, the music intensifies, and he is defeated. The lights dim as the Guide cheers that they have won. The rest of the group follows suit, celebrating their victory. The
Yo,
sinister
holy
music is
fuck,
replaced
that
with a
ride is
triumphant
actually
symphony.
kinda
As the door
cool.
rises, light spills
I'm
into
not
the room.
gonna
and guests
lie.
exit, encountering the only portion of the ride to display English, with a sign saying, "Good conquers evil." The guide directs everyone's attention to the tour's hero, placing a medal around their neck. The guide then thanks everyone for going on the adventure before directing them back outside. The Mystery Tour was one of the most unique and bizarre Disney attractions ever created. Extraterrestrial Alien Encounter, the 1994 addition to the Magic Kingdom's Tomorrowland, which is widely considered Disney's scariest creation ever, warned guests up front of the ride's intense themes. Mystery Tour did the exact opposite, drawing guests in, promising them a tour of the beautiful Cinderella Castle, only to send them on a horrifying chase through the castle's dungeons. Mystery Tour was one of the longest attractions at Tokyo Disneyland at about 16 minutes in length. As previously stated, a single sign at the end of the attraction is the only English guests would be subjected to during the tour, unlike most rides at Tokyo Disneyland, which make an attempt to implement English throughout for international guests. The guides quickly learned to warn American and European guests not to ride the attraction because of this. The Mystery Tour officially opened on July 11, 1986. Tokyo Disneyland created some promotional material for the ride, but with the massive crowds that the park drew in, the Mystery Tour's success was almost guaranteed. In its first few months of operation, wait times of 2 to 3 hours were common. Tokyo Disneyland would further promote the Mystery Tour by creating this absolutely terrifying walk-around character. My god, who approved this? The Mystery Tour also appeared in a Tokyo Disneyland video game made for the Super Nintendo in 1994. The attraction serves as the final stage of the game, with Mickey running through the dungeons of the castle and passing by familiar scenes to
Thank you
those
for the
that have
hydrate.
experienced the Mystery
I
Tour.
love the fact
The
that they
Mystery Tour
actually made that a
operated for
part of a
20 years,
game.
with little to no change or notable events. The attraction quietly closed its doors on April 5th, 2006. Guests experiencing the attraction in its final days were each given one of the hero's medals, as opposed to just the
Thank you
chosen
for the
one
posture
that
check.
held the Sword of Light. Many have speculated the exact reason for the Mystery Tour's closure. The most widely believed theory is that the attraction was too scary for younger audiences, which seems
It's
plausible
fair.
given the ride's dark theming, script, and character designs. The ride was not one of the most popular in the park, whether it be for its sinister nature or its secluded entrance. Another speculation for the closure is the attraction's limited capacity and high operating costs. While the Mystery Tour most likely couldn't cycle more than 1,000 guests per hour and did require multiple cast members performing spiels, this reason is less likely given that the attraction's maintenance costs were much lower since there was no ride system in place. Of all of the speculated reasons, the one with the most solid basis is a theory regarding the structural integrity of the ride and Cinderella Castle. The same year that the attraction closed, Japan increased its earthquake preparation regulations, with a newly required seismic structural check for buildings more than 3 stories tall. The check evaluated the structure's ability to sustain motion caused by earthquakes or tsunamis, as well as analyzed the stability of the foundation. Many believe that additional earthquake support was needed for Cinderella Castle and the attraction, and that in order to meet these new requirements, the attraction would have to be removed and reinstalled. The Oriental Land Company, possibly due to the attraction's dark themes, low capacity, and lack of popularity, decided that rebuilding it would not be worth the time and money. On April 15, 2011, just over 5 years after Mystery Tour's closure, a new castle tour entitled Cinderella's Fairy Tale Hall opened. The attraction is a lot different than its predecessor. It is essentially a walkthrough exhibit, with mini figurines, artwork, and photo opportunities. Disappointingly, there is no continuous story to Fairy Tale Hall. It's almost the exact tour that was promised to guests at the beginning of Mystery Tour before things went awry. While it is unfortunate that such a bold and unique attraction was replaced with a much safer alternative, the addition of Cinderella's Fairy Tale Hall makes perfect sense, and it arguably fits the theming and tone of Cinderella Castle better than Mystery Tour did. Cinderella Castle Mystery Tour was one of the most unique Disney attractions of all time. It is the only Disney attraction to prominently feature characters from the Black Cauldron, and it is one of, if not the darkest Disney attraction ever created. Its unique style has inspired the creation of other attractions of its kind. For one, Disneyland Paris' Sleeping Beauty Castle houses a walkthrough attraction called the Dragon's Lair, which allows guests to go underneath the castle and encounter a massive dragon animatronic. Most notably, a new castle walkthrough attraction that opened with Shanghai Disneyland in 2016. The attraction uses similar elements to the Mystery Tour, with more tame theming and scenes. Many fans are disappointed that the Mystery Tour was removed.
Right?
A larger amount of theme park and Disney fans are unaware that it ever existed. With so much focus going to the US parks, it is surprising to many that the most unique attractions are actually those that exist overseas. The Japanese market and the Oriental Land Company pushes the Imagineers to step outside of their comfort zone, and it is in that environment that a new level of art can be produced. The more ambitious the storytelling, the more strong the audience's reaction to it, whether it be negative, positive, or just plain confusing.
Ah, that was lovely. I want to see if there's one on another. Oh dear. I don't think we want to go to that one. That one would just be more of the same. You know what, let's do this one.
So it's the lighting. It's getting the lighting and video just balanced. So you can see it.
For those dino nuggets.
Mr. Eisner?
Oh, Michael.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Eisner. Sorry to disturb you, but I'm delivering to you Mr. Barry Bostwick and Mr. Richard Kind. If you'll just sign for them.
Really?
Yeah, right on there. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Hey, Michael.
Richard. Hi, Michael. Barry. So?
Yeah, we were told to meet the Big Cheese at the Disneyland Resort.
The Big Cheese? I'm not the big. I wish I was the Big Cheese. This is the Big Cheese.
Oh! Hiya, fellas! Gee, I've been looking for you all day. Well, I want to give you a personal tour of Disney's California Adventure. Ooh, what do you say we start with a ride on California Screamin'?
So, Mickey, it's just you and me, and I love that ride, and I want to go on it with you.
Aw. Okay, boss.
Okay, boss. And you know, Mickey, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful theme park.
You betcha.
It wasn't. And now the story of a company in panic, and the one CEO who just couldn't seem to catch a break.
I love it.
It is Defunctland.
god, that
On
was
July
so
17th,
good.
1955,
That-
Disneyland opened its gates to the public, and along with elaborate theming, it had an expansive,
Oh.
magical parking lot. Due to its placement in Anaheim, Disneyland's land was far from sprawling. This made the parking lot prime real estate for any kind of expansion, including a potential second gate. While a variety of concepts for a second park were proposed over the years, it wouldn't be until 1982 that the Walt Disney Company would seriously begin to consider it. On October 1st of that year, Epcot Center in Orlando, Florida's Walt Disney World opened. This created the Walt Disney World Resort as it is known today, and it made a multi-day vacation to the resort necessary if guests were going to explore all of the offerings. 2 years later in 1984, it was becoming increasingly clear that, despite Epcot's success, Disney as a company was not doing well. A string of box office failures from their studio and big budget projects for the parks had brought Disney to the lowest point in the company's history, and many feared a takeover. In a bold move by the company, then CEO and President Ron Miller was ousted, and Michael Eisner was brought in as the company's new CEO. Eisner had big plans for the company, the most notable of which were to turn the company's failing studios around, make the existing Disney parks more appealing to older audiences, expand internationally with the addition of a European park, and finally make Anaheim a multi-day resort with the addition of a second gate.
Thank you for the hydrate.
In 1987, the Walt Disney Company acquired the Rather Corporation. Decades earlier in the mid-1950s, Walt Disney had asked oil tycoon and television producer Jack Rather to build the Disneyland Hotel, since Disney lacked the funds, having spent most of his money constructing Disneyland. Since then and up until Disney's acquisition in 1987, the Rather Corporation had owned the Disneyland Hotel and property near the theme park. The obvious next step after obtaining the necessary assets was to finally build a second theme park in the Disneyland Resort, and it might have been that simple, had Eisner not gotten distracted. Apart from the Disneyland Hotel, the Rather Corporation also owned the RMS Queen Mary, a retired ocean liner that was permanently docked in Long Beach, California.
I forgot
After
about
Disney
the
acquired
Queen
the Rather
Mary.
Corporation, Eisner became interested in transforming the Queen Mary and surrounding land into a new resort called Port Disney. Port Disney was to feature hotels, a cruise ship dock, and an all-new ocean-themed amusement park called Disney Sea. Eisner pitted the cities of Anaheim and Long Beach against one another, trying to decide whether
Yeah.
to build Disney
The
Sea
Queen
as the
Mary
second
is,
gate
like,
to the Disneyland
haunted as
Resort or build it in
fuck.
Long Beach within Port Disney. The announcement was made in January of 1990, and Anaheim and Long Beach both worked with Disney in order to bring the new theme park to their city. However,
Ooh.
the citizens of both
Oh,
cities were
that's
not
not
thrilled
good.
with the Disney
Fuck it.
expansion, citing the issues
Hope
the
you're okay.
residential neighborhoods of Anaheim already faced due to the existing park. This, along with a variety of other legal, logistical, and budgetary issues, caused Eisner to announce in late 1991 that plans for Port Disney and Disney Sea had been scrapped in favor of an alternative idea that the Imagineers had been drafting. Due to the popularity of Florida's Epcot, Eisner and the Imagineers believed that a West Coast version of the park was the best idea for Disneyland's second gate. The park would have been almost identical to Epcot, with a few notable changes, such as a larger spaceship Earth, improved future world attractions, and a much different world showcase, including a steel dragon coaster in the Asia Pavilion and a boat cruise around the entire world.
God damn, they had
Westcott was
big
announced at the
plans
same
for the
time as the
West
cancellation of
Disney.
Port Disney and Disney Sea in 1991. 1 year later, Euro Disneyland would open, which, for a variety of reasons that are too long to discuss here, failed horribly. The budget for the parks division was cut dramatically, and as ideas for Westcott grew, it became clear that the company could not afford such an expansion.
Wait,
but Eisner did
they
not
were
give
gonna
up
call
on
it
the Disneyland Resort, and
Westcott?
despite the issues, went forward with his plans for a second park. Eisner had a simple technique that he often used when he decided on new projects. The technique is known as jealousy. Whenever Eisner saw another company doing something successfully, he decided that Disney would do the same thing. Moreover, he would
You
take
know,
the
that
idea
explains
and
a
do
lot.
basically the same thing in basically the same place. For instance, after seeing the success of the amusement park zoo hybrid Busch Gardens Tampa in the early 90s, he greenlit Disney's Animal Kingdom. The park was just over
That
an hour from Busch
explains
Gardens.
so
After
fucking
seeing the
much.
success of the Church Street Station nightclubs in Orlando, Florida, Eisner greenlit his own nightclubs in Pleasure Island at the Disney Village Marketplace. Pleasure Island was about half an hour from Church Street Station. So when Westcott was canceled and Disney returned to the drawing board, it wouldn't be long until
That
Eisner was presented
explains
with a new
so
idea. Since the
fucking
Disneyland
much
Resort at the
about
time provided
Disney's
such a short visit to vacationers, many of the
choices.
guests would go explore the other tourist offerings
God,
of California
Eisner's a
after their
hack.
trip. Disneyland president Paul Pressler recognized this
That
and
makes
pitched an
sense,
idea
though.
to Eisner. If Disney could provide all the sights and attractions of the state of California within the Disneyland Resort, then guests would have no reason to leave and spend their money elsewhere. This concept
Also,
would develop into the
if
plans
anyone's
for
wondering,
California Adventure,
Busch Gardens
a
is fucking
California-themed theme
fantastic.
park to be located in the
That is a
already
great
California-themed California.
concept art for the park was released in 1996, a year after Westcott was canceled. The release stated that California Adventure would feature everything from soaring above Yosemite Valley to the glitz and glamour of Hollywood movie making. The original concept art from the park had a sense of serenity, and it seemed to be designed as an intimate, romantic tribute to California. In the Hollywood section of the park, there was to be a recreation of the theme building, the observation deck, and former restaurant at the Los Angeles International Airport, which was being renovated by Walt Disney Imagineering around the time that California Adventure was in development. This was to be the show building to one of California Adventure's signature attractions, Superstar Limo, a high-speed dark ride that would take guests on a wild paparazzi chase through Hollywood. As guests boarded the attraction, they would be greeted by Michael Eisner himself. Eisner would tell guests that they had to get to the big premiere at Grauman's Chinese Theater as soon as possible to sign a contract for their next film. But he warned guests that the paparazzi were all over town, and if they were caught doing anything to ruin their image, then Eisner would have to cancel the deal. The limo driver would then floor it in an attempt to get guests to the movie premiere on time.
Yep.
According to Disney historian Jim Hill, the ride system would have been a combination of a traditional dark ride and a family-friendly roller coaster. The ride would have also included a variety of jokes and gags. For instance, guests would fly past the famous Tail of the Pup hot dog stand with a large man in rhinestones creating sounds of flatulence. But as guests turned the corner, it would become clear that this was actually Elvis Presley squirting mustard onto a hot dog. The ride ended with guests reaching the Chinese Theater, only to have Eisner tell them that he would have to cancel the contract because they had been caught by the paparazzi. Then, a picture taken of guests while on the ride would be shown, cropped into a tabloid reporting on their limo chase. After this, guests would exit and walk the red carpet into the Chinese Theater, which was the gift shop and exit to the attraction, where fake Oscars, on-ride photos, and t-shirts would have been sold. The original concept of Superstar Limo was nothing groundbreaking, but it seemed that it would have been a fun dark ride that would have fit perfectly in the Hollywood section of the park. However, the mid-90s version of the attraction would not be the one that guests experienced when the park opened, and this time, it wasn't Eisner's fault.
Here we go.
In August of 1997 in Paris, France, Diana, Princess of Wales, was killed in a limo accident. Her driver was supposedly fleeing from paparazzi when he lost control of the wheel. The tragedy captured the attention of the entire world, who grieved the death of the princess and the other passengers. As for Eisner and his team, they now had a big problem. Superstar Limo could no longer be a high-speed paparazzi chase, because it would now seem that it was some sort of twisted reference to the tragedy. The Imagineers scrambled, briefly considering cloning a Disney MGM attraction to the Anaheim Park. Top contenders were the Great Movie Ride, the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror, or Rock and Roller Coaster, which at the time was still in development. Of these, the Tower of Terror was probably considered to be the top contender, as Eisner was heavily pushing for the idea of a ride-hotel hybrid.
Literally,
on top of
they
most
should have
everyone
just done the
besides
Rock and
him
Roller
thinking that this
Coaster.
was a bad idea that logistically would be problematic,
That
if
would
not
have actually
impossible.
been
It was
really
also clear
fucking
that the
good out
budget for
there in
California Adventure
California.
would not allow for this, or any of the other potential attractions, which meant that the Hollywood section
Because
of
you're
the
talking
park
about this.
would
This
not
is the
have a
late
ride on
'90s,
opening
and that's
day.
fucking Aerosmith.
Or would it? Forced, whether by situation or executives, to write a treatment for an acceptable version of Superstar Limo,
That
the
just
Imagineers had a few
sells.
solutions. 1. Remove most of the references to paparazzi. 2. Remove any high-speed element by having the limos inch forward through the show building. And 3. Add more setting-specific jokes and gags. The idea wasn't good, and the Imagineers considered Superstar Limo to be dead. Unfortunately, if their job was to please the boss, they had done it a little too well. Eisner, who had been in the entertainment industry for decades, adored the inside jokes and Hollywood gags. He loved them so much that he greenlit the new, terrible version of the attraction. Imagineering, most likely baffled at what they now had to do, did their best to make the attraction work. This included scrapping the Chinese Theater gift shop, and adding the theater as a show scene in the ride in order to fill time. After budgets were slashed even more, the theme
Compared
building
to
exterior
that-
was scrapped in favor of a cartoonish cutout look. This art style was also used within the ride itself. The only three-dimensional animated figures would be that of celebrities. But due to the lack of budget, these would have to be celebrities whose likenesses were cheap or stars that the Walt Disney Company already had contracts with. Also, these were not animatronics, but barely animated figures with minimal, unconvincing movement. At some point, Eisner realized that the ride was going to be bad, so he made a few quick changes to save face. First, he removed a reference to DreamWorks Animation that read Dream Jerks Animation, which referenced the ongoing feud between former president of Walt Disney Studios Jeffrey Katzenberg, who now worked for DreamWorks, and Eisner. Also, Eisner asked Imagineering to remove him from the ride, and the on-ride footage was replaced with a sleazy Hollywood agent barking orders at guests, proving that Superstar Limo foreshadowed more than one catastrophe.
the
The
hydrate.
retooled ride opened with California Adventure on February 8th, 2001. So was it as bad as they thought it would be? Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, it
California
was.
Dream Ride, and thank you for the posture check. Oh,
Here and around Hollywood Boulevard, there's lots of fun and interesting places to eat and shop, all geared to bring out the Hollywood in everyone. And if you've ever wanted to be a star, then you have to ride Superstar Limo.
That guy.
The cartoon cutout exterior of Superstar Limo features a variety of landmarks from Los Angeles, such as Union Station, City Hall, and the Beverly Hills Hotel. One section features the world's shortest railway, Los Angeles' Angel's Flight. The railway, which was constructed in 1901, had recently reopened, but an accident resulted in the death of a passenger on February 1st, 2001, exactly 1 week before California Adventure and Superstar Limo would open. However, the prominent reference on the queue's exterior would not be removed. Another interesting feature was the flower bed that was decorated to look like a pool. After making their way into the queue, guests would find themselves in the baggage claim area in the LAX airport. The inside jokes to California and the entertainment industry would begin with a female announcer giving instructions to arriving passengers.
The white zone is for loading and unloading only. No schmoozing.
Further into the queue, guests would encounter television screens playing an entertainment news report featuring a horrifying puppet version of the late Joan Rivers. Rivers would describe Hollywood's next biggest star, who was set to arrive at LAX that day. The star turns out to be the guest entering the ride. In this queue area, there were more cartoon cutouts that helped foreshadow what a terrible experience guests were about to have.
Yeah.
One example of this was a baggage carousel with packaged Oscars. After guests winded their way through the queue, they would approach the ground transportation section of the airport and board their limo, a sparkly, purple, cartoonish limo. A cast member guides them into their cars and tells them to enjoy their premiere. Guests are then sent on their way into their soon-to-be recurring nightmare. An announcer tells them to keep their hands, feet, and egos in the limo at all times. Ha! The limo enters a dark tunnel, and the guest agent appears on the screen attached to the ride's vehicle. Despite being a creepy, gross puppet, this turned out to be the most realistic part of the ride.
Now don't be late, babe.
The first showroom is Beverly Hills, and Regis Philbin pops out of the door, fanning himself with money. Next up, Melanie Griffith with Antonio Banderas, then immediately following, Cindy Crawford. And this is just the beginning. The next show scene is the Sunset Strip. Here, guests get to see Tim Allen and Jackie Chan. After this, guests enter a second tunnel and are reminded by their agent to not be late. The third show scene is Bel Air, where guests can see Drew Carey with a handful of star maps. Guests also run into sponsors trying to get them to sign advertising deals. A third tunnel features another reminder from their agent before the Malibu show scene. Here, guests encounter Cher, standing in the corner of the scene as if she doesn't want to be there. The limo then enters the studio lots, where guests encounter paparazzi, screenwriters, and production assistants, all represented through cheap cutouts. After this, guests arrive for their premiere, where none other than Whoopi Goldberg greets them. Guests are shown an on-ride photo of themselves before entering a final tunnel, where their agent tells them that they are a superstar. And that was Superstar Limo.
So now everybody, I thought
No
we'd go
kidding.
over Superstar Limo.
Yeah,
You know why?
Why?
Well, because I'm on it.
Excellent.
That's right, because we're here at California Adventures, right next to Disneyland.
Exactly, located right next to Disney.
Superstar Limo has
It's
an
actually
exact...
Superstar Limo?
The picture of me is Superstar Limo. It looks exactly like you. You just can't believe it.
Really? It's gonna
It's like a photograph.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Now, this is not a scary fast ride, right?
No. This is just like a scenic, like as if you were new in Hollywood and you want to become a superstar.
You know, that checks out.
Come on, my darling, let's take a ride.
Yeah. Say hi.
See you on the way back.
Say hi to me. Yeah, this is a real.
Is that fucking Smash Man?
Whoa.
Wow.
It's like a fucking Smash Man.
Oh, see?
Introduced by vivacious Melanie Griffith and dashing Antonio Banderas. Wow. And there's Hollywood beauty, Cindy Crawford. Oh, Cindy.
Cindy Crawford.
All right. Hey, there's Tim Allen. Hold your sides, everyone. It's Funny Man Tim Allen. Come to Bel Air.
Oh god, you can tell they don't want to be there anymore.
Robert Zemeckis. Hello, party. Hold your breath now. Whoa!
We got a picture of him.
Come on. Melanie, where the beautiful becomes even more beautiful.
Pretend you're sleeping for the picture.
Pretend you're sleeping.
Why, the always entertaining Cher. Movie.
Wow.
Hollywood favorite, Whoopi Goldberg.
Whoopee. All right, we're going to Sorrel, California.
There might be no better way to illustrate the reaction the public had to the ride than the on-ride photos. It is no surprise that the ride was received negatively, with guests complaining that they had waited a half hour to ride the cheap pop-up book. Superstar Limo was not the only issue. California Adventure as a whole was berated by the general public and critics alike.
But overall, the lines were so short at times out here.
I thought it was closed. This is outstanding.
The concept was bad, the execution was worse, and Superstar Limo was unforgivable. It is no surprise that on January 11th, 2002, less than a year after the park opened, Superstar Limo was closed. Management had no replacement in mind. They just realized that guests visiting California Adventure would be a lot happier if they never experienced the attraction. The building sat abandoned in the Hollywood Pictures backlot for 4 years. Rumors circulated of various redressings that the ride could undergo. Jim Hill reported that the Imagineers were considering retooling the ride into Goofy's Superstar Limo, where Goofy would drive guests through Hollywood, and the C-list celebrities would be replaced with classic animated Disney characters. To pull this off, Disney would take over 100 Disney figures that had been placed in Disney stores throughout the United States, and move them into the new show scenes. Another idea was to reopen the ride as is, and over the course of a few months, introduce animatronics of the Muppets cast at various points in the ride. These characters would be wearing hard hats and be actively renovating Superstar Limo as guests rode through it. The Muppets would also be commenting on how horrible the current version of the ride was. The finished product after the transformation would be Miss Piggy's Superstar Limo. Of course, neither of these ideas happened, and the building continued to sit abandoned. It wouldn't be until after Eisner
replacing
stepped down
that
from
with the
CEO
Muppets
in
actually might have
2005
worked.
that the Superstar Limo space would receive a new attraction. As the first step in what would become a $1.5 billion expansion and renovation to California Adventure, the new management team constructed the Pixar-themed dark ride, Monsters, Inc. Mike and Sully to the Rescue. The simple dark ride would take guests throughout the events of the first Monsters, Inc. film, and it was set to open on January 23rd, 2006.
That's not a terrible
but
idea
that is not
either.
the end of Superstar Limo's story. Oh no. The ride very much lives on, in the absolute worst way possible. Since the Monsters, Inc. dark ride was a quick fix for the park, coming a year before the major expansion, it didn't have the budget to bulldoze the space and start over. Quite the opposite, really. In order to save money, the Imagineers decided to utilize as much of Superstar Limo as possible. This included retrofitting the cutout exterior with door designs, which actually matched the film's intro animation, repurposing the limos into Monstropolis taxis, reusing the track layout and some of the tunnel sequences, and there was one more thing. Oh yeah, they stripped the C-list celebrity figures and dressed them into various animatronics throughout the ride. Some of these Zombatronics are more obvious than others, and the Drew Carey and Jackie Chan figures are especially easy to spot. But don't worry, most, if not every figure in the ride was reused in some way. While the new ride has received mixed reviews, and its inclusion of the previous attraction's assets is unsettling to say the least, it is a far better dark ride than Superstar Limo. While Disney might wish they could erase Superstar Limo from the memories of the unfortunate park guests that experienced it, it is still important to remember the ride and the other missteps of California Adventure. The story is a good reminder that even a company as big as Disney can still get themselves into financial difficulty, creative gridlock, and even some pretty wacky situations.
Less horrifying,
On the next,
but still
Defunctland,
not
Michael Eisner
any
learns the
better.
differences between building a park in Tokyo and building a park in Paris.
We'll resort to the magic of Disney and hope that, in the end, makes the dream come true.
Yeah, it's not much better, but it's better enough. Holy shit. That is just... Oh my god. Let me see if I can find another one. Yeah, since he talked about it a little bit ago, let's go with Euro Disney.
Et maintenant, je déclare Euro Disney officiellement ouvert.
I wonder how long he practiced that. Alright, Krim Krim, thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And thank you for the hydrate. Let's go. You got this, Crimson.
Called Euro Disneyland, it will have cost the Disney Corporation $4 billion. Disney executives are hoping that within a year of opening, 11 million people will have gone through the gates.
This agreement with the Walt Disney Company.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
A very, very interesting contract and affair. I'm sure it will be a great success.
This intro.
Euro Disneyland is dedicated to the young and the young at heart, with the hope that it will be a source of joy and inspiration for all the world.
Oh no.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we proudly present Space Mountain.
On January 15th, 1975, the first Space Mountain opened in the Magic Kingdom at Walt
No
Disney.
kidding, he was literally like looking over into the book.
All the way back to the early 1960s, with Walt Disney and Imagineer John Hench discussing a new Tomorrowland attraction to be named Spaceport. After the success of the Matterhorn, Arrow's revolutionary tubular steel coaster, Disney and Hench wanted to utilize the unique ride system. This time, instead of taking guests to the top of the Swiss Alps, the coaster would take guests on a trip through the final frontier. Unfortunately, when Walt Disney died on December 15, 1966, the plans were shelved, as the company was more focused on completing Walt's Florida project. However, after the Magic Kingdom proved to be massively successful upon its debut in 1971, it was clear that an expansion to the park was necessary.
I have an interesting story about Space Mountain as well.
The park needed more e-ticket attractions to appease young thrill seekers.
Hold on.
The first solution to this was...
Let me pause this for a second. I am curious. Oh fuck. No, Space Mountain without that? No, that's a fuck that. That's a big fuck that. That is a huge fuck that moment. Whew. Yeah, no, that. Space Mountain, definitely no. Whew. Holy shit. Yeah, that's scary. Oh. I don't think anyone has, but the ride is definitely due for some like updates. Whew. Yeah, no, roller coasters scare me for safety reasons. A lot. Also the fact that I just hate drops and heights. Understandable. If that's happened twice, understandable. My experience isn't anywhere near that bad. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, no. That's a big hell no for me. Yeah. Because that thing's not supposed to pop loose at all. In the slightest. So if it's like popping out, hell no. Yeah, not fucking dealing with that.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Exactly.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave.
Excuse.
Exactly. Yeah, at that moment, just no. You're just done. You're just out. %100%. Just fuck all of that. At that point. Whew. But like my experience is nowhere near that bad because my experience involves not actually getting on the ride at all. Because we went down there once in like October, so you're just thinking like, oh, it's October, you know, it's not gonna be like super fucking hot, Florida. Fucking wrong. Like 90 fucking degrees outside. So we're at Magic Kingdom, walking around, and some of my family want to ride Space Mountain. So we get there. It is lined up all the way out to the next section of the park. So they're like, okay, we want to ride this. And so I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to go walk around the park. You guys have fun. I'm going to go walk around. Because the reason why it was lined up so bad is because of how hot it was that day. A lot of the rides had actually kind of broken down and needed to cool off. So I'm like, okay, there's like 3 fucking rides here that are working. The Pirates of the Caribbean ride, which we had just gotten off of, It's a Small World, and Space Mountain. There are like legitimately 3 rides that are fucking working at this point. So everybody is lined up for those 3 fucking rides. And I can tell you right now, you cannot pay me to go on It's a Small World. Fuck that ride. Fuck It's a Small World. Fuck that ride. That is fucking torture. Do not ever put me on that fucking ride. Dooney, no. Dooney, no. The song, and the subtle racism, but the song. I say subtle racism, that's not fucking subtle. That is an old fucking ride. Fuck that ride. Fuck that fucking ride. Oh. Yeah, no, It's a Small World is like genuinely, it still has the racist shit in it because it's not updated. It's really not even subtle. It's all stereotypes. It's literally just all stereotypes in that fucking ride, and it's old as fuck. Plus you have that annoying song that plays the whole goddamn time, and it just loops the one fucking line. It's just one fucking line that loops the entire goddamn ride, and it fucking stops half the time when you're riding it, so you get stuck in there for like 2 to 3 minutes before it starts again, and you just have to hear that one fucking line of the song over and over and over again. I'm good. But anyways, fuck that ride. Thank you all. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you for the hydrate. And the posture check. And the grow. And I'm also gonna get to the annihilate code now. I just need to, like, move this just a second. Yeah, that's literally the only thing they've changed about that ride since it opened. So here we go. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
To create a hasty and abridged version of Disneyland's Pirates of the Caribbean, which would open in the Adventureland section of the park in 1973. The next step was a major expansion to Tomorrowland. This included moving the Carousel of Progress from Disneyland into a new Carousel Theater, building a new people mover in the form of the Tomorrowland Transit Authority, and finally realizing Disney and Hench's dream of an indoor coaster themed after spaceflight. Disney approached communications company RCA to sponsor the attraction, and they agreed, providing $10 million of Space Mountain's approximately $20 million construction cost. The show building, built on the other side of the park's train tracks, featured a paper-white exterior with a conical shape and tall futuristic spires. The coaster featured 2 separate tracks and a variety of props and special effects. Space Mountain opened at the Magic Kingdom on January 15th, 1975, along with the Carousel of Progress. It debuted to much fanfare, with an entire television special leading up to its grand opening.
Hi. How are you?
Good afternoon.
I'm Lucy.
Arnez. I'm Lyle.
Wagoner.
Meet
Tommy.
Toon.
We've been invited to Disney World to see Space Mountain.
We're traveling light. We brought a smile, a dance, a song.
To say Space Mountain was a hit would be an understatement. The ride was so successful that 2 years later, in 1977, Disneyland would receive a Space Mountain of its own. A multitude of size and track accommodations had to be implemented in order to fit the attraction into Disneyland's limited space. But the experience of the 2 attractions was essentially the same, with Disneyland's different ride cars, lack of 2-track system, and smaller size being the main differences. In 1983, 6 years after Disneyland Space Mountain would debut, Tokyo Disneyland would open its gates. The Japanese park featured a Space Mountain on its opening day, closely resembling Disneyland's version. Once again, the coaster received a positive response from guests. In fact, Tokyo Disneyland overall was a massive success for Disney and the Oriental Land Company, the company that owns and operates Tokyo Disney Resort.
From the outside, it looks a lot like the other 2, but there's one startling difference about Japan's Magic Kingdom. Walt Disney World Productions is designing it, even sharing in the profits, but they do not own this one. Oriental Land Company does. And they wanted not a Mickey with slanted eyes, but a mouse that roared American.
The Oriental Land Company pays Disney to license its properties and contract its Imagineers, a system that has resulted in arguably the best Disney resort. In 1984,
what are
the year
these
after
old
Tokyo
fucking
Disneyland debuted,
reports?
the Walt Disney Company hired a new CEO.
Jesus
and he
fucking
had one
Christ!
question: where to next?
Holy fuck!
At the top of the showbiz headlines, the Premier of France and the President of the Disney Company signed a multi-million-dollar deal today to open Euro Disney in France. The agreement comes after 2 years of negotiations, during which Disney agreed to give the new park a French flavor. Set to open in 5 years, the world's 4th Disney playground will occupy 4,400 acres of what is now farmland, 20 miles east of Paris. As part of that cultural compromise, Mickey will still be Mickey and Donald will still be Donald.
That side of
but
Paris
in Euro
is
Disney,
in this
Goofy becomes Dingo,
fucking clip.
and Snow White will be called Blanche-Neige. Liz?
Just 1 year after becoming chairman and CEO of the Walt Disney Company, Michael Eisner announced plans for a Euro Disneyland to be constructed near Paris, France. This seemed like the next obvious step for international expansion. There was only one problem: they forgot to ask France. While the project was built in coordination with the French government and French contractors, clearly the head of public opinion polling at the Walt Disney Company phoned in his report or was fired after reading the results because the citizens of France were very much not on board. Many prominent French commentators expressed distaste for what they saw as a capitalistic invasion of their beautiful countryside, some going as far as to promote burning the resort down and describing it as a cultural Chernobyl. The CEO of the resort, Robert Fitzpatrick, attempted to assuage the situation by explaining that the company didn't come in and say, okay, we're going to put a beret and a baguette on Mickey Mouse. And yet, potential arsons and comparisons to deadly catastrophes turned out to be the least of the resort's worries.
The Magic Kingdom as a park predominantly was developed 30 years ago and will be brought to France intact. It will be different.
Thank you for the
in that
hydrate.
It will take not only advantage of, but have respect for the the French culture.
And thank you for the posture.
We will be beginning now to look at various different means of financing all of the different parts of Euro Disneyland, and we'll resort to the magic of Disney.
Magic! I'm getting me mallet!
It's the dream come true.
Here are just a few of the issues that Disney experienced before opening. Number 1. Disney executives such as Michael Eisner require that solely English be spoken during all developmental meetings,
Also,
sparking outrage
excellent
among French
music
citizens.
choice here.
Number 2. Disney's cast member guidelines prohibiting jewelry, facial hair, and certain hairstyles not only angered and disgusted the French as a violation of individual liberties, but it turns out that it was also illegal under French law. Euro Disney spokesman Thor Dengelman pointed out that without the rule, the company would not be able to provide the Disney product that people would be expecting. He completely forgot that no one wanted the product to begin with. He went on to say, "It would be like going to see a production of Hamlet in which everyone looked different than you expected. Would you ever go again?" Number 3. In the 4 years leading up to Euro Disneyland's opening, 3 theme parks, all with budgets well over $100 million, opened in France. And by Euro Disneyland's opening, 2 had gone bankrupt and 1 was in financial ruin. Not a good sign, but Fitzpatrick was quick to comment, "My biggest fear is that we will be too successful." Plans were announced for an MGM Studios Europe and a European Epcot before Euro Disneyland even opened. Number 4. Operating under this lack of hesitation, Eisner made sure that the Walt Disney Company would own a 49% stake in the Euro Disneyland Resort, and the only reason they didn't own more was because the French government wouldn't allow it. Number 5. At some point, the French government began dropping heavy hints to Eisner and the other executives that perhaps the French would not accept a full-on Disney invasion. Number 6. As construction progressed, protesting increased. On one trip by Eisner to check on the development, he was greeted by demonstrators that were throwing eggs and globs of ketchup and holding Mickey Go Home signs. Number 7. Small villages near the resort expressed concerns over the noise that a nighttime fireworks show would make. Number 8. Disney, sticking with their typical policy, banned wine from the French theme park. And finally, number 9. The name Euro Disneyland did not play well in Europe. As Eisner later stated, as Americans, the word Euro is believed to mean glamorous or exciting. For Europeans, it turned out to be a term that they associated with business, currency, and commerce. All of those issues, and I'm sure others that I did not mention, were all present before opening day. So did Eisner and Disney manage to work out all of the kinks, and did Euro Disneyland turn out to be another smashing success for the company?
You know, if they would have allowed wine, I don't think they would have had a problem. I'll be honest, I think that was the part that really got them. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
And discover the magic.
I think that is like the tipping point.
Euro Disney Paris, the most spectacular holiday in Europe. Call this number now for your free brochure or hotel reservations.
Disney is not known for nailing their opening day events. The opening of Disneyland was disastrous for a variety of reasons, the most cited being the use of counterfeit tickets that more than doubled the expected number of visitors. The opening day of Euro Disneyland, April 12, 1992, had the exact opposite problem. The head of public opinion polling, most likely given one last chance by the company, estimated that around 500,000 visitors could show up on opening day. How many actually showed up? Around 25,000.
Oh,
More
fuck.
people rushed through the gates of Disneyland on the press preview day in 1955 than entered Euro Disneyland on its opening day in 1992. This was for a variety of reasons. First, scared at the potential of 500,000 guests at a park made for around 60,000, the French government, police, media, and Disney attempted to warn the masses not to all come on opening day. This worked a little too well. Also, employees working for the suburban railroad between Paris and Euro Disneyland went on strike, most likely due to the impossible workload of shuttling the projected amount of visitors to the park. Supposedly, 2 bombs were detonated on nearby power lines in an attempt to sabotage the park's opening, although this did not cut off electricity. The attendance numbers for opening day were embarrassing, and Eisner and Disney hoped that this was just a one-day anomaly. Perhaps the most depressing part of the entire situation was that the park itself was brilliant. Spearheaded by famed Imagineer Tony Baxter, Europe's Magic Kingdom was a beautiful, classy, and quaint version of its predecessors. Not only did it have intricate theming and groundbreaking storytelling continuity, but the park maintained a surprisingly calm atmosphere, the theme park equivalent to a Sunday stroll. Baxter and his team did their homework, and had it not been for their care and consideration, the outrage the park caused could have been a lot worse. Baxter made the integration of French culture look easy. This could be due to the fact that he had been drawing inspiration from one Frenchman in particular for nearly 2 decades. Both Walt Disney and Tony Baxter had a mutual appreciation for the work of 19th century French novelist Jules Verne. Verne's novels are among the most recognizable of his era, and his work, along with that of H.G. Wells, popularized the science fiction genre.
Okay,
and more
that kind of hurts me because I fucking love
technology.
Jules
Steampunk,
Verne.
as the name implies, is a genre of science fiction that focuses on technology powered by steam, and often features elaborate bronze pipes, cogs, and other metallic structures. Walt Disney would produce feature film adaptations of Verne's novels, the most popular of these being 1954's adaptation of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
That's so
In 1970,
good!
4 years after the death of Walt Disney, Tony Baxter would begin his work with Walt Disney Imagineering. One of his first projects was art director on 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea Submarine Voyage, which was to debut at the Magic Kingdom in Walt Disney World.
Look
on
at that!
opening
That's
day.
fucking
This would
sick
only
as
be
fuck!
the first of many times that Baxter
love
would
that.
attempt to adapt Jules Verne's work for Disney parks. During construction on Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, Baxter would design the concept for a new land in Disneyland, the never-built Discovery Bay, an area that would have been filled with attractions directly based off of the work of Vernes and Wells. In the late 1980s, Baxter would be given the most control he had been granted yet. He was named the executive producer of Euro Disneyland. With his oversight, Euro Disneyland received the most elaborate Big Thunder Mountain in the world, a breathtaking and unique castle, and the first of any Magic Kingdom-style Disney park to not receive a Tomorrowland. In its place, a new land was constructed, named Discoveryland. Designed by Imagineer Tim Delaney and his team, Discoveryland drew inspiration from Discovery Bay, the work of Vernon Wells, and a variety of other sources. When it opened in 1992, the land looked much different than any Tomorrowland that had come before it, and it actually solved one of the biggest issues that Disney parks have been facing since their inception. The Tomorrowland problem, as has been named by Imagineers and fans, is the issue that arises when Disney constructs or renovates the area, only to have technology catch up to the theming, rendering it obsolete. Put simply, the problem with Tomorrow is that it always comes. But with Discoveryland, Delaney and his team solved this issue. They created a tomorrow that will never come, a tomorrow imagined by the creative minds of the past.
Right, when Jules Verne was 11 years old, he ran away to sea as a cabin boy, bound for the West Indies. But his father caught him in the nick of time and took him home and gave him a good ticking off, and quite right too. And from that moment on, Jules Verne made a vow that he would only ever travel in his imagination. And so he did, to the North Pole, to the moon, 20,000 leagues under the sea. And he took the rest of us on the ride with him. And tonight, Jules Verne returns to France to open Discoveryland, which features his favourite destination, the future.
And the posture check. And you know, that is actually a genius idea. Instead of making Tomorrowland, make sci-fi. That's a really fucking good idea.
Bonsoir. Le monde de Discoveryland retrace la quête des... pour parvenir à concrétiser les espoirs et les rêves de ces hommes...
Just fucking X-Wing, yeah.
Sont les inventeurs.
This is the fucking X-Wing next to that really steampunk dirigible.
Avec innovation. Aussi, j'ai le plaisir
That is true.
d'ouvrir Discoveryland par ce dicton qui depuis toujours a été le mien. Ce que l'homme peut concevoir, l'homme peut l'accomplir.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
D'aucuns m'en attribuent la paternité.
When Discoveryland opened, it featured an Astro Orbiter-style ride named the Orbitron. It also had a Videopolis, themed after the island at the top of the world. The film partly responsible for killing the chances of Discovery Bay at Disneyland.
Oh,
Paris'
I love
Videopolis
it so
was
much.
originally supposed to be a teen dance club, similar to its Disneyland counterpart. but this was scrapped due to lack of interest. Instead, when Videopolis opened in 1992, it featured a show called Rock Shock, a stage show featuring dancing teens that were described as following in the footsteps of Jules Verne. Because when I think of Jules Verne, I think of this.
What? What?
Also located in this area was Cafe Hyperion,
What the
a
fuck?
counter-service restaurant themed to ticket booths for the Dr. Dirigible. Finally, Discoveryland featured the Visionarium, the time travel-themed Circle Vision animatronic hybrid show in which guests traveled through time with the timekeeper and even ran into Jules Verne and H.G. Wells. On the border of Discoveryland were a few attractions familiar to fans of the US parks. On opening day, Discoveryland featured a Star Tours and Captain EO, which saw George Lucas's sci-fi vision find a home in Discoveryland. There was also an Autopia in Discoveryland, themed to 1950s Ford cars. Discoveryland is an example of just one of Euro Disneyland's many cases of brilliant theming and execution. This made the park's controversy and troubled opening all the more painful, and worse, the issues would persist. The resort was a disaster. Euro Disneyland's numbers did not improve as expected, and the sheer cost of running all of the resort's hotels were making the financial problems even worse. This was due in part to the global recession in the early 90s, on top of the mixed response from the French locals. In its opening year, the park lost around 3,000 of its 12,000 employees due to alleged poor working conditions. In 1994, just 2 years after its debut, Eisner referenced the possibility that Euro Disneyland might close down completely, and the company began admitting the poor performance and financial issues that the park was facing. But luckily, despite the failure of the resort catching Eisner and everyone else off guard, they had a backup. When looking over the opening day Discoveryland attractions, you might notice that a familiar e-ticket is missing. Imagineers had planned to include said attraction in Discoveryland on opening day, but after going over the budget for the proposed ride, they decided to save it for a few years after opening to reinvigorate interest in the park in case that it waned. They did not expect the situation to be as dire as it was. So with no other options and an increasingly limited budget, Euro Disneyland put all of its hope into the opening of a new Space Mountain. If it was successful, it could potentially save the resort. And if it wasn't, Euro Disneyland would be the first Disney park to become completely defunct.
So they like pinned the entire success of the park on fucking Space Mountain at that point. Huh. I like that literally the first comment on this is, did Disney really think that banning wine from a theme park based in France was going to go over well? Holy fuck. It's true. Like, you can't. It's literally ingrained in French culture. You can't ban the wine. Whew. Alright, let me... Okay, we'll watch this one too.
On September 30th, 2005, Michael Eisner officially left the Walt Disney Company. He formally resigned as a member of the board and as the company's chief executive. His successor, Bob Iger, had been running the company for the past 6 months as he transitioned into his new role. Eisner's departure was not front-page news. The climax of the events leading to his resignation had long played out, and all that was left was for him to pack up his things and go home. He refused questions from the press.
Actually, real quick, Oh, thank you for the posture check. What I'm gonna do really quick here, I actually need to refill my cup. So 1 second. I will be right back. Alright, there we go. I have returned. Yeah, hopefully you've all been very comfy and having fun too. Cause whew, this has been an experience. This did not disappoint. That's good to hear. Nice. As always, I'm genuinely just happy to be here. Say the line. Said the line. But I'm also like happy to see you all today. It's really nice. Thank you, Aiko. Oh, so I went downstairs to see if I had any more tea. Did not have any more tea. However, I have blueberry pomegranate juice. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. It is really good. Yep. Like, I may not have tea, but blueberry pomegranate? Mm, that's pretty good. Like, I'll take that. I am getting all of the antioxidants. This is also giving me a good opportunity to stretch, which I kind of needed a little bit. Ah. That preceding the gauntlet worked out a little too well. Oh, that was good. Okay, so let me do that real quick then, and you all can stare at Michael Eisner. So I'll be right back. Thank you for the hydrate. Ah, that's very refreshing. And thank you for the posture check. So now we can continue. There we go.
And he only left behind a one-page career retrospective to be published in the company's newsletter. Those close to the executive explained that Eisner was not ready to give up his job at Disney, and that he was most worried about his legacy at the company. The second half of his 21-year tenure, especially the past few years, had certainly clouded what was one of the greatest corporate success stories of all time. How, then, did it come to this? To understand that, we'll need to go back a bit.
The big cheese. I'm not the big. I wish I was the big cheese. This is the big cheese.
Et maintenant, je déclare Euro Disney officiellement ouvert.
Oh, we're going back. Here we go. I mean, yeah. Oh, you're 100% correct, Squid.
On November 1st, 1999, the government of Hong Kong announced that a deal had been reached with the Walt Disney Company to bring a Disney resort to the autonomous territory. Hong Kong was relying on the new resort to help the recovery of its struggling economy, and they were certain that a Disney park would increase tourism and create new jobs. The Walt Disney Company was silent on the matter, although a spokesperson had confirmed a few months earlier in March that Disney was considering expanding internationally into Hong Kong. If the plans were to come to fruition, it would be the company's third international resort after Tokyo and Paris. At this time, the Walt Disney Company still saw expansion as a viable option. Many in the company, including Eisner, felt that Disney had not properly capitalized off of the immense success of the studio's recent animated films. However, it wasn't from a lack of trying. The failure of Euro Disneyland in France and the inability to build Disney's America in Virginia had turned Eisner away from big-budget expansion projects in the parks. On top of this, Eisner struggled to secure a steady management team. The death of Disney president Frank Wells, the departure of Walt Disney Studios president Jeffrey Katzenberg, and the hiring and subsequent firing of talent agent and Eisner's personal friend Michael Ovitz had left Eisner as a lone wolf at the top of the company. All he had to hold on to was the most lucrative executive contract in the business, an extension as chief executive he had signed a few years earlier, guaranteeing his position at the company until 2006. With an annual salary of $750,000 and stock options with a projected value of $771 million, Eisner had significant insurance on his job, as Disney could not afford another high-cost severance package after spending hundreds of millions of dollars on the departure of Katzenberg and Ovitz. This would help Eisner greatly as Disney entered the new millennium. After Disney's acquisition of Capital Cities ABC was completed in 1996, Disney officially became the largest media company in the world, passing Time Warner. This also meant that Eisner now had to keep an eye on the company's film division, television division, and theme park division. Walt Disney Pictures was, in retrospect, ending its Renaissance era of hit animated films. Tarzan, released in the summer of 1999, would end the second half of Disney's most financially successful era. Disney's post-Renaissance would bring films such as Fantasia 2000, Dinosaur, The Emperor's New Groove, Atlantis: The Lost Empire, Lilo and Stitch, and Treasure Planet within just a few years.
Yo, Atlantis was fucking good.
Received by critics and audiences, but all but Lilo and Stitch and Dinosaur were considered box office failures. The films slated for after 2002 would produce similar, if not worse, results, and the success of Pixar and DreamWorks Animation would demote Walt Disney.
The fucking animation in Atlantis is insane.
As the company had enjoyed a monopoly over the medium for over 6 decades. The company's new stake in the television business was not going as planned either. Eisner and Disney were having trouble putting together a successful primetime programming block, and ABC was relying on the newly produced US version of the
Treasure
British
Planet's
game show,
fucking
Who Wants
good.
to Be a Millionaire, to compete in the ratings. One positive of the merger was Robert Iger, the COO and president of
There's
Capital
some really
Cities
good
ABC.
movies in that.
The young executive impressed Eisner, although we worried that Iger lacked the necessary creative skills to run a company such as Disney. Iger would become the president of the Walt Disney Company in early 2000.
Yeah.
The position had been left vacant since the departure of Ovitz. Finally, the theme park division was not thriving in the way that many thought it should, and much of the expansion and renovations promised 10 years
I
earlier
literally
to be
just
part of
watched
Eisner's
Atlantis,
Disney Decade
like,
plan had not come to
not
fruition.
too long
Eisner
ago.
had been able to
Like,
add additional
rewatched
parks
it.
in both Orlando and Anaheim,
And I
adding
forgot, like,
Disney's
how
Animal Kingdom to the Walt Disney World
insane
Resort in the spring of 1998.
the
and began
animation is on it.
construction Disney's
It
California
was
Adventure
one
to
of the
create the
few
Disneyland
movies that
Resort
actually
in
lists
January of
all the
that year.
cleanup
Also,
artists.
plans for a second park in the Paris resort were revised.
Each
and the development of
character
Walt
has,
Disney
like,
Studios Park began.
4 to
On top of
5
these, a
cleanup
second park for the
artists.
successful Tokyo Disneyland Resort
Each
was also in
fucking
development. His most recent
character.
attempt at an expansion outside of the existing resorts was Disney Regional Entertainment. 3 entertainment chains to debut in multiple cities throughout the U.S.
Thank you for the hydrate.
flagship concept, the virtual reality arcade Disney Quest, had just opened its Chicago location in the summer of 1999.
It's really
Now,
good.
with rumors of a third international park in Hong Kong circulating,
Like, for the time that it
seemed
came out,
Eisner
its
was ready to
animation
test
is
expansion
really
again.
fucking good.
On November 2nd, 1999, the day after the news broke that a deal had been reached between Hong Kong and Disney, representatives from both parties officially announced that a Hong Kong Disney resort would be constructed. The treatment Disney received in France after the announcement of Euro Disneyland was quite different than the reaction they received in Hong Kong. While Disney had the support of a few French contractors and a few government officials, it seemed that the overwhelming
talk about the
majority of
sequel, though.
citizens aggressively rejected the prospect
Sequel
of
doesn't
Disney coming
exist.
to their country. Hong Kong had the exact opposite reaction. They
Exactly,
hailed
like
Disney's
Treasure
arrival,
Planet was good
treating them as an
too.
economic savior of sorts, lauding Disney and proclaiming that the theme park would rescue them from their prolonged recession. A few in the local media were skeptical, using the same talking points that Disney had to fight against any time they attempted to build a new park outside of Orlando or Tokyo. This could easily be compiled into a greatest hits by the opposition album. Now that's what I call a good reason to reject a Disney theme park. Here are a few. The government will spend taxpayer money to subsidize and incentivize Disney to come to the area. In the case of Hong Kong, estimates said that this could be around $2.6 billion, a commitment that Hong Kong officials used to lure Disney away from a park in mainland China. The employment benefits that the park will
Exactly.
bring after the construction will be low-wage, part-time
I
jobs.
appreciate that.
Well
I
discussed during the
appreciate
time
that
of the
meme
Hong Kong Disney
emote,
announcement,
Squid.
The consensus was that given Hong Kong's struggling economy, that any jobs would be a good thing. Finally, that the positive economic impact promised by
And
Disney
of course,
is
Louise,
overstated,
it's always
and that the
taxes.
subsidies given to the park will offset any financial benefit to come from it. The small opposition did bring up these points, but overall, Hong Kong seemed welcoming of Disney, expecting them to bring 1.2 million additional tourists and spark an annual GDP growth of almost 0.5%. The site for the park was to be located on Penny's Bay, a northeast section of Hong Kong's largest island, Lantau Island. After rumors of the new Disney resort began to circulate, local archaeologists went to the island to search for and remove any artifacts before Disney's
Yeah, that's
arrival.
fair.
Disney's new Hong Kong resort was
I-
set to
I
open in
love memes
2005,
emotes.
so development began immediately. This resulted
being
in
said, I
Disney's
love
California
Mim.
Adventure, Walt Disney Studios Paris,
Mim is great.
Tokyo Disney Sea, and Disney's Hong Kong resort being constructed at the same time. Eisner and other executives were wary of spending too much on 3 of the 4 new parks. Disney Sea's development and construction was conducted by the Oriental Land Company, the independent Japanese company that pays Disney royalties and contracts its Imagineers. Finances were rarely an issue in Tokyo, unlike in the United States, France, and now Hong Kong. In 2000, Disney began clearing the land in order to build the park.
I would
The dredging upset
love
local
to get to
fishermen
talk
and
to them.
environmental groups. They petitioned the government of Hong Kong to stop the development, claiming that Disney was in violation of their agreement, as the
Oh,
dredging had
God.
been killing many of the fish in the bay. Hong Kong shrugged off the accusations toward Disney, telling those
That
concerned
already
that the amount of
looks
fish being
super
killed was
sketch
generally
what
in
I'm
line with
seeing
what
in
they
this.
expected. The same year, Eisner commented on the troubling amount of air pollution in Hong Kong, which the government quickly assured him they were fixing. This would be the beginning of what could only be described as an awkward relationship between Disney and Hong Kong. On February 8, 2001, Disney California Adventure opened to mostly negative reviews. Visitors disliked the budget park, citing the lack of attractions and the terrifyingly poor quality of the existing ones. Executives were worried that the small park's main issue would be its limited capacity, but as it turned out, this wouldn't be an issue at all. Attendance was poor out of the gate. This, combined with the potential of an economic recession, sent Disney into a panic over the future of California Adventure and the 3 other parks currently in construction. Despite these concerns, it appeared as though Eisner was planning for even more international expansion. In the summer of 2001, an article released by the Beijing Evening News reported that Disney was planning to build a park in the capital city in time for the 2008 Olympics. This infuriated Hong Kong officials. If another Disney park were to open in China, it would destroy Hong Kong Disney's chances at attracting mainland tourists and becoming a premier vacation destination. After the outrage made its way to Eisner, he announced that Disney would not open another park in China for at least 8 years, that the company was 100% focused on Hong Kong, and that in the event that Disney did build a park in mainland China, it would most likely be in Shanghai and not Beijing, a clarification that seemed to prove Disney's desire for a new park. Later that year, the terrorist attacks of September 11th triggered an economic downturn, and the tourism industry saw the worst of it, with many across the United States and the world afraid to travel. On top of this, rumors circulated that Disney's theme parks could be a target for terrorists. This did not bode well for the struggling parks division and the company as a whole. Each division of the company seemed to be in major trouble. This brought more budget cuts at the parks and more projects in development being canceled. Hong Kong Disney was too far into development to be stopped, but the Walt Disney Company's financial struggles removed any possibility of a budget increase for the park. In 2002, the rumors of a park in Shanghai resurfaced, with Disney refusing to comment. Hong Kong officials and residents were once again outraged. By now, they were expecting half of Hong Kong Disney's visitors to be from mainland China, and the region had already poured $2 billion of public funds into constructing the park and improving surrounding infrastructure in preparation for its opening. Analysts estimated that it would take 13 years after opening for Hong Kong Disney to offset construction costs, and if a park in Shanghai opened during that time, there would be little to no chance of a return on the investment. The park was to begin construction the next year, and Hong Kong continued to beg Disney to not commit to a park in mainland China. Before the construction of the park began, workers still dredging the water surrounding the Hong Kong Disney site encountered something peculiar in the bay. Dozens of bombs buried in the ocean floor were now exposed. Local bomb experts were accused of underestimating the amount of shells and explosives left over from World War II.
Jesus!
The bomb experts assured Disney and the workers that bombs that old won't go off, although they did mention that sometimes they do. Crews continued dredging, a bit more carefully than before.
Oh yeah,
At the same
that
time
is
as this,
something that
an
was in a
outbreak of the
Disney
severe
thing.
acute respiratory syndrome virus, known as
Mhm.
SARS,
That is
took the lives
something
of
that was in
nearly
a
800
Disney
people,
thing.
with the majority of reported cases
Okay,
coming from
yep.
southern China. The disease eventually spread to
Yep.
Hong Kong in February of 2003,
gonna-
terrifying public and health officials. Travel was discouraged as containment efforts
Just gonna
intensified,
have that
with Hong
in there
Kong at the
with
center of the
fucking
epidemic,
Donald Duck.
which did not bode well for the Disney
course
park
they
under
did.
construction. Thankfully for the health of the people of the affected regions and also beneficial for the new Disney park, Hong Kong was removed from the World Health Organization's
Yeah, no,
affected
Disney's
areas in
always
June
been, like,
2003,
sketch as
and
hell.
the outbreak was classified as contained in July. This greatly impacted Hong Kong's economic recovery, and officials were banking on the Disney park to restore tourism
Also,
to the
yeah,
region more than ever.
the people dredging the waters are like, yeah, no, the
On November
bombs that
20th,
old don't go
2003,
off.
Roy E. Disney,
Though
nephew of
sometimes they
Walt
do.
Disney, son of Roy O. Disney, chairman of Walt Disney Animation, and vice chairman of the Walt Disney Company's board of directors, resigned from his position. Stanley Gold, another Disney board member and an ally of Roy, resigned from his position as well. These two had one goal with their resignation: to take down Michael Eisner. In a letter addressed to Eisner and sent to the press, Roy explained his issues with the executive. He pointed to Eisner's conduct with the ousting of board member Andrea Vandekamp, who was vocal about her displeasure with the direction of the company. Roy accused
Yeah.
Eisner of stacking the board in his favor and ousting anyone that didn't agree with his ideas. In the letter, he outlined 7 main reasons for his resignation and why Eisner should be removed from his position. Number 1, Eisner and Bob Iger's inability to develop successful programming for ABC. Number 2, Eisner's micromanagement of those around him. Number 3, the loss of quality in the parks. Roy mentions the theme parks built on the cheap, specifically citing Disney's California Adventure, Walt Disney Studios Paris, and the upcoming Hong Kong Disneyland. Number 4, the decrease in value of the Disney brand as a result of money grubbing and lack of creative direction. Roy claimed that the public perception was that Disney was always trying to make a quick buck. Number 5, the discouragement of creativity and art produced in the past few years. Number 6, Eisner's inability to build and maintain relationships with Disney's creative partners, emphasizing Pixar, which at the time was unhappy with the Disney partnership for a multitude of reasons. Months after this, Pixar would announce an end to their distribution partnership with Disney, turning many more against Eisner and Disney's management team. Number 7, Eisner's refusal to discuss succession. In the letter, Roy also specifically referenced the death of Frank Wells, and Eisner's inability to run the company without his partner, a common belief among employees that infuriated Eisner. This was the start of Roy and Gold's Save Disney campaign, an expensive and elaborate effort to oust Eisner and his management team through appealing to shareholders and, if it came to it, legal action. Roy used the legacy of his father and his uncle Walt to his advantage, urging shareholders to preserve the magic of the company. He specifically appealed to cast members and the smaller shareholders that invested in the company not just to make a profit, but to be a part of the magic that it creates. Eisner and management brushed off Roy's efforts as a political stunt, and many within the company believed Roy's issues were personal, and that by taking them public, he was only making matters worse for Disney. They also pointed out that many of the moves Roy and Gold cited as failures of management were decisions that they approved as board members. Roy admitted that he had given management the benefit of the doubt too many times, but that his campaign was to prevent the company from continuing its string of failures. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, the alleged budget park was still being constructed, now being used as an example of mismanagement in the company years before its opening. The question
really,
sparked by Roy's allegations is, how do you build a
kinda
budget
brutal.
Disney theme park? The parks are known for their spare no expense immersion and attention to detail. This results in attractions costing tens of millions of dollars to build, and potentially billions for an entire park. How can you build a well-themed immersive environment cheaply? As Eisner proved, it was actually pretty simple. It all comes down to choosing the right theme. If you want to build a faraway land with detailed dark rides that take you on adventures beyond one person's wildest dreams, then it's next to impossible to do it on the cheap. The key is to pick a theme that is easy and low cost to deliver to its full extent. For instance, choosing a county fair, a pier amusement park, or a carnival as a themed land in the parks is a great way to operate multiple rides without having to build immersive theming. Any poor craftsmanship or lack of effort fits that theme perfectly. Another example is theming a section of the park or the entire thing to Hollywood. This saves a lot of money when it comes to set dressing attractions. There's no need to build your roller coaster in a beautifully sculpted mountain. Instead, build it in a large tan box, and spray paint studio in a few of the corners. It doesn't cost nearly as much, and it technically delivers on the promised theming of studios. In the case of Hong Kong Disneyland,
that's
save money on something as
like
crucial as
it
the
may be
park's central
clever, but that's
icon,
also
for
like a
instance. Certainly,
really,
there wouldn't
really
be any way to
scummy.
avoid spending whatever is necessary to ensure that the center of the park is the most beautiful and well-themed section. Except, there was. The solution to the issue of the expensive icon was claiming nostalgia and creating a tribute to the original Disneyland castle, the smallest of any of the Magic Kingdom park castles by a long shot. This would not be the only area where the company would save money, but being the icon, it would be the most obvious. This was the corporate mindset with which Hong Kong Disneyland was built. On March 3, 2004, the Walt Disney Company held their annual shareholders meeting in Philadelphia. Just a few weeks prior, Comcast had made a surprise bid to acquire the Walt Disney Company, catching both Disney and the media off guard. Disney was struggling, but the company had just released a strong first quarter earnings report, and they were coming off of a successful slate of films in 2003.
Also,
the seemingly random bid raised the stakes for the shareholders meeting. While Disney had expressed no interest in the merger, this strengthened Roy's argument to preserve the soul of the company, which would certainly be destroyed if it were absorbed into a large media conglomerate. At the same time, it provided management with a lot of options, including a potential
I just want that to be like
the merger. Everyone was present at the shareholders meeting. Roy
thought
gave
on
a
for a little
speech
bit.
on his Save Disney campaign, which was met with thunderous applause and a standing ovation. Eisner's speech spoke of the company's success in its future, and he
Comcast
claimed
tried
the
to
points Roy were
buy
making were
Disney.
exaggerated or simply untrue. The applause he received was
Comcast.
described as light. It then came
Thank you-
time to
thank you
read
for
the
the hydrate.
re-election vote for the board of directors. Roy was hoping for around 20% of shareholders to withhold their votes for Eisner's re-election, which would have been a strong vote of no confidence in the chairman and CEO. Once the votes were tallied, Eisner jokingly tried to adjourn the meeting. After howls of protest, he said, quote, "I almost got away with that." The results of the votes were then read. For Roy, the news was far greater than he could have imagined. For Eisner, it was far worse. 43.4% of shareholders withheld their votes to re-elect Eisner to the board. An opposition vote of that magnitude was unprecedented, with only a handful of comparable examples in the history of corporate America. It was later revealed that over 70% of cast members voted against Eisner, indicating how pay cuts and budgeting in the parks was affecting the morale of the company as a whole. After the vote, Eisner was stripped of his role of chairman of the board, retaining his seat and his position as CEO. Eisner had suggested the idea of him resigning as chairman far before the meeting, but it was a strong indication that Eisner's days at the company were numbered.
All of us at the Walt Disney Company are thankful for having the opportunity to create for the people of Hong Kong and China a Disneyland of their own. With Chinese New Year just around the corner, I wanted to be the first one to say, Kung Hei Fat Choi. Thank you.
Later in 2004, it was announced that Hong Kong Disneyland would open on September 12, 2005. The company discussed Hong Kong's excitement for the new park, and how it would focus on bringing the American entertainment experience to the region, closer to the strategy
No
of
kidding.
Tokyo
Disney
Disneyland
is
as
just
opposed to
so
Euro Disneyland.
fucking
Still, they were
massive.
careful to incorporate the area's distinct culture, hiring a professional feng shui consultant to ensure that the park would provide a familiar and harmonious layout to its guests. The coming year was shaping up to be a big one for Disney parks, with both the opening of the Hong Kong Disneyland Resort and Disneyland's 50th anniversary celebrations. On September 10, 2004, Eisner wrote a formal letter to Disney's board of directors announcing his intent to leave Disney after his contract expired on September 30, 2006. The move was merely a formality, as it was clear that the board would not renew Eisner's contract anyways. He also endorsed Bob Iger as his successor, although an outside search was launched by the board. Many, including Eisner, questioned whether or not he would remain on the company's board, but after deliberation on the issue, it became clear that he would have a complete exit from the company. Roy and Gold continued their campaign, claiming that Eisner's resignation letter was a well-calculated move to hand CEO duties to his ally, Iger, and that he might still try to retain power in the company. They urged the board to end his contract a year early, removing Eisner from the company in 2005. The board refused the request, but they did ensure that a successor would be chosen by the summer of the next year. On March 14, 2005, Disney's board unanimously voted to select Bob Iger as Eisner's successor. The selection process was quite controversial, with Roy and Gold criticizing the decision to appoint Iger and the lack of outside candidates. The search was made more difficult by Eisner's insistence to be present during every interview, a situation that turned many potential candidates away. There was some good news for Roy and Gold, as with the announcement of Iger's promotion, it was revealed that Eisner would retire a year earlier than expected on September 30, 2005, coincidentally 3 weeks after the opening of Hong Kong Disneyland. Iger would take over day-to-day CEO duties, while Eisner would assist him with the transition. In June of 2005, environmentalists objected to Disney's plan to serve shark fin soup at wedding banquets held at the resort. Despite the dish being a traditional Chinese cuisine, activists were worried about the declining shark population and the animal abuse conducted in order to obtain a shark's fin, which included fishermen pulling sharks out of the water, cutting off their fin, and throwing them back into the ocean.
Jesus!
Disney attempted to find an environmentally sustainable way to provide the dish, but a study revealed that no such options were available. The park took the dish off the menu and stated that they would only serve it for
that is
parties
so
that specifically
fucked up.
requested it. On top of this, they would provide those that ordered the dish with a pamphlet explaining the horrors committed in order to make the meal possible, which would have certainly been a hit among newlyweds. Even with these accommodations, activists would not back down, and Disney decided to not serve shark fin soup whatsoever. The month after the shark fin backlash, a news report broke claiming that Disney had rounded up and killed nearly 50 stray dogs that had been roaming around the Hong Kong Disney site. The headlines were sensationalized, as Disney merely called in government dog catchers who took the strays immediately to a shelter. The shelter, having no time to find homes for the animals, were only able to relocate 3 of the 45 dogs, giving lethal injections to the remaining
Jesus!
32. Media also reported that some of the dogs were unofficial guard dogs used by construction workers, but both Disney and the construction company denied these allegations, instead claiming that the dogs, traveling in packs, put crews in dangerous situations. The bad press, deserved or not, was just the beginning, as these types of negative reports on Hong Kong Disney would increase exponentially as the park's September opening neared. On August 19, 2005, reports were released accusing Disney of running manufacturing plants in mainland China that overworked and underpaid employees, reportedly compensating some 33 cents an hour.
This just keeps getting worse.
China's minimum wage of 42 cents an hour. Disney promised to investigate the matter, while the factories denied the allegations. On August 27, 2005,
Jesus Christ!
Daniel Wu voiced opposition to the park and announced a personal boycott. He claimed that when him and the other stars were filming a promo for the park, the American workers were disrespectful to them. A spokesperson for Hong Kong Disneyland chalked the incident up to miscommunication and hoped that everyone would come to the park themselves to see the fantastic service. On September 4th, Hong Kong Disneyland held a rehearsal day, bringing in 29,000 guests to test attractions and traffic flow. The event was created to avoid an opening day disaster like Disneyland's 50 years prior, but it actually achieved the opposite. The day was a disaster. Guests waited in some lines for hours just to have the ride break down, and the park's restaurants did not have nearly enough seats to accommodate the crowds. It certainly didn't help that Hong Kong Disneyland was the smallest Magic Kingdom-style park ever created. While some early concept work showed a more ambitious version of the park, the budget park seemed that it was going to live up to its title. It also appeared that Disney was planning to expand the resort before they expanded the park, pre-planning for a second gate and more hotels. Weeks before opening, a case of food poisoning at the park made its way into the news. Worse, when Hong Kong authorities came to investigate, Disney security demanded that they remove parts of their uniform before entering. When the story broke, Hong Kong residents were outraged, and there was potential that Hong Kong authorities would pursue legal action over the encounter. Luckily, the park's opening would overshadow the incident. Before the opening, Disney seemed anxious to distance themselves from the past year of controversy and to see just how well their budget park would perform.
去迪士尼做足準備。迪士尼樂園9月12號開幕啦，記住訂定飛喎。到時有好多交通工具俾你揀，記得提醒內地親友最好經羅湖過關，避開繁忙嘅時間，同埋喺度留多幾日，香港有好多嘢玩㗎。計劃行程記得睇埋呢個網址或者打呢個熱線。迪士尼做足準備，玩得開心至醒得你。
On September 12, 2005, the Hong Kong Disneyland Resort officially opened to the public. Both Iger and Eisner were in attendance for the big day. Reportedly, while Iger was watching the opening day parade, he noticed that children responded to the featured Pixar characters more than they did to the classic Disney animated characters. This realization fueled
Thank you for
Iger
the
to repair
posture
Disney's
check.
relationship with Pixar, which he would do less than 6 months later by acquiring the computer animation company. Hong Kong Disneyland featured only 4 themed lands: Main Street USA, Adventureland, Fantasyland, and Tomorrowland. The park advertised 22 attractions, including Autopia, which would not open until 2006. For reference, this is about half of the attractions currently offered at the Magic Kingdom. Of these 22 attractions, one was City Hall and Guest Relations, and another was the Main Street Vehicles. Another was a large set of tiki statues that sprayed guests with water. Sleeping Beauty Castle and a Snow White-themed wishing well were another 2. The Railroad and its only stop in Fantasyland were listed separately. Of the remaining 15 attractions, 2 were live shows found elsewhere: Festival of the Lion King from Animal Kingdom and the Golden Mickeys from Disney Cruise Line. In Adventureland, Tarzan's Treehouse and the rafts to get to Tarzan's Treehouse were listed separately. In Fantasyland, there was Mickey's PhilharMagic and a character meet and greet. The remaining 9 attractions would be considered by guests to be the park's only rides. This included the Jungle Cruise, the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, Dumbo the Flying Elephant, Cinderella Carousel, Mad Hatter Teacups, Orbitron, Space Mountain, Buzz Lightyear Astro Blasters, and the soon-to-open Autopia. And that was it. No Peter Pan's Flight, no Pirates of the Caribbean, and no Big Thunder Mountain. The Scamp Park was more fleshed out than Walt Disney Studios Park in Paris upon its opening, but Hong Kong Disneyland was no doubt made with a similar financial hold. This is not the fault of the Imagineers or the cast members. Those designing and operating the park were still able to create a sense of magic and add beautiful features and flourishes despite the financial restrictions. And the park was a huge success in delivering
I love the
perfect
teacups.
mix of
The
American
teacups
and
are
Chinese
cute.
culture. However, executives couldn't care less about how the park looked on the guide map.
I'm just
They were
like-
focused on how the park looked financially. The head of attendance calculating at the Walt Disney Company estimated that 5.6 million people would visit the park in its first year, with around 10 million visiting every year after that. Hong Kong's population was only 6.8 million in 2005, so the park was
More
relying on
fairy
2/3
time.
of its estimated visitors to come from mainland China and other countries in Asia. Right out of the gate, things were not looking good. Quite the opposite, really. Despite the worries of Disney executives and Hong Kong officials that the park's low capacity would result in unmanageable crowds, the park's opening week attendance did not meet predictions. An indicator of the weak performance was the resort's inability to fill the rooms in its 2 on-property hotels, a similar issue faced in Paris. For Hong Kong, this meant that mainland and international tourists were not showing up in droves, and it seemed that locals were not about to make up the difference. The month after the park opened, an employee climbed to the top of Space Mountain, threatening to take his own life.
Oh,
Luckily,
Jesus!
the attempt was thwarted. However, an opinion poll following the incident revealed the extent to which the public relations nightmares that the park had endured were affecting the public's perception of the resort.
Holy
24%
fuck.
of those polled by Asian Trade Magazine media reported that they had a negative view of Hong Kong Disneyland. Only 42% claimed that their view was positive. The negative publicity, combined with high ticket prices, Hong Kong's struggling economy, a lack of attachment to Mickey and Company by the people of China, and a lack of attractions, revealed how much trouble the park could be in. Worst of all, Hong Kong Disney was having a difficult time competing with the nearby Ocean Park, which saw a jump in attendance after Hong Kong Disney opened. And visitor numbers seemed even between the two, with the possibility that Ocean Park was doing better. As if things couldn't get any worse,
Oh, fucking
Hong Kong Disney
Ocean
finally
Park.
saw the crowd that
Oh,
officials had
fucking
been fearing.
Ocean Park.
During the Chinese Lunar New Year festival, a swarm of guests crowded the park. Hong Kong Disneyland hit capacity day after day during the festivities, doubling its regular crowd size. Disney, not anticipating the crowds, did not have special holiday tickets, and crowds of guests with valid entry passes were turned away at the gates. Furious over being denied entry, many engaged in screaming matches with the cast members and the police, while a few took a more active
I should actually
response
look and
tried to
see if
scale
there's
the
something
park's
on
fences.
Ocean Park.
This brought more bad press for Hong Kong Disneyland, and park officials apologized profusely, issuing official statements almost every day of the festivities. A simple special event ticket would be required the following year to avoid a similar disaster, but the damage had already been done to the struggling park. Hong Kong Disney's first year underperformed, with 5.2 million guests visiting the park, nearly 500,000 short of projections. The news would only get worse from there. The projected attendance in 2006 of 10 million visitors was a bit off. The actual attendance was even lower than the first year, at 4.17 million visitors. In 2 years, the park had created a $200 million deficit. Hong Kong legislators began to publicly criticize the park's poor performance. Hong Kong owned 57% of the park, with Disney owning the rest. With an initial cost of $3.5 billion and a large deficit, the park's debt was just going to keep growing. Disney was already making attempts to remedy the lack of attractions. 4 new shows and the classic boat ride, It's a Small World, was set to open in 2008. This boosted
They
attendance
did.
slightly.
They
However, it was
fucking
not
did
enough.
it. They bro-
Disney and Hong Kong knew that they
Oh,
had to do something
fuck.
big to save the resort, especially since a deal between Disney and Shanghai was close to being reached. The solution was a $465 million expansion to Hong Kong Disney. This would add up to 30 new attractions to the small park
They
and 3 new
gave them
lands,
It's a
Mystic
Small
Point,
World.
Grizzly Gulch, and Toy Story Land. This would also increase Disney's stake in Hong Kong Disneyland from 43% to 48%, with Hong Kong's falling from 57% to 52%. Toy Story Land would be the first to open, debuting on November 17, 2011. The park was a near clone of the Quick Fix Land that had opened at Walt Disney Studios
even
Park
hydrate.
a year prior. Both feature small carnival attractions themed to the Toy Story franchise. On July 14, 2012, Grizzly Gulch opened with a new roller coaster, the Big Grizzly Mountain Runaway Mine Cars. A unique spin on both Frontierland and its famous e-ticket, Big Thunder Mountain, Big Grizzly Mountain featured audio animatronic bears, changes in direction, and a launch. The new additions brought great news for both Hong Kong's government and Disney. The resort had finally turned an annual profit. The new attractions motivated attendance to jump to 6.7 million guests, and the resort was poised to climb its way out of its debt. There was only one issue. The long-rumored Shanghai Disneyland project had been approved, and it was set to open in 2016. This meant that fewer mainland guests would visit Hong Kong as the date approached. The bad news, while expected, put a damper on the park's recent success. All Hong Kong could do was continue its expansion with unique attractions and hope that guests would continue to travel to the resort. On May 17, 2013, Mystic Point opened with its signature attraction, Mystic Manor. The ride takes the place of the Haunted Mansion found at other Disney parks. Due to Chinese traditions and censorship laws restricting depictions of the supernatural, the popular dark ride featuring departed spirits cannot be cloned to the resort. The new ride, Mystic Manor, told the story of Lord Henry Mystic and his monkey Albert. When Albert opens Mystic's music box, the house comes to life. The trackless dark ride is one of the best attractions ever created by Disney. It was a hit among guests and solidified the park's expansion as an overwhelming success. 2013's profit was even higher than 2012's, and it would be even higher in 2014. Unfortunately, this was the last year of profit that Hong Kong Disneyland has seen to date. Shanghai Disneyland opened on June 16, 2016. The high-capacity park boasted state-of-the-art rides and unique attractions. Unlike the budget park built in Hong Kong and possibly learning from its mistakes, Disney in Shanghai spared no expense, and it reflected in attendance. In its first year, over
That's
11
gotta
million
hurt.
guests visited Shanghai Disneyland. The park's massive success was one of the main factors in the loss of profits in Hong Kong. In 2015, 2016, and 2017, the park reported increasing losses, despite revenue being up as of recent. This is partly due to the cost of expansion, including a third resort hotel and the new simulator, the Iron Man Experience, both of which opened in 2017. A new Moana stage show opened in 2018, a new Ant-Man and the Wasp ride opening in March of 2019, replacing Buzz Lightyear Astro Blasters, a Frozen-themed land, and another Marvel attraction to be opened within the next few years, and perhaps the most symbolic of the park's transformation, a new castle. The small Sleeping Beauty castle would be renovated and built to a much larger and more elaborate centerpiece. This seems to mark the end to Hong Kong Disneyland's years as a budget park, and while the resort will most likely continue to report losses during the $1.4 billion expansion, there is hope for Disney's worst-performing Magic Kingdom.
That's
The
gotta
expensive
hurt
reimagining of the park is a
so
typical
much.
strategy used under CEO Bob Iger,
Basically
and he has
finding
had to
out that
conduct similar financial
you
rescues with Disney
got the
California
budget.
Adventure and Walt Disney Studios Park in
You got
Paris.
the great
Large price
value
tags have never
Magic
scared
Kingdom
Iger
instead
during
of
his years at
the
helm,
name
and it is too
brand.
early to see the return on some of these investments or evaluate Iger's
Meanwhile,
strategies as a whole.
over
It
not
is
too
possible,
far
however,
away
with
in
his predecessor.
mainland, they got a
Since Michael Eisner left
full-blown,
Disney
no
in September of
expenses
2005,
spared
he has continued his
park.
entertainment career, albeit on a much smaller scale. He has funded a few TV shows, including the successful Netflix animated comedy BoJack Horseman, and his investment company recently bought the Portsmouth Football Club. He left a mixed legacy at Disney. He no doubt saved the company from takeover and financial ruin in the 80s and 90s with the help of
Michael
Disney president
Eisner
Frank
produced
Wells, bringing about
BoJack.
the Disney Renaissance, revitalizing old assets and creating and acquiring new ones. However, after Wells' tragic death, Eisner let the Walt Disney Company slip into a similar situation to the one in which he found it, with Eisner having to fend off a potential Comcast acquisition. Disney was much larger, more diverse,
I don't
and
know what
more
to do with
poised
that
for success than
information.
it was 2 decades prior, but it was no doubt in trouble. No better indication of Eisner's fall was his relationship with those around him, such as Roy and Gold and the
fair.
endless list of executives that left the company because of him or refused to work with the company with him at the helm. So what happened that reversed Eisner's Midas touch?
Still.
It is hard to narrow it down to one event. The death of his partner, the failure of Euro Disneyland, the backlash over Disney's America, the fallout with Katzenberg and Ovitz, the failure to expand the parks, the difficulties creating programming for ABC, and the series of box office failures in the early 2000s all played a role in the downfall. Perhaps the greatest factor was not a single event, but an overall change in mindset. Eisner was a one-of-a-kind creative executive. As he told Disney War author James B. Stewart, quote, "I'm not sure you're going to see another chief executive in Hollywood like me. I think I'm probably the last of the creative types to run a company like this." Eisner constantly stressed the power of creativity, how a quality, unique product is all that is necessary to be successful. He did this early in his reign at Disney and even before when he was at Paramount, greenlighting lower budget films with good concepts as opposed to high budget, low quality scripts. He continued to stress creativity even to his last days at the company, referencing his concern with Iger's lack of creative abilities numerous times before his departure. While he continued to mention the creative process and its importance, his understanding of it became twisted. In his final years at Disney, he either forgot or had difficulty implementing one of the most important aspects when producing and releasing a creative work: risk. Producing art is unpredictable and difficult. Producing an artistic experience is even more so. When it is done wrong, whether on purpose or by circumstance,
I like that
it can
little,
make risk seem like
the
the
little
enemy and
flashback
make
to
the
the
safe
Nick
option
Hotel.
much more attractive. But when it is done right, when the balance between financial responsibilities and creative aspirations is found, it is beautiful, memorable, special, magical, profitable, and powerful. A world devoid of such creations is bland, and an artistic landscape full of copiers and imitators is not much better. These colorful, larger-than-life experiences become part of who we are as people, and it is crucial to continue creating them, regardless of the risk. It is everything, and it all comes from one thing, that one little spark of inspiration. And despite forgetting it for a short period of his career, Eisner knew this, possibly better than anyone.
Because mediocrity is what fearful people will always settle for. Again, think of the pointillist painting. One bad dot cannot ruin the painting. You fix it and you move on. However, if people are afraid to take risks with bright and bold colors, then the entire work will be very dull and very bland. If you want to discover inspired ideas, you simply have to accept that you will have to encounter more than a few that don't make the grade.
I haven't forgotten about it, Aiko. It's like stuck in my head. There is no escape from Gangnam Style Blue. No one can ever escape from Gangnam Style Blue. I want to see if I can find something on Ocean Park. Just because, like, it's weird. Yeah, no, there's no forgetting Gangnam Style Blue. Let's see. I guess I actually have to specify this, because apparently there's a band named Ocean Park. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Let's see, is there anything on this that's... Oh, thank you for the hydrate. It's all good, Dooney. Thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest. E. Love you too, Dooney. See you later. Oh, is that a raid I hear?
Hey, tentacles.
Dom, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream today. There we go. Let's see if I can actually find this. See if I can find like a full tour with no commentary. Oh, it's multiple parts. This might actually be harder than I thought. That's good to hear. Oh, good, Squid. You know, Yeah, I kind of figured there'd be like a little something like explaining it. There's really not. Me trying to find like a small like explanation of what this is. There is really like nothing on this. Hey, I'm ready for Tuesday. It's all good, Beckett. Get some good food. I'll probably have to do that in a little bit. Yeah, no, remembering to breathe is important. Exactly, Jude. Oh no. Oh, I know what we're gonna do. I found something. It may not be Ocean Park, but this works.
On December 17, 1903, Orville and Wilbur Wright made 4 flights in their powered flying machine, with the final pass of the day lasting a record 59 seconds. The brothers had been experimenting with flight for over 4 years, and to say that their flying machine's successful run would change the world would be an understatement. The years immediately following the brothers' flight would see the most innovative minds and the most powerful governments scrambling to create a machine capable of controlled engine-powered flight, or as it was now known as, an airplane. Innovation would improve the machine's functionality, as well as lead to several different designs and models. The conflict of World War I would fuel the development of the airplane further, and mail delivered by air showed commercial promise. Airships led to the creation of the first airline in 1909, and the first commercial airplane took flight on January 1, 1914, between St. Petersburg and Tampa, Florida, with a single passenger, the former mayor of St. Petersburg, paying the $400 ticket, which would be just under $10,000 today. After World War I, the United States Postal Service created an elaborate network of flights for airmail, and it offered contracts to a few independent companies to fulfill the services on these routes. These airlines would develop into some of today's most recognizable names in commercial aviation, including Delta Airlines, American Airlines, and United Airlines. However, there was one company that came out of the airline boom that travelers no longer see at the terminal, but is immediately recognizable to many, especially those traveling to Orlando, Florida to visit a brand new vacation destination in the early 70s.
This is your captain. We've been cleared for takeoff. We'll be flying at an altitude of 30,000 feet.
Here we go.
This is your captain speaking. We'll be experiencing some turbulence. Should last more than 10-15 minutes. And this time I'm going to ask that you fasten your seatbelts.
Eddie Vernon Rickenbacker was born on October 8, 1890. He was raised in Columbus, Ohio, by his parents, two Swiss immigrants, along with his 7 siblings. The family lived in poverty, with his father working construction and odd jobs. His father, who was especially strict on the often mischievous Eddie, instilled in his son a love for machines and tinkering. Eddie would be repeatedly told that a machine has to have a purpose, a mantra that Eddie would take to heart. Tragically, Eddie's father was killed in a construction accident when Eddie was only 12, forcing him to drop out of school and support his family. He continued his love for machinery and took engineering classes on the side. He was particularly fascinated with automobiles, and in 1906, he would get a job with a race car driver named Lee Frere, who took Eddie under his wing. This would spark a lifelong love for racing. After his stint with Frere, Eddie would become a car salesman for the Columbus Buggy Company and begin racing on his own. In the following years, he would participate in the Indianapolis 500 multiple times and set a world speed record at Daytona. Before a race in California in November 1916, Eddie would have the chance to fly in an aircraft with aviation pioneer Glenn Martin. It would be a flight that would change his life. After World War I broke out, Eddie expressed interest in fighting for the Allies, and in 1917, when the United States declared war on Germany, Eddie would have his chance. He was among the first group of men to be shipped overseas, given preferred treatment for the fame he had acquired as a race car driver. World War I was the first major war to see air combat, and the new landscape of machinery fascinated Eddie. After claiming he was 25 instead of his actual age of 27 in order to qualify for flight training, he was enlisted into one of the air combat units. His skills in the air would result in multiple promotions, eventually being named commander of a squadron. He would also receive the Medal of Honor and would set many records during the war, including most victories with a total of 26. His service would give him nationwide acclaim, and he would be treated as a celebrity and the most recognizable aviator in the country, an honor he would hold until Charles Lindbergh's solo non-stop transatlantic flight in 1927. In 1923, Rickenbacker and 2 of his business partners founded an airline named Florida Airways.
Yeah, apparently he was
Rickembacker's fame
good.
allowed him to draw major investors such as Ann Morgan, Percy Rockefeller, and Henry Ford. Florida Airways was able to secure an airmail contract with the U.S. Postal Service. Rickenbacker's airline would only last until the summer of 1927. Passenger revenue was lower than expected, possibly due to the high ticket price. A one-way ticket from Miami to Jacksonville cost $60, or just over $800 today. All of the commercial airlines of the time relied heavily on the revenue from the airmail contracts, and turnover was high for the routes, with many companies dissolving or being absorbed into others. For instance, just 2 months after Florida Airways ceased operations, a man named Harold Pitcairn would take over Florida Airways' mail route with his airline, Pitcairn Aviation. Just 2 years after that, a man named Clement Keyes would purchase Pitcairn Aviation and absolve it into his company, North American Aviation. Keyes would change the company's name from Pitcairn Aviation to Eastern Air Transport, as all of the airline's routes at the time were on the east coast of the United States. General Motors would purchase North American Aviation and therefore Eastern Air Transport in 1933. This was under the guidance of none other than Eddie Rickenbacker, who would as a result become Eastern's general manager in 1933. He would combine his remaining assets from Florida Airways with Eastern Air Transport to create Eastern Airlines. 5 years later, in 1938, Rickenbacker and other investors would buy Eastern from General Motors for $3.5 million. Rickenbacker would invest heavily in the company's employees, offering benefits and improving work conditions. This would lead to a rapid expansion for Eastern, with Rickenbacker finally finding a solid business venture after years of failures. Unfortunately, it seemed that Eddie's luck was short-lived. On February 26, 1941, Rickenbacker boarded an Eastern Airlines flight to Brownsville, Texas, with multiple stops in between. The plane was heading for Atlanta's airport around midnight, but began to rapidly lose altitude in the heavy rain. The plane slammed into a tree line and crashed into the ground, rolling several times and ejecting some of the passengers. 5 passengers and 3 crew members were killed, and reports said that Rickenbacker was among them. However, the veteran miraculously survived, pinned under the wreckage. Other passengers attempting to signal oncoming planes suggested lighting a flare, but Rickenbacker, through his intense
Welcome
pain,
back, Faye.
warned that it could ignite the spilled gasoline. Luckily, a dog spotted the surviving passengers and guided them
Hey,
to a
look at the
nearby
dog.
house. Rickenbacker was
dog.
in critical condition and was given a 50-50 chance to live by his doctors. The crash had resulted in him suffering a fractured skull, fractured hip, shattered left elbow,
doggo.
paralyzed left hand, a broken pelvis, broken ribs, broken left knee, a dislocated eye, and
Jesus
more.
Christ!
Amazingly, Eddie would be brought back from the brink of death and would return to his position at Eastern. Later that year, the United States entered World War II. Rickenbacker and Eastern helped with the war efforts, using the company to support military flights, which in
Thank
turn
you, Faye.
added new routes. The expanded Eastern thrived in the years following the war, and the company purchased Colonial Airlines in 1956, adding a network of flights to Canada. However, Rickenbacker's refusal to invest in jet planes resulted in his ousting from CEO on October 1st, 1959, though he would stay on as director and chairman of the board. Eastern implemented its first jets the following year. In 1963, Rickenbacker vacated his positions at Eastern Airlines.
He
ending
did
his
good
3
to
decades at
survive the
company.
plane crash.
Eastern continued its innovation and expansion through the 60s.
Brian, look! There's a new kind of plane! That's Eastern's new Boeing 727 jet. Look
Hey,
how high
look,
the
I
tail
know.
is.
It's a 727.
Look where they put the jets! In the tail assembly. That's one reason it's so quiet. The passengers are always riding ahead of the sound. Where does it fly to? I don't know.
It flies north. You can hightail it on Eastern's new 727 jetliner to Washington, Philadelphia, and Boston. And a unique new dining service is worth writing home about. Choose from a selection of superb entrees like lobster Newburg, filet mignon with Bordelaise sauce, prepared as you like it.
They're serving
Eastern
fucking lobster on
727
this
jet.
plane?
Quiet as a library. The smartest way
Quiet
to leave town.
as a
Come fly
library.
with Eastern.
In 1964, they were the first airline to fly the Boeing 727. The expansion allowed for more and more people to have the ability to fly,
Look at him
regardless of
fucking
economic
smoking
status.
his shit
In
on that plane.
1967, Eastern purchased another airline, Mackey Airlines, and also expanded their international flights further.
Yes, Faye,
In
eat the
1970, Eastern
727.
adopted the slogan, "The Wings of Man." Their previous
Do it.
slogans, "First and on-time dependability," "See how much better an airline can be," "We want everyone to fly," and "Number one to the sun," had been short-lived and had done little to boost the airline's marketing. Wings of Man, however, restored a sense of class to the airline, an issue most airlines were struggling with as they reduced rates and increased availability. On September 23, 1970, it was announced that Eastern Airlines would be the official airline of the Walt Disney World Resort, set to open the following year. Eastern claimed to have more flights going to Florida every day than all of the other airlines combined. This allowed for double promotion of both the airline and the new vacation destination.
Do you know the way to the Magic Kingdom?
Oh, Jesus.
I'll never get there. Never get there. Do you know the way to the Magic Kingdom? Sure I do. But can you fly?
You can fly to Walt Disney World in Florida on Eastern, the airline of Walt Disney World, the Wings of Man.
Eastern began offering vacation packages for trips to the resort, and children flying Eastern to Orlando were given a fun flight bag. Inside was Mickey and Minnie hand puppets, a paper Mickey mask, Magic Kingdom themed games and puzzles, a
And of
DIY
course,
book dust cover, and other cereal box caliber
Credit
items.
card ad.
The largest obligation for Eastern's end of the contract was to sponsor an attraction at the Magic Kingdom. Their ride, If You Had Wings, would open in Tomorrowland on June 5, 1972, less than a year after the park opened. This Omnimover ride took guests through different scenes of Eastern's premier travel destinations, such as Mexico, Puerto Rico, and the Bahamas, all showcased with simple sets and projectors. The most unique part of the ride was the Speed Room, a tunnel with a film projection that wrapped around an inclined lift. This gave the illusion that you were taking off in a plane, with fans blowing to simulate the experience. The most memorable part of the ride was the theme song written by Disney composer Buddy Baker, which is either sweet or slightly sinister sounding depending on the viewer, but it is no doubt catchy.
If you had wings, you could do many things. You could widen your world if you had wings.
Once guests exited the ride, they were greeted by an Eastern Airlines travel agent willing to book their next vacation with the airline. This is similar to the design of Chevrolet's Test Track sponsorship today. Eastern's sponsorship with Disney prompted them to purchase more planes and add new flights to Orlando. By this point, Eastern was one of the biggest airlines in the country. In 1975, retired astronaut Frank Borman became CEO of Eastern Airlines.
Kind of
He
was,
replaced
yeah.
the Wings of Man campaign with a new campaign starring himself, along with a new slogan. In 1977, Borman would make Eastern the first U.S. airline to fly the Airbus A300 jet. They would also launch the Boeing 757 in 1982. However, these purchases combined with high oil prices would put Eastern deep in debt. They had difficulty competing with airlines offering lower fares, and its campaign to stress quality over price did little to sway consumers. On top of this, most of the airline's workforce were unionized, making it difficult to compete with other airlines employing non-union workers such as People Express. Eastern's attempt to cut wages against the will of the union resulted in massive strikes among the workforce. Both sides began to sabotage the other.
We started at 7:30. This engine is basically done as soon as the electrician gets done, right? Hour and a half. I can go in there and pull the maintenance manual out, and there's a manual in there that thick to change this engine, right? I can take 2 days to change this engine, right? So basically, that's what we were doing. I was one of the people that was more, shall we say, aggressive at it, right? Because I was protecting, in other words, I was like an old groundhog digging in his hole. I was protecting my hole.
The issues piled on, and Borman had no choice but to sell the airline in 1986. This would result in the beginning of Eastern's descent. Eastern Airlines was sold to Frank Lorenzo for just $615 million. Lorenzo was one of the most infamous union busters of his time. His deregulation strategies were aggressive, and many described them as heartless and cruel. In 1972, Lorenzo had acquired the struggling Texas International Airlines. He and his business partner Robert Carney were able to save the airline by offering cheaper fares and restructuring the routes. Lorenzo then attempted to take over both National Airlines and Trans World Airlines, but failed to do both. Lorenzo instead restructured Texas International Airlines into Texas Air and New York Air, completed in 1980. The formation of the latter allowed Lorenzo to hire non-union employees for in some cases half the price, angering the current employees of Texas Air. New York Air also became a major competitor for Eastern Airlines, forcing them to lower fares and putting them in debt as Eastern was not able to break their labor contracts or get around them the same way that Lorenzo did. The next year, Lorenzo aggressively pursued the purchase of Continental Airlines, which was strongly opposed by Alvin Feldman, the president of the airline. Feldman attempted to dilute Lorenzo's shares by giving his employees a majority stock in the company, but the plan failed when the banks pulled out. After a lengthy battle, Lorenzo won, and Feldman, overcome with depression over what would be the loss of his company, on top of the personal struggle of losing his wife to cancer the year before, tragically took his own life. Lorenzo's takeover at Continental was poorly timed, as the company and the nation's economy were in dire straits. Continental's unions, who had opposed Lorenzo from the start, did not back down, and they would go on strike in 1983. All of this gave Lorenzo the opportunity to file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, allowing him to lay off a majority of the workforce and void union contracts. The company began hiring more employees at lower wages, notably cutting pilot wages in half, and the company was able to turn a profit the following year. Eastern took notice of the tactics, and management suggested that if the union did not offer concessions, that a similar course of action to Lorenzo's might be taken. In a video message from Borman to his employees, he made his case.
We are really approaching a fundamental decision as a family here at Eastern. And without saying I told you so, you know, and I'm quite convinced that many of you think have been predicting too many dire circumstances and issuing too many warnings. But let me just go back and tell you, we predicted what was going to happen with deregulation, and we're living it now. I simply urge you to select the proposal that we have offered. And I want you to understand with all of the honesty that I can muster in your eyes that in my estimation, you will be voting on your jobs.
This, of course, angered the union even more. After an attempt at a compromise in which the employees would take a stake in the company was foiled by a recession in late 1985, the battles between the management and employees returned. During the chaos, Lorenzo expressed interest in acquiring Eastern. Borman and other management offered an ultimatum to the unions: either offer concessions or be sold to Lorenzo. The unions offered a 15% reduction in wages if Borman resigned. Borman agreed, but the board rejected the offer, and Lorenzo acquired the company. That same year, Lorenzo would acquire People Express, which had acquired Frontier Airlines. This resulted in Lorenzo, through Texas Air, owning around 20% of the U.S.'s airline industry. The unions offered to negotiate new contracts with Lorenzo, but he did not respond to the requests. Within a few months, over 2,000 employees were laid off, and pay cuts were threatened in order to keep Eastern afloat. Although many analysts claim that even with the most drastic pay cuts, Eastern would still be losing money. The Department of Transportation conducted a safety investigation on Eastern, finding no major issues, but officially warned the airline that the cost-cutting would result in safety concerns. This prompted many to choose other airlines. In 1987, Eastern would end their sponsorship with Disney and no longer be Walt Disney World's official airline. If You Had Wings was closed for 5 days and stripped of any references to the sponsorship. The ride reopened as If You Could Fly on June 6, 1987, mainly the same without the sponsorship or its signature theme song. Delta would soon replace Eastern as the official airline of Walt Disney World, and they would open their own ride in If You Could Fly's place on June 26, 1989, called Delta Dream Flight. Utilizing the same layout as the previous version of the ride, the attraction now took guests through the history of flight. Delta would not make the same attempt at in-flight experiences that Eastern did, and their sponsorship with the resort would only last until 1995. In 1996, Disney removed all Delta branding from the attraction, renaming it to simply Dream Flight before renaming it again a few months later to Take Flight. 2 years later, Take Flight would be replaced with the space's current resident, the Shooting Dark ride, Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger Spin. The original track layout and speed tunnel still remain in the attraction from If You Had Wings, and a futuristic instrumental of the attraction's theme song can still be heard in the Tomorrowland area music loop. Disney has gone without an official airline ever since Delta ended their sponsorship, although it does have a few themed planes with the Canadian airline, WestJet, and with a few other airlines as well. Lorenzo continued his war on Eastern's employees, selling off and restructuring profitable parts of the company in order to force union concessions. In 1989, Lorenzo sold Eastern's shuttle service to Donald Trump, who transformed the assets into Trump
Jesus
Shuttle.
Christ.
He also moved assets around within Texas Air and his other companies, destroying Eastern's ability to succeed. This eventually resulted in Eastern's filing for bankruptcy on March 9, 1989, in an attempt to once again hire non-union workers. Just a year later, however, Eastern was removed from Texas Air's management by court order due to its mismanagement and business tactics. Martin Shigreau, an executive who had a good relationship with labor unions, was appointed the head of Eastern in 1990. He would attempt to save the
guy
company
that
by
bought
facing his
Eastern
well-known issues
initially
head-on.
was a deregulator and a union buster, so he was scummy as fuck.
Great and proud company. We are running a very good airline here today. The problem is that a lot of potential customers out there don't know it. Yes, we have a large, deep hole to climb out of. So what we're going to do is we're going to impose a very noticeable time frame on ourselves. For the next 100 days, you're going to see Eastern Airlines get a little bit better every day. So we're not going to promise the moon because you and I both know we can't deliver it. And I don't ask that you agree with everything I have to say. But let's get the dialogue going and let's go. Who wants to start? Yes, sir, in the back. Come up here and grab a mic so we can... Mr. Shigreau.
This worked for a short period of time, but after conflicts in the Middle East caused jet fuel prices to rapidly increase, any chance the airline had at recovering was gone. Around this time, Shigreau argued to the court to increase his salary from $425,000 to $600,000. His audacity baffled many. Finally, on January 19, 1991, Eastern Airlines stopped flying. Many customers had already booked flights past this date, and 5,000 employees were immediately laid off. Its assets were sold, and Eastern Airlines, once one of the biggest airlines in the United States, was no more. 18 years later, in 2009, a group purchased the intellectual property of Eastern Airlines in an attempt to revive the brand. Their attempt would be short-lived, as the airline would only last until September 2017. The corporate culture that eventually led to the downfall of Eastern Airlines had been tense almost since its inception. This could be the fault of Rickenbacker, whose militaristic approach to his employees turned off many, and would prompt the first of many strikes in the airline's history. The struggle between workers and management was and is not unique to Eastern, and that same fight continues to rage on today. However, the absolute transparency on both sides of the Eastern debacle provide a fascinating look at the inner workings of a corporate conflict that a more reserved company like Disney would never allow. But that doesn't mean that similar conflicts don't exist. Behind closed doors, it could be utter chaos, while the consumer might see is an employee selling them soft drinks at a theme park or a mechanic fixing their flying machine.
When the dust settles, when the sun sets, there is one big question with which we are left. What, after all, is the meaning and purpose of the American corporation? Is it just a bundle of financial assets to be moved around to their highest and best use? Or is a corporation a network of mutual obligations, mutual responsibilities, a compact between people to produce wealth in the future? Can we have it both ways? The Eastern story suggests no.
Woo! Woo! That was an interesting one. Not gonna lie. That was an interesting one. Yeah, I think I have time for like one more. And then I should probably wrap things up. Let's do this one. 'Cause this one could be amusing.
On June 15th, 1959, Disneyland Park celebrated its first major expansion with a television special hosted by Walt Disney himself. The star-studded event was billed as the second opening of Disneyland, a true spectacle. Among its viewers were four men
was a
huddled in a
little
small
bit.
hotel room in Wakefield, Massachusetts. They were as impressed as they were disappointed. All of them had been at the park 4
Richard
years
Nixon?
prior for its grand opening. All of them had played a major role in the park's development, and all four were now on the other side of the country, pulling 14-hour days on their own theme park project that would be less impressive and visited by less people. In that moment, all but one of them wished they were back at Disneyland. Once the special was over, they turned off the TV, cracked open some beers, and played a few rounds of poker to get their minds where their bodies already were, away from Anaheim.
Ooh, this one should be a good one. This is gonna be rather amusing, I could imagine. With a name like this and having inspiration, just being pissed off at Disney.
C.V. Wood was a hustler at best and a con man at worst. He was born on December 17, 1920, in a small town in Oklahoma, although he would often claim that he was from Texas, which he had moved to around the age of 8. His father worked for the Santa Fe Railroad during the height of the Great Depression, but Wood resented the poverty of his youth, so he rarely mentioned it. Wood would claim that he had a degree in engineering from the University of Oklahoma, but there is no proof of this, and many close to him doubted the accuracy of the claim. Despite this, Wood was able to land multiple engineering jobs just by saying he was qualified and hoping that no one checked, which they did not. Even his own name, CV, was not free of Wood's fabrications. CV stood for Cornelius Vanderbilt Wood. Some say it stood for Commodore Vanderbilt Wood, but if someone asked him, his name was C for nothing, V for nothing Wood. He preferred Woody anyways. Woody sold his mistruths and exaggerations with a cartoonish Texas accent and a showman's personality. His biggest fear in life was returning to poverty, and his greatest goal was prominence. He had learned to play life like a poker game. Woody wasn't dealt a good hand, so he learned to bluff, and no one had called him on it. Woody eventually went to work for the Stanford Research Institute, an economic development firm who in 1953 was hired by Walt and Roy Disney to help in the construction of Walt's amusement park. Harrison Buzz Price, an economist at Stanford, and Woody were tasked with finding a location for the park, as well as researching many of the logistics of operating such a business. Woody stepped into his role effortlessly. He casually chatted with landowners and leaked fake leads to the press so no one knew where Walt was intending to purchase land. He was equal parts charming and manipulative. Woody and Buzz Price also conducted possibly the most thorough assessment of amusement parks at the time, and soon C.V. Wood was a qualified expert in his field, more qualified than he had ever been as an engineer. In April 1954, with construction on the park set to begin, Roy Disney asked Wood to leave the Stanford Research Institute and join Disneyland full-time as its general manager and executive vice president. It also made him the park's first employee. He was expected to stay at least through the construction and the first year of operation. Growing up, Woody had developed a close-knit group of friends, which nicknamed themselves the Bombers, after a World War I film that they had watched. The Bombers remained friends into their adulthood, and constantly hired one another onto their projects. After obtaining his position at Disneyland, Woody did not hesitate in hiring many of his childhood friends and other acquaintances. One bomber, Earl Shelton, would become Disneyland's site manager. One of Wood's former bosses, Fred Schumacher, who had helped develop the 1939 New York World's Fair, would be brought on as a park executive. A former co-worker of Wood's, Van Arsdale France, would join Disneyland to train the park's employees. Joe Fowler, a retired Navy admiral that Wood had worked with while at SRI, was brought on to oversee the construction of the Mark Twain riverboat. It was as if Woody was planning a coup, and Walt grew suspicious of his intentions. Woody was a man that was always moving forward, climbing the ladder, and being Disneyland's general manager, There was nowhere else for him to go. Walt tended to resent the suits within his organization, as they often limited his creative visions. But Walt soon learned that Wood was on another level. He was willing to do or say anything for the sale. However, as uncomfortable as Walt was with Woody's business practices, he and Roy needed him, especially when it came to securing sponsors for the park.
Wow. So that's where it
As
started,
construction
huh?
continued, tensions between Walt and Woody rose through a series of incidents. Wood was frustrated by Walt's attention to detail with the park, believing that it was unnecessary. At one point, Wood approached Walt about a raise in the throes of construction. Walt turned him down. Disneyland was running out of funds quickly, and Walt was offended by Wood's audacity. Woody, still believing he deserved a higher pay and now feeling insulted by Walt, secretly set up a series of kickbacks with small vendors who wanted into Disneyland. On top of this, Walt would blame Woody for much of the chaos of Disneyland's opening, referred to as Black Sunday. Walt believed that the lack of crowd control and the many non-operating attractions was the fault of the park's manager. Once Disneyland was open and deemed a success, Woody, in his pursuit of fame, tried to inch himself into the spotlight. When Vice President Richard Nixon was given the key to Disneyland, Wood was the one who presented it. In November of 1955, just a few months after Disneyland's opening, Walt
That
debuted the Mickey
checks
Mouse
out.
Club Circus just outside the park, which Wood was firmly against.
Watching the
After the
Fun
circus
Plan.
failed to attract guests, Wood suggested that they make changes,
We're
which prompted
watching
Walt
the
to respond with,
beginnings of
quote, "God damn you,
Freedomland
this is my
USA."
circus."
And this
Roy was constantly intervening between the two, but from Wood's perspective, he often had to mediate between Walt and Roy. Perhaps Wood's most
the first
suspicious move
general
while at Disneyland was
manager
the way in
of
which he courted Ron
Disneyland in
Miller,
Florida.
Walt's son-in-law,
Thank you for
at
the
one point
posture
convincing
check as
Miller
well.
that Walt was irrational in his plans for the park, almost as if to draw more of the Disneyland team to his side. Walt might have felt threatened by Wood and the group of followers that he was acquiring within his own organization, fearing that he would be betrayed with Disneyland, as he had with Oswald the Lucky Rabbit and Universal, or with the strike in his own studio. Whether it was Wood's manipulation, Walt's paranoia, or a mix of both remains unclear, but the series of incidents led to Wood's firing in January of 1956. Woody was out of Disneyland, but he did not intend to leave the amusement park business. While he might have lost the hand, he was leaving with an ace up his sleeve. After his departure from Disney, Wood would form Marco Engineering Incorporated to build other theme parks throughout the United States. The design firm was ingenious, as many wealthy entrepreneurs and real estate investors were striving to copy Disneyland's success. Wood used his time at Disneyland as his main selling point, and recruited many Disneyland employees away from Walt and to Marco. The firm's first major project came in 1957, with a park to be named Magic Mountain in Golden, Colorado. Magic Mountain was planned to be an educational theme park based on Colorado history, with an Indian village and western town. There was also to be a futuristic city of Mars and a fairy tale castle, likely
that
drawing
sounds
inspiration from a source
incredibly
unrelated to Colorado
weird
history.
and
The park would only
in
be
a-
constructed
in
partially,
very poor
with many of
taste.
the original plans scrapped. After Magic Mountain, Marco would design Pleasure Island in Wakefield, Massachusetts, another park with more than a few similarities to Disneyland. Some even called it the Disneyland of the Northeast. However, the park to truly hold the label, the Disneyland of the East, would be Wood's next project. Van France, who had left Disneyland to work with Wood once again, recalled finishing work on Pleasure Island's first season. Wood had already left the project to pitch a new park to New York. Wood told France to meet him in Manhattan. When he arrived at Wood's hotel room, Woody simply pointed at the table. On top of it sat a check for $13 million. With little more than his Texas charm and Disneyland on his resume, Woody had sold a theme park to the wealthy elite of New York City. The park was to be named Freedomland USA. The goal of the park was to, quote, tell the whole American story in one vast area shaped like our country's map and segmented
What
into
the
states.
fuck? Oh, that looks weird.
Around 80 acres would be
Oh,
required
that looks
for the
really
US-shaped
weird.
park, compared to Disneyland's 60 acres. Knowing that finding that much land in the densely populated New York City would be difficult, Wood pitched the project to Webb & Knapp, a real estate firm run by famous developer
It's like
William
so
Zeckendorf,
American,
who had
but
invested
also
in Magic
not.
Mountain and Pleasure Island.
And it-
Zeckendorf was a titan,
It looks
overseeing the
so
largest
weird.
real estate empire at the time, but even he was not immune to Wood's charm. Impressively, Webb & Knapp owned an empty plot of land big enough to hold the park and then some, 205 acres of marshland in the Bronx, along the bank of the Hutchinson River. The land not used for the park would contain a parking lot for 7,200 cars and the Freedomland Inn, the park's hotel. Zeckendorf agreed to lease the swampy plot in the Bronx for Wood's park. and Freedom
That is
Land had
weird to
secured its
hear.
land. Wood recruited investors to the project, including many of those that had invested in Pleasure Island. These investors
When I
formed a
think of the
company called
Bronx,
the
I don't
International
think of
Recreation
marshland.
Corporation, or IRC, which would act as Freedom Land's parent company. Woods Park would cost $65 million, compared to Disneyland's $17 million. This was in part because the land was expensive to lease, and because construction was more expensive in New York City. But Wood's ambitions for the park, which he saw as being a bigger, better Disneyland, also inflated the price. The $65 million figure was also likely an exaggeration for the purpose of promotion.
Yeah.
The park was designed to entertain 90,000 visitors on peak days, and 5 million guests per year
This
were
is like-
projected. The park planned to hold a groundbreaking ceremony on July 4th, 1959, but it was delayed until August 26th. In September, it was announced that Fred Schumacher, who Woody had brought on as an executive at Disneyland, would serve as Freedom Land's vice president and general manager, the same roles Woody had held at Disneyland.
Everything
Other Disney
that's
people
going on
included Cliff
here.
Walker, the lead designer on the Jungle Cruise, who would be the director of operations at Freedom Land. Earl Shelton, Woody's childhood friend and Disneyland's site manager, would be an executive at Freedom Land. Van France would continue with macro engineering, training Freedom Land's employees as he had done at Disneyland. And these were just a few of the many Disneyland employees that would contribute to Freedom Land. By the time the park was under construction, plans for the 1964 New York World's Fair had been unveiled. The fair became a goal line for the park. The team believed that the World's Fair would draw massive crowds into New York City, and these crowds would likely spend a day at Freedom Land. This belief even influenced Freedom Land's advertising, with promotion for the park rolled out nationwide to familiarize the country with Freedom Land before they traveled to the fair. Freedom Land would miss its June 1st deadline, but would open a few weeks later, on June 19th, 1960. As with Disneyland, Freedom Land's debut would be chaotic. The park's pavement was one of the last things to be finished, in a similar situation to Disneyland. At Disney's park, the heels of women's shoes sunk into the asphalt. Freedom Land's situation was slightly worse, as the land beneath the park was swampland, with some sections of it having been used as a landfill. By some accounts, this led to springs from old mattresses poking their way up through the pavement and tripping visitors. Also in a parallel to
that's
Disneyland,
super-
opening day was hot, the water fountains
that's
weren't
super
operational,
amazing.
and many of the attractions
Thank
were
you for the
roped off.
hydrate.
Wood, who had been blamed for Disneyland's botched opening, was looking more like a common denominator rather than an innocent bystander. However, opening day did successfully draw over 60,000 people into Freedom Land. New York Mayor Robert Wagner would declare June 19th
Don't you just love it when they
Freedom
put
Land Day.
stuff on top of like former landfills?
Yep, here comes the 4th Cavalry stage, right on time. Now, this may be Indian territory, and it may look like the Old West, but the time is today, and the place is Freedom Land, a big entertainment park in the Bronx, in the state of New York, just half an hour by subway from Times Square in New York City.
Oh.
Guests would enter Freedom Land as
Oh.
millions had, through New York. The first theme section, named Little Old New York, was the city in the mid to late 19th century. Old New York was similar to Main Street USA in that it mainly consisted of era-specific shops and modes of transportation. The most advertised of all of the stores was certainly the replica of the first New York Macy's, which
really
sold toys,
is.
hats, and other souvenirs. The main attraction of the land was the horseless carriage, an antique cars ride through a mock New England countryside. Aero Development, the company which had contributed many attractions to Disneyland, was responsible for the antique cars as well as numerous other Freedom Land rides. As with Disneyland, Wood recruited sponsors for many of Freedom Land's restaurants, shops, and attractions, packing in even more companies than he had with Disneyland. Freedom Land also featured costumed actors portraying citizens of the time periods. In Little Old New York, a suffragette and a police officer would perform and interact with visitors. After the New York section was Old Chicago. Unlike the broad time period of Freedom Land's New York area, Old Chicago was set at a very specific date and time. In October of 1871, the Great Chicago Fire killed around 300 people and did unfathomable damage to the city. After the fire, a reporter for the Chicago Republican newspaper claimed that the fire was started in the barn of Irish immigrant Catherine O'Leary while she was milking her cow. He claimed that the cow kicked over a lantern, which started the fire, a story that was soon published throughout the country, being accepted far and wide as the reason for the destruction, fueled by anti-poverty, anti-Irish, and anti-Catholic sentiments. 40 years later, the reporter admitted that he and two of his co-workers had made the story up. It's up for debate which is more embarrassing, that these people would ruin the reputation and life of an innocent woman to sell a few papers, or that it took 3 people to fabricate a story in which a cow kicks over a lantern. No matter, O'Leary, who reportedly, quote, died heartbroken in 1895, and the cow, who died likely oblivious at an unreported date, were cleared of all guilt. But that did not stop Freedomland USA, a park boasted as, quote, authentic in every detail, for continuing to point the finger at O'Leary. In fact, visitors to Freedomland could literally point at O'Leary and her cow, as they were featured in the old Chicago area as walk-around characters. The Chicago Fire itself was also recreated. The brochure stated, quote, "The Great Chicago Fire was a disaster. Today, it's spectacular entertainment."
Fire!
What
Look
the
at that!
fuck?
Once every 20 minutes, a controlled fire was started on a group of buildings, and a hand-pumped fire engine was rolled out. Children were encouraged to help pump the water to put out the flames. Also in Old Chicago was the Great Lakes, a man-made waterway in which a sternwheeler and a tugboat took guests on a
Holy
scenic tour,
shit.
with bands on board to lead them in song. There was also a station for the park's railroad, the Santa Fe Railroad, based on the real-life railway that Wood's father had worked on. After Old Chicago was the Great Plains, set between 1803 and 1900. This area featured Fort Calvary, a log stockade straight from the, quote, Indian fightin' days. Inside, guests could learn to square dance and lasso, while also seeing bandits get caught, charged, and even attend their funeral after they were hung. An Indian village originally located in Old Chicago was eventually moved to this area as well. The major attraction of the land was the stagecoach, which gave guests a tour of the
Ooh,
plains
okay.
and even crossed a river. After the Great Plains was San Francisco, also set in a specific year, 1906, the year of the Great Earthquake. In another disaster-turned-spectacle, the main attraction of the area would be
Jesus
Earthquake,
Christ.
a dark ride that took guests through the streets of San Francisco during the earthquake that killed over 3,000 people. Buildings crumbled, houses slid, and fires broke out as the dark ride progressed.
You can definitely
San
tell it's
Francisco
not
also had a
Disney.
stop for the Santa Fe Railroad. The other main attraction of the area was the Northwest Fur Trapper, Freedomland's
Oh,
Jungle Cruise
fuck.
equivalent, which took guests on a fur trapping journey along the Pacific Northwest, where they would have to avoid collapsing bridges, cougar attacks, and, quote, an ambush by totem pole Indians. By this
Oh,
point in the
fuck.
guest's Freedomland journey, some might have noticed a
Oh,
slight
it's even
bias in the
worse.
park's storytelling. While the Indian village would feature members of the Penobscot tribe as actors, the Northwest Fur Trapper ride, Fort Cavalry, and the stagecoach ride would refer to or depict indigenous people as aggressors, while depicting the pioneers as rugged heroes. This Western aesthetic was popularized decades prior by Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West show, and Freedomland would feature an actress portraying Annie Oakley, Buffalo Bill's famous sharpshooter. Freedomland marketed itself as edutainment, but in reality,
Oh,
its
no.
focus was unbridled patriotism, far more than even Disneyland presented. Freedomland was the bedroom where Uncle Sam and Lady Liberty made Yankee Doodle Dandy. It was the idea of the USA brought to life. Nowhere was this more
No.
evident than in the park's mascot, the fictional Johnny Freedom, said to be a, quote, representative of the American spirit of hard work and
damn it.
ingenuity.
What the fuck?
After San Francisco was the Old Southwest, set
Holy
in 1890,
shit.
combining three southwestern towns,
Uh.
Tucson, Tombstone, and Santa Fe, into one themed area. Attractions included the Tucson mining company Skyride,
Holy
Casa
shit.
Loca, a tilted house, mine caverns, a two-story dark ride taking guests on a journey through an old mine, and the Santa Fe Opera House and Saloon, which played Western stage shows. When the Santa Fe Railroad passed through the Old Southwest, bandits would often hold up the train. Guests could also send themselves a letter while in the Great Plains that a Pony Express rider would deliver to a post office in the Old Southwest. After the Old Southwest was New Orleans, where every day was Mardi Gras. New Orleans featured multiple dark rides, including Buccaneers, a dark ride that took guests in a ride car dressed like a pirate ship through multiple scenes of pirates and even an encounter with the sea serpent. It is suspected that one of Marco Engineering's former Disneyland employees was made aware of Walt's concept for a pirate walkthrough attraction. It is theorized that the success of Buccaneers influenced the decision to change Disneyland's walk-through Pirate Wax Museum into a dark ride. Another natural disaster dark ride, named Tornado, took guests on a car ride during a
Jesus
violent twister,
Christ!
viewing it destroy a family farm. Civil War took guests on wagons through a recreation of famous war
no.
scenes, using primitive animated figures. This was one of the park's most
Holy
popular
f-
attractions.
it's getting
and it was
worse.
partially created to
It's getting
capitalize
so
off of the
much
centennial of
worse.
the Civil War, which would be celebrated from 1961 to 1965. New Orleans also featured an Aero Development Danny the Dragon ride, as well as the King Rex Carousel. The area was often referred to as Freedomland's Fantasyland equivalent. The seventh and final land of Freedomland was Satellite
I'm
City,
not even gonna
labeled as the
acknowledge
future.
that dragon.
The brochure stated,
I'm not gonna
quote,
acknowledge
"Freedomland
the
has
dragon
taken you on a
ride.
tour of America's past in Satellite City, you can step right into its future. This space-age land was geographically located in Freedom Lands, Florida, and many of the attractions were tied to the rocket launch site at Cape Canaveral. Attractions included the blast-off bunker, an educational walk through the Cape Canaveral control room with a simulated launch sequence, a moving sidewalk, and the Satellite City Turnpike, a sports car kiddie ride showcasing the future of highways, similar to Disneyland's Autopia. Satellite City's most striking attraction was the Braniff Space Rover, a flight simulator that was a combination of Disneyland's Rocket to the Moon and Circarama attractions, giving guests views from above Earth, specifically of South America and the United States. The show building resembled an enormous UFO, straight from the movies of the day. The park also had its own soundtrack, with original arrangements and songs for each land. Freedom Land, with its 7 themed areas and over 40 attractions, was impressive. While it clearly followed the Disneyland model, there were plenty of unique and innovative experiences that set Freedom Land apart. The major difference in its scale was Wood's attention to detail. He brought the philosophy he had while at Disneyland with him to Freedom Land. He believed that park guests focused on the big picture and not the tiny details. So while Freedom Land was bigger than Disneyland, it lacked the depth that came from Walt's perfectionist nature and the talent of his artists. But Wood might not have been completely wrong, as many visitors who had visited both parks believed Freedom Land was just as good, if not better than Disneyland. Freedom Land seemed well positioned to be a success. It had plenty of attractions, space, and promotion, but there was one major problem that the park would face. It would have to operate seasonally. Due to New York's climate and leisure habits, it was decided to operate Freedom Land from June to October every year. This meant that in order to break even, Freedom Land would need to attract 2 million visitors in its first season, although the team was aiming for 4.5 million. This was going to be difficult. Many, including Walt Disney himself, were not sure that East Coast audiences would be as receptive to Disneyland-type parks as the West Coast had been. It was a gamble, perhaps Wood's greatest yet, but if it were to fail, the main burden would fall to his investors. For now, though, Freedom Land's future was bright. A few widely published incidents would occur in the first few months of operation. Just after opening, one of the stagecoaches overturned when the horses were spooked by the train's whistle. 10 people, including 3 children, were injured. 2 were hospitalized. On August 27th, one more robbery than planned was performed at the park, when 3 men held up the cash control center for real. They were shortly identified after one of the robbers read in the paper that they had stole a total of $28,000 when he had only received $5,000. After doing the math, he was so angry that he turned himself and the 2 others into the police. In the last few weeks of Freedom Land's first season, reports began to emerge detailing financial trouble the park was facing. Apparently, even before the park opened, Wood & Company had run out of money, offering Webb and Knapp stock in the park rather than paying the rent, which Zeckendorf agreed
wait,
to.
we stole
The financial
28
issues
grand and I
continued
only
as the
got
construction
5
costs
grand?
rose,
That fuck
and
it,
some
I'm
major
turning us all
investors
in.
pulled out. To supplement this, Zeckendorf increased his share.
Yeah, he
Soon,
was
Zeckendorf was a
fucking
controlling
pissed.
shareholder, owning 40% in IRC. Zeckendorf stepped in and began operating the park, pushing out many of Wood's men, including Fred Schumacher. In the final weeks before Freedom Land closed for the season, the operating schedule was changed to weekends only, leaving many weekday guests confused when they arrived at the closed park. For a quarter, they were invited to tour the non-operating grounds. October 30th, 1960 would be the final day of Freedom Land's first operating season. The park had only managed to draw 1.5 million visitors, missing the necessary amount by 500,000 and falling far short of their goal for 4.5 million. By this point, Wood and Marco had moved on to their next project, a new park named Six Flags Over Texas to open in Arlington the following year. This left Zeckendorf with the keys to a failing park atop his lucrative land. The only way out that he could see was to invest more into the project. 2 live entertainment venues were added, the Hollywood Arena in the San Francisco section, and the Moon Bowl in Satellite
It was pretty
City.
funny.
However, the financial issues continued to pile up. Zeckendorf was already having a difficult time keeping a hold of Webb & Knapp's real estate empire, and Freedom Land continued to be a money pit. Still, he hoped to turn it around. With the World's Fair just 3 seasons away, perhaps the park could turn a profit yet. Zeckendorf tried every trick that he knew, including restructuring assets between his companies to flow as much cash into Freedom Land as possible. Ambitious plans for a Freedom Land Inn were scrapped, and cheap amusements were added in an attempt to make a few quick bucks. Nothing seemed to work, and the park continued to lose money. After the 1962 season, the Tornado Dark Ride was sold to Kennywood in Pennsylvania, and other rides were put up for sale. Webb and Knapp began to auction the unused land surrounding Freedom Land as Zeckendorf's empire continued to crumble. Zeckendorf tried to extend Freedomland's operating season, opening in late April for the 1963 season and even considering putting on Christmas and winter activities. These would not come to fruition. On May 16, 1964, Freedomland would open for its 5th season. As the opening approached, rumors circulated that Freedomland might be sold and moved to Florida, although park officials stated that they were optimistic about their future in New York, especially since the World's Fair had opened the previous month. In July, it was reported that Zeckendorf and Webb & Knapp had relinquished their controlling stake in the National Development Company, which had managed the land under Freedomland, as well as selling their shares in IRC. Both companies would go to Zeckendorf's long-term collaborator and president of the National Development Company, Hyman Green. Green was certain that with both the park and the land under his
who would have
control,
guessed
he would be able
having
to save Freedomland,
a staff
again
made
citing
of
the crowds
extremely
coming to the New York World's
ruthless
Fair.
businessmen
However, his confidence was
wouldn't
misplaced. On September
end
13,
up with them
1964, Freedomland
muscling
closed
their
its
way
gates for the
into
season.
complete
The next
power
day,
and then
it filed for bankruptcy.
ruining
the park was
everything.
said to have been $27 million in debt. Hyman and Zeckendorf believed that they could sell a large portion of Freedomland, downsizing the theme park from its original 85 acres to a mere 30, but this never happened. Freedomland was closed forever. Most of the park's rides would be sold and relocated to other parks around the country, most notably Earthquake and Buccaneers, which would be moved to Cedar Point in Sandusky, Ohio. The
Oh
latter
my
being
god,
renamed
those are in
Pirate
Cedar
Land.
Point
Zeckendorf
now.
would admit that Freedomland had been one of Webb & Knapp's biggest failures, coming at the worst possible time for the firm. His empire, which once had over
Holy
$300 million
shit.
in real estate, was no more, and Freedomland would forever be cited as one of the main reasons. There was one silver lining. The land under Freedomland was still valuable, and it would be sold to the United Housing Foundation, who on February 9, 1965, would announce their plans for the world's largest housing development, to be named Co-op City. The $300 million project would see high-rise residential buildings towering over the land on which Freedomland once stood. Co-op City still remains today, and a portion of the land is still technically zoned for amusement operations. Freedomland's quick demise left many wondering what happened. How did a park so grand fail so fast? The most glaring factors were the park's high construction costs and its seasonal operation schedule, both of which limited the park's success before opening day. However, this does not explain why Freedomland missed its attendance projections. These might have been inflated to begin with, but many speculate that Freedomland's model was already outdated by the time that it opened. The park might have been a better, bigger Disneyland, but it was a better version of the original 1955 Disneyland. By 1959, Disneyland had added 3 groundbreaking signature attractions, and amusement parks around the country began to add large thrill rides, of which Freedomland had none, which could have hurt the park's popularity. The most compelling theory to the park's demise comes from Freedomland historian and author Michael Vergentino. Vergentino
God.
tracks a series of evidence that suggests that Co-op City was planned for the park's real estate for some time, possibly even before the park was built. In a 1970 newspaper article, Zeckendorf claimed that, quote, Freedomland was a device to hold the land, and that was sound, suggesting that the park was always meant to be temporary. There remains many uncertainties, partly because Zeckendorf himself has given contradictory accounts of his involvement with the park. But there is evidence that suggests that at some point in Freedomland's lifespan, possibly even from its inception, Co-op City was planned. And if this is the case, then more than just Zeckendorf would be at fault for Freedomland's failure. A part of the blame would fall on city planner Robert Moses, who helped aid Co-op City's development as part of his housing renewal strategy for the city. The construction of Co-op City was reported to be the fulfillment of a Moses dream. Perhaps if the park had proved more profitable in its first few seasons, it could have lasted longer, but in the end, the world's largest entertainment center would last a mere 5 seasons. However, that was all the time that it needed to make a lasting impression on its guests, many of which fondly remember their trip to the country's past through the lens of Freedomland USA. By this point in the late 60s, C.V. Wood was off on other ambitious projects, continuing to play the same game he always had, finding success in the most unlikely of places, in everything from chili cook-offs to African diamond mines. In 1968, he was somehow able to convince the City of London to allow him to purchase the famous London Bridge, dismantle it, and move it to Arizona, a gamble that only Woody could see through. Supposedly, Woody never felt that Freedomland was fully finished, and believed that the financial troubles
How
early
the fuck
on
did they
kept the city
sell the
from being part
London
that he had
Bridge to
originally
this
envisioned.
man?
While many of Wood's business associates, such as Van France, would return to work at Disneyland.
And why Arizona?
Walt and Woody never reconciled their differences. After his departure from Disneyland, their distaste for one another only grew. During the construction of Freedomland,
That is like the
Wood
most
was
out
billing
of
himself
left
as the
field
master builder of
purchase and
Disneyland,
move I
implying
think
to his
I've ever
investors that
heard.
he had played a part in designing Walt's park. Walt soon learned of this and would take Wood to court over the matter, asking that
Apparently
he stop
not.
implying that he had a hand in designing the park. Wood would stop promoting himself as the master builder of Disneyland, at least publicly, as a result of the suit. It is rumored that this also led to Wood exiting the amusement park industry after consulting on Six Flags Over Texas. Allegedly, Walt even had a hand in the failure of Freedomland. After filing for bankruptcy, Freedomland would cite one key reason for its failure. It would not blame the expensive construction, seasonal operation schedule, or even the lack of thrill rides for its demise. It would instead blame the 1964 New York World's Fair. The very fair that the Freedomland team hoped would save the park quickly became the go-to excuse for its inability to attract crowds in its final operating season. The official reason was the fair that had been built by New York's infamous master builder, Robert Moses, and that had been populated with groundbreaking attractions by Walt Disney.
I was about to say that must have been like really satisfying. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, that was so good. Okay, that was a trip. Holy shit, what an experience. What an absolute experience that was. Whew. God, I love that. It's so good. Let me pull this back up. I'll probably have to like turn it down. There we go. Oh, that was fun. Some of those took some like left turns and a half. It was like, oh, well, this got dark. I hadn't had sour candy in a hot minute. It's so good though. Yeah, I appreciate all of you like stopping by today. It's a lot of fun. I've been having fun doing these. Yes, sour candy is good. I like it. So now, I've got to figure out something real quick. That's good to hear. That makes me happy. Cause like, I'm having fun watching this stuff with you all. Eee, I'm happy with that. And I hope to have like a schedule up by tomorrow. For this upcoming week. See, that's the thing. Like, if I don't pace myself, I'll go through everything. I probably should not do that. So yeah. I figured, yeah, you know what? We'll talk a little bit. Just at least talking just a tiny bit before we head on. And I get a little like rest from my voice. So
question number 1. Faye, are you still in chat? Like, if you're busy, I got you. It's been super nice getting to hang out and watch stuff together. Hopefully, I can conjure up some more fun stuff in the upcoming weeks. And I will talk about this a little bit now. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Happy that they're very comfy and fun. That makes me happy. Considering, like, most of the time we just spend basically, like, taking the piss out of a lot of things that we watch. But that's the fun of, like, watching stuff with friends. So. That's true. Oh, thank you, Jimmy. But one of the things I should probably mention and start, like, talking about now is, as some of you may know, my birthday is coming up next month. So I'm thinking about making an exception to my streaming schedule for that week. And potentially doing an extra long stream on my birthday. Oh, the ooze. Yeah, so many heads just perked up from just the mention of, yeah, my birthday is coming up. So yeah, I'll discuss some details in the coming, like, days about that, since it's getting closer. Thank you for the hydrate. But I figured, you know what? I want to do something special. And something that's, like, very core to my black silhouette. Thank you for the posture check. But yeah, I figured I wanted to do, like, something special for my birthday. So he's like, you know what? Why not spend it here? Hanging out with friends. So I'll probably be doing a mixture of things and go as long as I can. May or may not do, like, a pseudo subathon. I don't know. I'm not entirely, like, sure exactly what I want to do for that. Cause, like, honestly, I'd just be happy for people to show up. That's literally all I'm happy. That's all I need to be happy, is just, like, someone popping in and saying, like, hi. I'm like, awesome, I'm happy now. I made you smile, I'm happy. That's all I need. I should also talk about setting something up that is Squid, please. Squid, please. I will cry. I will cry on my birthday. But, like, seriously, I would just be happy to just share the day with you all. Break the cat. Don't break the cat! Seriously though, thank you all. It really does mean a lot to me to be able to, like, basically, like, share some smiles, hang out with you all. like one of the biggest things that like brought me into the VTubing community was being like welcomed and given a space where I felt like I, you know, where I kind of belonged. It's like, as long as I can do that for others as well, I'm happy. Thank you all. Does mean a lot. Like, I appreciate it a lot. Even in like passing, like just passing comments here and there. Anyone just popping in when they can. Cause like, one thing I want to make sure, I want people to know that you're not required to stop by the stream. Like, don't feel like you have to. Like, if you're free and you want to hang out and you choose to come stay here with me, like, it means a lot. Yeah. That really does mean a lot. June. Oh. 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 Oh, it did. Oh, timing. Not negotiable. I just want you all to know I really appreciate it. I'm happy that I get to spend this time with friends. Oh, thank you, Bucket. I swear one of these days, it's Unwavering Heart from Pokemon. If I remember correctly. Oh. See, like, I'm just happy that I can put smiles on your faces. That's always something that's been, like, pretty personal for me. Yeah, hope you feel better soon, June. Like, I'll probably talk a little bit more about this stuff at some point, because, like, genuinely speaking, I'm gonna be emotional again. It's gonna happen. I'm probably gonna cry on stream again. Yeah, thank you all. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Now, I need to figure out one thing. I appreciate you all, thank you. Now, who are we gonna go say hi to? That is the big question that I'm having. It's like, I see a few people on, and some that I haven't rated before. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, Squid, because like I see Prism, I see Ava, I see Baru. Baru is also on. Oh, the playlist is gonna hit me with that. My poor cat brain right now. Exactly. So, okay, here's the question. Should we go to just chatting? Should we go to New Vegas? Or should we go to Art? This is the question. Majority rule here, chat. Why not my zip pointer? Oh, thank you, Bucket. Squid has activated all the cats. Art? Love you too, Squid. Alright. That's good with me. Yeah. Let's go give Baru some love. We love Baru here. She's such a sweetheart. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. But yes, thank you all. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all of you hanging out today. It was a lot of fun. And I'll see you again. I'm actually probably not going to stream Tuesday night, so I might change around streams this upcoming week. I'll let you know tomorrow with the schedule. But let's go give Baru some love. Thank you all for stopping by. I'll see you next time. Bye!